Chapter 76. Naruto vs Ninkai. I agree, but only if the other party agrees. The last 3 generations added. Sandai. Everyone present was surprised that Sandai would agree to Naruto's almost unreasonable request. But Kakashi and a few other insiders somewhat understood that facing Naruto, who was becoming more and more like the 4th generation, the 3rd generation had always felt a little guilty in his heart. Because both of them are ninjas from Konoha, the Sand Ninja, Grass Ninja, and other ninjas from other ninja villages said it doesn't matter, because that's how it is. One less ninja from Konoha means the number of people in their village who can be promoted to Chunin. There's one more, why not? Although there is currently only one genin left in the Sound Ninja village besides the Sand Ninja. I have to say that Orochimaru still has some abilities. The village he built in just a few years is actually capable of surpassing the ninjas of several other small ninja villages. Humph, is this the so-called preferential treatment from the Zone family? After beating the eldest lady of the Zone family, another piece of trash came out of nowhere. Although Neji said he didn't care whether he would fight Naruto again, because originally, he didn't put much effort into defeating Hinata, but he was very dissatisfied with the opponent's attitude. To be precise, he was dissatisfied with the top management of Konoha and the clan, and of course with Naruto, the guy who dared to kiss Hinata's forehead in front of him. Are you afraid? Naruto looked at Neji with a sneer, and Neji could see it, his eyes were full of disdain and contempt. This used to be the look that Neji hated most. How could I be afraid of a guy like you? Coward. Okay, let me teach you a lesson, you kid, who just graduated this year. Neji's forehead had several veins popping out from anger. Since you want to die, you can't blame me. Just what I wanted. Now, referee, get ready to announce the game. Naruto pursed his lips at Moonlight Hayate, who was still in a daze. Ahem. Well, the overtime match of the qualifying round begins. Moonlight Hayate said helplessly, what happened to the 3rd generation today? Finally I can justifiably beat you up. Haha, I was just thinking about what I would do if the Sandaime didn't agree. I'm afraid I will forcefully teach you a lesson. Because I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will tell you what I say. It's also one of my ninja ways, and of course Hinata said before about never giving up. Arrogant, Naruto actually dared to say such words in front of many jounin. Apart from arrogant, the jounins could not think of a second adjective in their minds. Might we let you do this? A mere genin takes himself too seriously. Naruto. Kakashi is different from other jounin. As a mentor jounin, he knows more things. I'm afraid Naruto is serious this time. He can force himself to use the Sharingan without borrowing the power of the Kyuubi. Moreover, during the mission to the Country of Waves, Naruto also killed the heart of Takinin, the S-class rebel ninja Kakuzu. And he and Zabuza could only barely block Kakuzu's attack without launching a full-scale attack. In terms of his record on that mission, Naruto was better than him. Come on, let me see what makes you so confident and proud. How about it? Do you need a break? I can consider letting you recover more chakra, so that others will not say that I bully the weak. Humph, a character of Miss Hinata's level is not worthy of how much chakra I use. Your tone is not small, but I don't know if your strength is as strong as your tone. Neji also refused to be outdone. In color, as one of the most powerful genin in Konoha, his own strength is very strong. What's more, at only 12 years old, he is already capable of using Bagua 64 palms and Huishin, which are difficult for even members of the clan to learn. Really? How strong are you? Naruto's voice suddenly came from behind Neji. When? Byakugan. Nisi was shocked at first, and then activated the Hyuga clan's unique blood succession limit Byakugan. The super reconnaissance ability known as 360-degree vision is even higher than the Sharingan in terms of insight. Of course, compared to the Sharingan, which has many functions and has evolved to perfection, the Byakugan is just an insight ability. There is such a huge amount of chakra in the body, it seems that this is the true body. Konoha Gale. A fierce kick came towards Neji. But Ninkai is indeed Ninkai, a super master whose strength is only lower than Sasuke and Naruto among the original 12 strongest Konoha. Reactions and combat skills are top-notch. Return to heaven. This is another move known as absolute defense. There are countless moves in the world of Naruto that are known as absolute defense, such as the current Kaiden, Gaara's Sand Guardian, Susanoo, and Rashomon. However, In fact, these absolute defenses are relative. However, with Naruto's current physical skills, there is no way to break Niji's Kaishin. Kaiden is not only a defensive move but also has some rebound effects, so it easily bounced Naruto away several meters. Good opportunity. Naruto, who didn't expect Niji to have such a defensive move, hesitated for a moment after being bounced away by Kaiden, but Niji immediately seized the opportunity. It's over. That's right, Naruto was already within Niji's gossip range at this moment. That posture is the 64 Bagua palm. What a terrifying talent. I didn't expect that another genius would appear in Konoha. It is indeed Konoha, a hotbed of geniuses. Orochimaru, who was disguised as a sound ninja and led the Jonin team, sighed, "It's a pity that you don't have those eyes, otherwise it would be a good choice as a reincarnation container." Soft fist technique, Bagua 64 palms. In an instant, Niji launched a fierce attack on Naruto, his fingers and palm tips constantly attacking Naruto's body. It ended with Naruto falling to the ground. The weak are the weak after it's over. Niji glanced disdainfully at Naruto, who was lying aside. Follow the wind to the moonlight. Hey, the referee can declare victory now. Hey, that guy over there, what's your name? You just defeated my shadow clone, how can you say it like you have won? Before Moonlight Hayate could speak, Naruto, who was standing opposite Niji, spoke up. What? It's not the original body, but the power and chakra of the attack just now. I will never mistake it. Unless his body has reached a certain level of terror, the clone will not be so powerful. Niji thought. It's so suspenseful. I was almost deceived. Moonlight Gale. Humph, your strength is indeed pretty good, but you shouldn't do that to Hinata. So I'm going to use all my strength. As he said this, Naruto untied the white god robe, just like the white shawl of Piccolo Demon King. When it was thrown on the ground, a small hole was made in the ground. When facing Kakuzu and Orochimaru in the deep forest of death in the land of waves, Naruto did not wear this god-controlling robe because he understood that he could not hide his strength due to the strength of the opponent. However, after arriving at the tower, he put it on again. In other words, Naruto would usually wear this god-controlling robe. The weight of this weight-bearing garment was even greater than Xiao Li's weight. Otherwise, why do you think Sasuke would be convinced of Naruto's strength? Because he completely sees Naruto's efforts. You know, Kakashi has commented that Naruto's comprehensive strength at full strength is definitely at the level of a special Jounin, and even ordinary Jounin may not be his opponent in terms of physical skills. These words are not just words, not to mention that after becoming a genin and going through so many things, Naruto is now stronger than before. This guy is carrying weight. Niji's face became extremely ugly. At the beginning, Naruto actually hid his strength from him. Hey Kakashi, are all the people in your class monsters except for that Sakura? That Sasuke only used taijutsu to kill that good Konoha genin. I'm afraid even the average genin is not his in terms of overall strength. Opponent, a stronger Uzumaki Naruto has appeared now. The weight of that piece of clothing makes it impossible for me to have that kind of speed even if I wear it. You are obviously not famous for your physical skills, so why do you feel like this? It's like a disciple taught by a Kai. Yui Hong, the only female Jounin present, couldn't help but say. Who knows? Kakashi's answer was quite intriguing. As a newly promoted Jounin and a master of illusions, Kurane is not bad at physical skills, but that is not her specialty. Of course, as a newly promoted Jounin, she didn't know much about Naruto's true identity. You think this is the end? I said, I will use all my strength against you. Naruto's body began to glow with a golden light. Yes, this time it's no longer gold with some red. And it was pure gold, because just now, Naruto's strength had once again broken through. Finally achieved the perfect combination with the Nine Tails Chakra. This time, even the other veteran Jounin couldn't help but widen their eyes, not to mention the Chuunin and Special Jounin. The only exceptions are the third Hokage, the old god, and Naruto's mentor, Kakashi. After all, this is not the first time that Naruto has used Nine Tails mode, and Kakashi has to report it, so the third generation probably knows about it. This guy is so much more dangerous than Gaara makes me feel. Temari looked at the golden boy on the field suspiciously. As a sister who has been with Gaara all year round, she has some understanding of Gaara's strength. But he didn't expect that there would be someone even more powerful than him in Konoha. Kyuubi. Is this the Jinhyuri key of the Kyuubi? I didn't expect to be able to master it to this extent. Maki, the leading jonin of the Suna ninja and one of the few masters in the Suna ninja village, was even more surprised. Compare the eccentric and unstable Gaara in his own village, and then look at the Jinhyuri key of Konoha village. Moreover, he is still the nine-tailed demon fox, the head of the nine-tailed beasts, and the one in his village is still the weakest. Sure enough, you have to throw it away after comparing goods. But will the appearance of the nine-tailed Jinhyuri key affect the original plan? Chapter 77. The Golden Flash of Konoha. I am my full strength, the strongest nine-tails mode. Feeling the different feeling from before, Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It feels so wonderful. The imperfect nine-tails mode before was not only much weaker in power, but also had many limitations. It can't even be used for too long, and now Naruto's nine-tails mode is infinitely close to the complete form of the nine-tails mode in the original work. Because the current relationship between Naruto and Julima is many times better than in the original plot. Maybe it's because of mutual understanding, or maybe it's because of something else. In short, the current Kyuubi will not extract Naruto's chakra and cause Naruto to die, but it is still far from the complete form of Kyuubi mode, so it has passed the initial stage of Kyuubi mode, but it is infinitely close to it. The complete stage of Kyuubi mode. So let's call it the intermediate stage. Although the original work doesn't have this stage, I'll just call it that for convenience. Perhaps because of his age, Naruto's body is still in the development stage, so he cannot reach the full form of nine-tails mode. I believe that Naruto will definitely be able to use it after a while. Now Naruto feels that he can continue to fight in this state knowing that he still has physical strength, but he is still a little unaccustomed to this state. But the overall feeling is much better than the incomplete nine-tails mode. Ever since Naruto used the nine-tails mode, Gaara's mood began to become a little unstable. Unlike the perfect version of the seal in Naruto's body, the shoddy seal in Suna Ninja Village couldn't even be completely sealed by Shikaku, and it could even affect Gaara's emotions all the time. So when Naruto used nine-tails mode, Shikaku in Gaara's body immediately felt the breath of nine tails. Although Shikaku is very arrogant and violent, he knows that his strength is no match for Kyuubi. So Shikaku's first reaction after feeling the Kyuubi's aura was to leave here. Is Gaara okay? As Gaara's sister, Temari was a little afraid of Gaara, but her concern for Gaara outweighed her fear. In fact, as a relative of Gaara, Temari is quite competent, much better than Kankuro in the early stage. That's long-winded. Gaara muttered but didn't say anything else. The feeling Shikaku gave him today was really strange. This feeling was actually fear? Humph, that's a bluff. Neji said harshly after seeing a series of changes in Naruto on the field. In fact, Neji, who had the Byakugan, knew best how terrifying the Naruto he faced was now. That kind of substantial chakra, in his eyes, Naruto was just a collection of chakra, and nothing else could be seen clearly. I never expected that such a terrifying existence existed in the world. I'm coming. Naruto appeared in front of Neji in just an instant. This speed was no different from teleportation. As for the people on the field, except for a few people, they basically only saw a burst of golden light, which flashed by. Golden flash. I don't know when this term appeared in everyone's mind. Have you noticed that Naruto and the Yondaime are actually similar? An unknown ninja present said in a low voice. Naruto's speed is already faster than mine. This Naruto is really powerful. He has already surpassed me as a teacher. Kakashi. What kind of speed is this? Even I, as a jounin, can't see clearly. A group of jounin. Has Naruto grown to this point? Minato, he deserves to be your child. But he would actually get angry for a little girl from the Hinata family. Minato is very similar to you back then. The third generation, Minato back then. She was also around the same age as Naruto and for some reason, she fell in love with Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kina. But Naruto was even more exaggerated and actually kissed the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan in public. Could this be the legendary inheritance from father to son? Your Namikaze family is better at picking up girls. It has become even stronger than before. Now even my opponent is a bit difficult. Fortunately, I have saved a hand. The battle between father and son is quite exciting. Orochimaru. I'm going to beat you now. Naruto, standing in front of Niji, raised his right hand towards Niji. Damn it, Kaiden! Nisi repeated his old trick, trying to use Kaiden's rebound power to bounce Naruto away. Is this the defense you are proud of? This kind of thing is vulnerable in front of me. Let me crush your ridiculous pride, a super weakened version of the tailed beast cannon. Facing the Hyuga clan known as Kaiden's absolute defense, a small black ball gathered in Naruto's hand. Of course, he was afraid of beating Niji to death. Naruto just wanted to beat him up and not kill him. After all, he was Hinata's brother, and there would be a lot of trouble in killing him, so Naruto used the tailed beast cannon as a weakened version of the tailed beast cannon. But even with such a move that has been weakened many times, Kaishin cannot easily block it. It's a pity that Jinkan hasn't taught Naruto the Raise Non yet, otherwise Naruto would have used the Raise Non instead of the tailed beast cannon. Although Naruto's current teleportation is not the Flying Thunder God's technique, on the surface it looks very similar to that of the 4th Hokage Fengamai Minato. Similar appearance, after all, they are father and son and they are basically dressed the same. The speed is similar, although the teleportation of Flying Thunder God and the teleportation in Nine Tails mode are different in essence, they look similar in effect. The ninjutsu is similar, although the Raise Non is blue. The tailed beast cannon is black and reddish, but both are spherical. Based on the above, the onlookers who did not know the truth might really regard Naruto as a copycat version of the 4th generation. One blow, an easy blow. Not only was Niji's so-called absolute defense Kaiden broken, but even people were affected and flew aside due to the explosion of the tailed beast cannon. Ahem! Blood spurted out from Niji's mouth, and he was seriously injured in just one blow. Another burst of golden light flashed before everyone's eyes, and Naruto stood in front of Niji unscathed. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw golden flashes of light flashing back and forth on the field. Niji in the middle of the field was constantly being hit by Naruto who was teleporting. Although he didn't use all his strength, it didn't take long for Niji to be beaten to pieces with bruises. Finally, it felt like it was almost done. If he continued, Kai, who was the Jounin under Niji's guidance, couldn't sit still. Naruto finally stopped what he was doing and pulled up Niji's collar. I told you, I'm going to beat you up. Then he threw Niji away like trash and walked towards the auditorium on the high platform without looking back. Winner! Uzumaki Naruto only then did the special Jonin Gekko Heiate react. He glanced at Niji who was completely in a coma and announced the result. What a terrible guy who completely defeated Niji, who is known as the strongest Jonin. Yet, at that kind of speed, I don't think even our leading Jonin can do it. In my opinion, the guy named Hinata Niji is too weak. Are you an idiot? Didn't you see the previous battle between Niji and Hinata? Your strength is not as good as that Hinata. At this time, everyone outside the field came to their senses one after another, and started discussing in 2s and 3s. Naruto returned to where he was before, where Kakashi's Team 7 was. It's just that the little ninjas he met wherever he went unconsciously made way for him, as if they were afraid of him. Even those who are also Konoha Genin are the same. Haha, Naruto has long been used to this kind of situation, and his previous encounters were even worse. It wasn't fear before, but resentment. Naruto, you are so powerful. You are stronger than before in the Forest of Death. If you meet that guy again, you will definitely not be the same as before. This kind of fearful emotion except for the same person Sakura, a member of Team 7, had already seen Naruto in this state when she faced Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. Of course, she still insisted that Sasuke and Naruto had the same strength. Faced with this situation, Naruto just smiled and didn't explain much. Maybe Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata are the only ones in Konoha village who would treat me like this. Is it worth it? Kakashi walked up to Naruto with the famous Intimate Paradise in his hand and asked casually. Kakashi always felt that Naruto seemed to already know his life experience, and knew more things than he imagined. It's just that he hasn't been too lazy to ask, or maybe it's not that he's too lazy to ask, it's just that he's been avoiding these questions. It can be said that Sasuke became like that in the original work, and his mentoring Jounin cannot escape the blame. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the most irresponsible mentoring Jounin in Konoha. Since those two incidents, he gained the eye and lost those two people. Kakashi became completely different from before, lazy Kakashi, decadent Kakashi. Give up the sword skills that you were proud of before and switch to ninjutsu? In more than 10 years, the strength has improved slightly. Even when he was hailed as a super genius when he was a child, he was promoted to Jounin at the age of 12, but he has always been stuck in the same place as an elite Jounin. His achievements were only slightly higher than Asuma, who was far behind him when he was a child. In the later stage, Kai was not as outstanding as he was in his youth. If it weren't for Obito's other eye, he wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the war. Think about the strength of Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang. He is a top master whose reputation is not inferior to that of the three ninjas, and his strength is even higher than that of the three ninjas. The official setting is that White Fang is superior to the Sunin. And it's also from the physical arts department. Some things must be done. Naruto did not directly answer Kakashi's question, but you could hear what Naruto wanted to express. Chapter 78. Dalong Cave. Is this the so-called Earth Dragon Cave? The words were divided into two parts. After the Chunin exam preliminaries ended, Maluem started what needed to be done at the moment. He went to the Earth Dragon Cave to obtain the cultivation method of Sage Mode. Of course, the results of the Chunin exam are basically the same as those in the original work. Xiao Li's opponent is still the Calabash Kid Gaara. The result is that in the early stage, the two of them fought back and forth evenly, and in the middle period, Xiao Li beat Gaara. In the later stage, when Gaara caught Xiao Li using the 8-gate Dunjia, he hesitated briefly and completed the counter-attack in an instant. One thing to say, the level of Kai's disciples is indeed the strongest among the top 12 in Konoha. Although his training is simply not something that anyone can persist with. Miruem looked down upon other things in the Naruto world, such as ninjutsu and the like, which were of no use in the face of absolute power. But there are still a few things that are good, such as shadow clones, sage mode, and chakra fruits. Don't underestimate the shadow clone. Although the shadow clone will dissipate when attacked, the shadow clone can perfectly inherit the caster's body and physical skills, and can also freely distribute chakra. What is the concept of perfectly inheriting the physical skills of the caster? Although for ninjutsu and illusion ninjas, the effect of shadow clones is not as powerful as imagined. But what about a taijutsu ninja? Especially for flesh-slash-body fighting factions like Miruem, this is simply the biggest cheat. And although it is said that chakra cannot return to the body after the shadow clone is dispersed, chakra can return to the body if it is automatically released. Then the question arises, if you can release the shadow clone quickly enough and your reaction is fast, does that mean that if you automatically release the shadow clone before you feel that you will definitely be hit, does it mean that there will be no damage? Fighting? So to some extent it can be regarded as a bug. Of course, although it is easy to say, it is difficult to do. So far, even Uchiha Madara cannot do this. Because the time required to remove the shadow clone is no less than the time required to form the seal, and if you have that time, it is better to think about the subsequent battle than to remove the shadow clone. But those are just the thoughts of mortals, maybe it would be okay if it was Miruem. Next is the Sage Mode. The Sage Mode is not a chakra system. It is a state that can greatly improve the caster's physical skills, illusions, and ninjutsu, and at the same time give oneself super sensory abilities. It is a very practical augmentation state. For Miruem, it is also a way to become stronger. As for the chakra fruit, I won't say much. In fact, there are many good things in the Hokage plane, such as the Dirty Land reincarnation. If you can reincarnate strong men from other worlds, then this is also a very powerful and useful move. For example, Miruem can reincarnate people like Netero and Jade. Then something interesting will happen. You can see Nitro's 100 Styles of Canon versus Senjo Hashirama's Ojijin no Jutsu and Kabutai no Jutsu. Or maybe Jed's Hyaki Grudge vs Susanoo, it's really exciting just thinking about it. There are also the nine-tailed beasts and the very powerful blood succession snare-seeking Deo Jade. These are all good things. The nine-tailed beasts can be used as thugs, eaten, or transformed into chimera ants, or even synthesized into 10 tails. There is also the Kyodeo Jade, which is said to be able to invalidate all ninjutsu and eliminate any object, and the blood successor snare Kyodeo Jade, which integrates attack, defense, and assistance. Finally, there is the 8-gate dungeon that may be useful to Miruem. I wonder if Miruem, who has a perfect body, has such a thing as the 8 gates. If there is, then Miruem will have the power after using the 8-gate dungeon. The picture is so beautiful and so sour. If these things could be obtained by Miruem, then Miruem would be able to at least double his strength again. At present, Miruem has only obtained the shadow clone technique and the reincarnation of the earth, and is currently preparing to obtain the sage mode. We will wait until the Akatsuki organization collects them for the nine-tailed beasts. As for the Kyodeo Jade, Miruem still doesn't know how to obtain it, although the explanation of the Kyodeo Jade is that it is a black sphere formed by the fusion of all the changes in the properties of the yin and yang power of the five elements. But I still don't know how to create Miruem, and I don't know how to fuse it. No matter how talented Miruem is, I still need to at least see the real thing. Theoretically speaking, it is quite difficult to do it. The entire Hokage world of 8-Gate Dungeon only consists of Kai and Xiaoli, so there is no rush for the time being. Chakra fruit must at least come out from Kagaya. By the way, there are also the immortal weapons of the Six Paths Immortal. Although the effects are not heaven-defying, they should still be pretty good. I just don't know where they are now. Dalong Cave is known as the three major spiritual holy places in the world of Naruto, and is as famous as Shija Forest and Miyama Mountain. Only Jiraiya has the psychic scroll in MT Mayaboku, but Jiraiya is also in Konoha at the moment. If Milia wants to get that scroll, he can get it later. The psychic scroll of the Moist Bone Forest is with Tsunade, but it is said that there is only one slug in the Moist Bone Forest, and the slugs channeled by Tsunade are all split from this super large slug. In a sense, this slug should be stronger than the Toad Immortal of Miyama Mountain and the White Immortal of Dalong Cave. Because it alone represents a race and can be as famous as the other two places. If he has time, Miruem will visit them one by one. Now the place Miruem wants to go to is Dalong Cave, and he will ask the White Snake Sage for the cultivation method of the immortal mode. Miruem signed his name on the psychic scroll and used reverse psychic skills to enter the Dragon Cave, the territory of the Snake Clan, the three major psychic holy places. By the way, it is indeed a place where the Snake Clan lives. It is different from the birds and flowers in Miyama Mountain. This one is darker and more humid. But it should be better than the slimy places like the Moist Bone Forest that are suitable for slugs to live in. By the way, I used the fourth dimension apartment to set a coordinate here, which will be more convenient when I come here again in the future. As for psychic beasts, Miruem has no interest in them for the time being. These snakes are too weak. After leaving, Miruem will terminate the psychic contract. As for the psychic scroll, whoever wants it should give it. In the entire Naruto world, the only creatures that Miruem could like and regard as psychic beasts were the nine-tailed beasts. The snakes in Dalong Cave are very sensitive, especially to the strength of living creatures. Although Miruem did not have the aura to release, the snakes here were not idiots. Miruem's obviously top-level monster's aura made them frightened and fled far away. Even the always arrogant Wan Shi only dared to watch from a distance. Because although the area of Dalong Cave is not large, it is not small, and it is still difficult to find the White Snake Immortal in it without anyone to guide the way. So Miruem opened the circle and soon found a powerful life response. Although Wan Shi is the current clan leader of the psychic land Dalong Cave, his strength is far inferior to that of the White Snake Immortal, and he can compete with opponents of Wenta's level. The energy contained in the White Immortal's body is even higher than that of most tailed beasts, almost reaching the level of the nine tails. As expected of a guy who has lived for countless years and dared to call himself immortal, he does have some skills. That monster disappeared. After finding the trace of the White Snake Immortal, Miruem rushed to that location. But because Miruem's speed is so fast, even the top shadow level masters can't see clearly, let alone these psychic beasts. It is naturally understood as disappearing. Are you the White Snake Immortal? You are indeed an amazing monster. In just a short moment, Miruem came to the White Snake Immortal. Not to mention other snakes, even the White Snake Immortal was startled by the person in front of him, and the pipe in his mouth almost dropped to the ground. Who are you? Why did you come to my dragon cave? White Snake Immortal pretended not to hear Mei Lu's unreasonable words before and asked calmly. In fact, she squinted her eyes and looked at Mei Lu carefully. What else could happen? Punish him? If the target was Orochimaru, she would have gone crazy. But alas, this is a monster that appears out of nowhere. The feeling Miruem gave her was too weird, an inexplicable and extremely dangerous feeling. But he couldn't feel any energy from Miruem's body. But from the sudden disappearance and reappearance of Miruem, it can be seen that this guy is definitely not without any power. I am afraid that in terms of power level, he is above him. The only thing White Snake Immortal can be sure of is that the monster in front of him is definitely not a human being. Other than that, there is no information at all. Let me introduce myself. I am the king of the Chimera Ant clan, Miru M. The purpose of my coming here is just to ask you for something. What? I want the most perfect way to practice in immortal mode. Miru M didn't bother to talk nonsense with her. If the other party didn't give it, Miru M planned to kill her by force. Although this may attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths, but so what? Although it is a bit troublesome, Miru M is not afraid of him. Of course, it would be easier if you give it to him. After all, White Snake Immortal will still have a small role in the later stage. Okay. After hearing what Miru M wanted, the White Snake Immortal readily agreed. She just wants that kind of thing, just take it. There is no need to offend such a super strong man for a cultivation method that has no impact on her. But where did the Chimera Ants come from? Is it a new race? Forget it, it's none of my business. Snakes are representatives of cunning, treacherous, and current affairs. It can be said that it is their bad nature to obey the strong. But this has nothing to do with Miru M. Anyway, he got the training method of Sage Mode that he needs. Chapter 79. Jiraiya and Naruto. After watching Miru M leave, the White Snake Immortal breathed a sigh of relief, and the beads on his forehead almost fell off. Miru M's last words of leaving and the momentum he released deeply shocked the White Snake Immortal. Now such a terrifying monster appears in the world. In terms of momentum alone, this monster is not much worse than the Sage of Six Paths. Even with the speed of almost teleportation, if he learns the Sage Mode again, even the Sage of Six Paths may not be his opponent. Fortunately, such a monster has no ill intentions towards their dragon cave. Dalongdong even made good friends with him. After all, the immortal mode training method is a sign. One thing to say, the treatment methods in the Naruto world are much worse than those in many worlds. Most of them relied on the ninja's own physique and talent to survive, such as Kakuzu and Haiden. The latter two are almost immortal, so they can recover quickly even if their injuries are serious. In contrast, looking at other ninjas, although medical ninjutsu is good, the treatment methods are still relatively poor. Of course, compared with many anime, it is not compared with the real world. For example, currently Xiao Li's bones are broken and his muscles are broken, and all the medical ninjas except Tsunade are helpless. The preliminaries for the Chunin examination are over, and there is still 1 month left before the official Chunin examination. Sasuke was taken away by Kakashi and took him to practice a weakened version of Kakashi's own ninjutsu Reikari Chidori. Naruto didn't care about Kakashi's partiality. Anyway, he was not used to caring about someone alone. However, the current Naruto did not find Konohamaru's tutor, Special Jounin Ebisu, as in the original work. The reason couldn't be simpler, Ebisu's strength is too bad. It would be better to not use Naruto in Nine Tails mode, training with him would be of no use. This time the person who taught Naruto how to practice became the Golden Silkworm Gu again, but this time the Golden Silkworm Gu would finally teach Naruto to learn the Raise Non, an S-level ninjutsu with infinite innovation. Although Kyuubi did not deliberately disrupt Naruto's chakra, fine control of chakra is not what Naruto is best at. So although Naruto's talent is very good, his progress in learning Raise Non is not much faster than Sasuke's progress in learning Chidori. But he worked hard every day, because the Golden Silkworm Gu told him that this was one of the best ninjutsu of his father, the fourth Hokage. The unfamiliar term father is so far out of reach for Naruto, but children will always have admiration, and he has long known that his father is a great hero and the fourth generation of the village, so he is very concerned about his father's ninjutsu. Speaking of which, Naruto was very keen. Of course, Naruto would take some time out of his training every day to visit Hinata in the hospital. Hinata is really a cute girl. Jiraiya has been troubled recently. The reason is simple. He returned to the Leaf Village that he once loved the most. The purpose is for his disciple's son, Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. Although he was Uzumaki Naruto's guardian after the Yandame's death, he had not visited the boy once for 12 years, so that Jiraiya had no idea how he should face him. The key to Naruto's 4 elephants seal, Hao Yin, is still with him. It's a pity that due to some personal reasons, I haven't visited this boy once in 12 years. Although I heard some descriptions from Sunday when I came back, getting along with others was not what I was good at. By the way, according to the official data, Jiraya's comprehensive value is 71, making him a super strong person who is not inferior to Itachi Uchiha at all. But you can just look at these data. If you take it seriously, you will lose. When it comes to comparing strengths and weaknesses in a real fight, these data are of little use. After all, according to the official data, Haiden, who has a comprehensive value of 63, was still defeated by Shikamaru, and his physical skill data is 9, the highest is 10, but in the manga, this guy's physical skill is not the same as similar to Shikamaru of Taijutsu Ninja. Maybe it's because Kai and Rock Lee's physical skills value is 20. In order to attract Naruto's attention, Jiraiya deliberately squatted at the entrance of a women's bathhouse, the final route to the training ground, and secretly took pictures in an attempt to attract Naruto's attention. Although Jiraiya is a legendary Sunin, he can only use this stupid method. However, Naruto ignored Jiraiya except for looking contemptuously at the direction where he was squatting. He walked over and continued towards the training ground. According to ordinary people's logic, the first reaction when seeing such a nymphomaniac is to step forward and stop it, right? It's a pity that I didn't realize that in the original work, Naruto is known as the #1 accidental ninja in Konoha. Although Naruto is no longer so exaggerated and unexpected, the nature of human beings will not change much. The reason why Naruto ignored Jiraiya was simple. Naruto didn't feel any malice, he just thought the other person was a wretched uncle. Then he didn't go far, and in front of Naruto was a public restroom. Outside the women's restroom, there was that wretched old man with white hair squatting outside with an idiotic look on his face, not knowing what to look at. However, Naruto still ignored Jiraiya and continued to move forward. It's better to say that he ignored it than to say that he didn't pay attention at all. Naruto, who was single-minded, was now focusing all his attention on training. Who had nothing to do and was looking around in a panic. The golden silkworm goo on Naruto's head was discovered, but he did not remind Naruto. Are you kidding? Your own teachings have influenced Naruto for so long, and you want to come over and influence Naruto? Let him fight for Konoha? Oh Minato, I should have known that I should come back once in these 12 years. Naruto, what kind of character do you have now? Jiraiya blushed and his heart skipped a beat after Naruto walked past him. His crazy look instantly returned to his serious look. Not finding a topic to continue, Jiraiya said he was helpless. He couldn't just run up to Naruto and tell him, "Hey, I'm your father's master. Let me teach you." This way. First, this is hard to believe, second, I haven't seen each other once in 12 years, so what the hell is this guy showing up to do now? Normal people would be suspicious, thirdly, Naruto would definitely ask about his father, but it was an unexplainable bad debt, fourthly, this is very tasteless and does not conform to the style of this immortal, fifthly, this is very dishonorable, sixth, this is very tasteless and does not conform to the style of this immortal. Because it is very important, I have to say it 3 times. We're finally here, okay. This week's task is to learn the Raise Non. Naruto, who came to Konoha's number 48 training ground, patted his chest and set a goal for himself. Golden Silkworm Goo taught him the basic training method of Raise Non. Although Miruem himself does not know this ninjutsu, who made it so clear in the original anime. Coupled with Miruem's impressive talent, he figured it out very early. Didn't Uchiha Musashi use it before? And that one is an improved version of the Raise Non. As for the advancement of the Raise Non such as the Otama Raise Non and the Raise Non Shuriken, Miruem has already completed the development. After Golden Silkworm Goo told Naruto the Raise Non series of ninjutsu, Naruto became particularly coveted for this ninjutsu. Are Rachel and Chidori great? A high-speed burst of penetrating ninjutsu, but the destructive power of the Raise Non is not much weaker than yours and it has no sound. Its practicality is more than 1 level higher than yours. Regarding Naruto's future, Golden Silkworm Goo accurately said that Miruem had already considered it. He knows the Raise Non, and Naruto has mastered the 9 Tails mode. The only things left are Sage mode and Psychic Beast. Miruem, the Sage mode, was recently obtained and is still being studied. As for the Psychic Beast, the early and mid-term effects are pretty good. In the later stage, once the ninja war begins, just go to sleep. Even the 3 most powerful Psychic Beasts are not qualified to go to the battlefield. Slug can provide immediate assistance, and Wenta and Wanshi can also deliver food when they go up. There is no guarantee of survival even if it is lower than the shadow level. No, even if it is the shadow level, there is no guarantee of survival. And if Naruto wants a psychic beast, it's not impossible to give him the scroll from the Earth Dragon Cave. It's just that it would be more troublesome to do that. After all, it was Orochimaru's exclusive psychic beast. But now Naruto's growth does not require Jiraiya's intervention at all. Raise Non. It should be said that he deserves to be Naruto, and he deserves to be the fourth generation's son. Although Naruto has not yet fully mastered the Raise Non ninjutsu, he has already mastered a lot of tricks. Although Naruto's fine manipulation of chakra is still somewhat deficient due to the 9 tails in his body, these are small details. The difference from the original work is that the current Naruto does not roll the balls with 2 hands like that. Although it is a little difficult to gather chakra with 1 hand, it is much better. To be precise, since Naruto was able to master the 9 tails mode, his chakra operation has been greatly improved. Hey, that kid over there. The ninjutsu you're practicing shouldn't be the Raise Non, right? It's Jiraiya, who has been following Naruto since before. With the exposure of Naruto's 9 tails mode in the Chunin exam preliminaries, Danzo has turned his attention to Naruto. After all, it was the Jinhyuriki of the Kyuubi, and there was no room for any mistakes. For this reason, Danzo went out of his way to find the 3rd generation more than once. But as Naruto grew older, the 3rd generation felt more and more guilty towards Naruto. So Danzo broke up unhappy every time, and Jiraiya, who was Naruto's father's master, also told him all these things after he returned to Konoha. Although he was surprised that Naruto had grown to this point, Jiraiya was now even more surprised by the ninjutsu that Naruto was now practicing. That was the signature skill of his most proud disciple, the 4th Hokage, the Raise Non. Chapter 80. Immortal Mode. Simply speaking, the so-called Sage Mode is a state of Sage Chakra formed by mixing ordinary chakra obtained by mixing one's own physical energy and spiritual energy. On this basis, natural energy is absorbed and perfectly integrated. The only difficulty in this is to maintain the balance of the 3 types of chakra, which requires 1/3 of each chakra to be activated. If it exceeds 1/3, it will be swallowed by the power of nature. If it is less than 1/3, it cannot be activated. Immortal Mode. However, this so-called difficulty is very simple for me. Miruem has been studying this thing since he obtained the cultivation method of Immortal Mode from the White Snake Immortal in Dalong Cave. As we all know, Yakushi Kabuto, Naruto, Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara all know this move, and although they are all commonly known as Sage Mode, everyone's Sage Mode is actually different. If you look closely, Naruto and Jiraiya's Sage Mode eyes are biased toward frogs, while Kabuto Yakushi's Sage Mode eyes are biased toward snakes. Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are even more different. I don't know where Senjo Hashirama's Sage Mode came from, but Uchiha Madara's is the 6-path Sage Mode. It can only be transformed into the 10 tails first. The Sage Mode that can only be possessed by Jinchuriki. Each of them learns the Immortal Mode in a different place, so the image after performing the Immortal Mode is also different. When it comes to training, although the Sage Mode is good, considering Maluem's talent, it won't take long to practice. What Maluem wants to study is how to get his own Immortal Mode. It would be great if we could take a look at the Immortal Mode cultivation methods in Miyama Mountain and Shija Forest. Wait a minute. It seems that the original Naruto used toad oil when he practiced the Sage Mode in MT Mayaboku, right? It has toad properties. Although it is not mentioned in the manga, Kabuto also practiced the Sage Mode under the guidance of the White Snake Sage, so that may not be the case. There is no such thing as python oil, and Kabuto's snake nature after practicing the Sage Mode is even better than Orochimaru's to a certain extent. According to the original explanation, the toad oil helps Naruto better master the Sage Mode and absorb nature energy. But everything has advantages and disadvantages. While these things help them practice the Immortal Mode, they also give them the so-called toad nature and snake nature. If that's the case, I probably understand. Hi, old man, you really have a plan for me. Do you want me to fail and turn into stone? But you underestimate me too much. I am the king of the Chimera Ant clan. Well, if I don't use these external objects, then my Immortal Mode will be in the most perfect state. Is it easy to balance 3 points? A strange pattern appeared on Miruem's face. And also comes with purple eyeshadow around the eyes, but there are no other changes in the pupils and body, just a little more pattern on the face and forehead and a layer of eyeshadow around the eyes. Miruem unexpectedly mastered this god-level skill that eludes countless people in the world of Naruto in just a few breaths. If White Snake Sage knew about it, he would deliberately vomit blood, and instead of giving the snake oil to Miruem, he would have mastered the most powerful Sage mode without the help of external objects. For example, in Jiraiya's Sage mode, Jiraiya's nose has become very big, and it also has red rosacea. This is a sign of immaturity in using the Sage mode, and Jiraiya has to use the Sage mode with the help of the two Sage frogs. The more perfect the Sage mode, the smaller the changes in the body. In the end, only a little pattern appears, which is the Sage mode. The most perfect form. Of course, the six-path Sage mode is not included in this. Sure enough, it's an amazing move, Now I feel very good. The strength and speed have been strengthened to an incredible level. I didn't expect that my body can evolve. It's really a surprise. Clenching his fists full of explosive power, Miruem finally showed an expression of joy on his face. The world of Naruto is indeed right. Just a Sage mode can bring me such a powerful improvement. So what if I get the Taoist Jade and the 8-gate Dunjia through fusion? What if you are eating the chakra fruit of the sacred tree? To what extent can your own strength be improved? What's more important is that his strength has not been completely restored yet, but after using the immortal mode, his strength is even better than the fully restored strength. The next time Yao Ma meets, I want you to die. However, although the Sage mode is so perfect, the pity is that there must be a prerequisite to use the Sage mode, that is, there must be chakra in the body. Fortunately, I have the bug-like telekinesis ability of the gluttonous feast, otherwise there is a way to get chakra after eating the chakra fruit. It seems that other Chimera ant armies cannot obtain such a convenient way to improve their strength. However, Ruizi and the Uchiha clan can use this method to improve their strength. It's a pity that Pidgeot doesn't show any signs of hatching yet, otherwise I would let her get this ability no matter what, because she is the person I trust the most. Is there any new news? Jiraiya? This guy actually found Naruto? Interesting. Let me think about it, is there any benefit that Jiraiya can get? Tisk tisk, neither Sage mode nor Raise Non I need this guy. It seems that this guy has no use value, but this guy does have the key to Naruto's 4 elephant seals. Let's see how little Naruto chooses. He has been in this world for so long, but I am here. He is the only person in the world who can take a fancy to him. He is not as annoying as the original. After receiving the news from the golden silkworm Gu, Miruem stroked the egg containing Peter in his arms. Rode. As for the other person Miruem said he liked? Isn't that Uchiha Ruko? No one noticed that the egg in Miruem's hand shook slightly. Who are you? How do you know the ninjutsu that my father left for me? Naruto looked warily at the long-haired white-haired ninja in front of him who didn't know when he came. There was no malice on Jiraiya's part, and Naruto was focused on practicing ninjutsu, so he didn't notice the other party's arrival at all. What? As a ninja, you shouldn't rely too much on your senses. You must also have your own vigilance. But the other party was Naruto. Although it has become different from the original work, the essence is still the same. The nerves are cut into pieces. Do you expect him to be alert at all times? I think it is more reliable to expect Sasuke to fall in love with Sakura now. Father? Father? Naruto's father is the 4th generation. Could it be that he is not dead? It's not impossible. After using the zombie seal, he still died in front of the 3rd generation old man. Minato must have died. But what is the situation of Naruto's father? This is what the golden silkworm Gu taught Naruto, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Anyway, part of Minato and Kunai's souls are still in Naruto's body, so it's not a lie to say so to the outside world. Do you know who your father is? What else do you know? What does it have to do with you? You're a middle-aged obscene idiot peeping in the women's restroom. Obscene. Middle-aged. Idiot. A knowing blow. He shook these words out of his head hard. The following is Taoist Sensu, the Toad Elf of Mt. Mayaboku. He is known as Toad Sage. He is a handsome man who can shut up even a crying child. I am Jiraiya-sama. Then he made a very middle-class posture, and his feet were not moving. You know when there is an extra big toad? Haha. I've never heard of it. Shihan Senin. Naruto glanced at him sideways, then ignored him and just complained. I'm very strong. You haven't told me yet, do you know who your father is? Of course I know. He is an extremely irresponsible father, but he is a good village leader. A trace of sadness flashed in Naruto's eyes. Yes, he knew that his father might be right. Although he can understand his father, he cannot forgive him. Although he didn't know why he would say so much to a strange uncle, Naruto just wanted to say it. An irresponsible father? Is he a good village leader? It seems that Naruto knows a lot, but this is quite a vivid metaphor. Looking at Naruto with his eyes fading, Jiraiya didn't know how to speak. If Naruto is weaker, maybe he can be taught in the name of knowing. But now Naruto, according to his teacher's description, is not much weaker than the elite Jounin, and he is still practicing the Raise Non. Facing Naruto like this, Jiraiya really doesn't know what to teach him. The only things left are probably Sage Mode and Psychic Beast. Now, you just said that this is the ninjutsu your father left to you. Can you tell me who told you or taught you? What does this have to do with you? Naruto rolled his eyes at Jiraiya angrily. Enough time was wasted in the future, and he still wanted to master the Raise Non as soon as possible. Hey! Boy, I am your father's master. Jiraiya felt that he had probably figured out Naruto's temper, so he spoke more freely. However, get out! Hostility, deep hostility, and even a touch of murderous intent emanated from Naruto's body. Beast-like vertical pupils emerged from Naruto's pupils. Naruto would only behave like this when he was emotionally excited. Why? Jiraiya was a little confused. What kind of rhythm is this? Logically speaking, Naruto should have some affection for him at this time, but why, he wouldn't be hostile? What he never expected was that there was an extra golden silkworm goo here, which was a big variable. I told you to get out. Red chakras suddenly burst out from Naruto's body. It was not the Nine Tails mode, but directly the Nine Tails chakra, or Naruto himself, who was so excited now didn't notice. At this moment, Jiraiya suddenly thought of what the third-generation old man said to him before he left. Naruto needs you to pay more attention. There may be other people around him that are influencing him. As expected of the third generation, it's a pity that the overall situation has been decided. Chapter 81. Konoha Collapse Plan. The official Chunin examination between Konoha and its allies is about to begin. After the exam is over, it will be time for us to return to Konoha. There may be a battle by then. You should be prepared. This time we have to come back strongly. Uchiha Musashi said in a small village in the Land of Waves, not too far away from the Land of Fire. And behind him stood a strong man with 3 Megatama Sharingan. This is a new small ninja village, Shan Ninja Village, recently founded by Uchiha Musashi. Of course it was built using Kaduo's money. Why is it called Shan Ninja Village? Because the emblem of the Uchiha clan is a fan pattern. Except for the Uchiha clan members who are adults in the village, the other people from other clans are children who are taken in here and there. Reason? Quite simply, avoid those who are blinded by greed and do certain things. After all, the information about the Uchiha clan still needs to be kept secret from the outside world. The current Uchiha clan is the favorite in the eyes of everyone in the ninja world. If it were exposed, everyone would want a piece of the pie. After all, Sharingan's name is too big. Unless something earth-shattering happens to make all the ninjas in the village wake up, who knows how many guys will appear who want to dye the eyes of the Uchiha clan. No matter how strong Musashi is, he still has to be killed, and he is only one person. Unless there are a few more shadow-level masters in the Uchiha clan, or Musashi's strength reaches the level of Uchiha Madara, I'm afraid he won't be able to shock those people. This time, as long as he can take over Konoha again and stand firm, and announce to the world the news of the strong return of the Uchiha clan, there may be fewer people peeking at the Uchiha clan. In other words, even if there are still people peeking at the Uchiha clan, at least they don't dare to go to Konoha to take action. But the premise is that Danzo's roots can be eradicated. There is nothing to worry about, after all, there is Miru-M, the main body, who can help. Yes, leader. Several people behind Uchiha Musashi said respectfully. Although they all had the strength of elite Jounin, they found that the more their strength improved, the more time they could find between themselves and Musashi. Difference. The two are no longer on the same level. The reincarnation of the earth, although the main body doesn't care much about this level of ninjutsu, this kind of thing is still very practical for me. After all, I am not like the main body. My strength is limited, but as long as I have this level of ninjutsu, with the Forbidden Book, I can summon a lot of thugs. There are several coffins standing on the side of Uchiha Musashi, which are summoned by a practical forbidden technique in the Naruto world. As long as the number of relics obtained is more, the more objects will be summoned. It is said that it can block hundreds of forbidden spells and reincarnate in the dirty earth. 1 month is neither long nor short. In short, for some people, this time is nothing, but for ninjas, even just 1 month can improve their strength a lot. Konoha village in the Land of Fire is very lively today. The reason is because today is the big day for the Chunin examination in Konoha village in the Land of Fire. Moreover, today's exam is different from the past. Today, many senior officials from the Fire Nation and other countries came to watch the competition. There is actually only one game that those high-level officials are most concerned about, and that is the battle between Uchiha Sasuke, a survivor of the Uchiha clan who has been known as a genius since he was a child, and Gaara, the genius ninja of Sand Ninja Village in the Kingdom of Wind. In the eyes of those people, this was a pretty good monkey show. Yes, you heard it right, in their eyes it was just a monkey show. This can be regarded as a strange phenomenon in the world of Naruto, just like the celestial dragons in the world of One Piece. The daimyo in the Naruto world are just like the celestial dragons in the One Piece world. They are mascots that have no known use and have nothing to do with the main plot but have a high status. Although the famous names in the Naruto world in some fan works are those who are good at calculation and hold real power, or they are fat-headed and big-eared people. However, in the original work, they are actually mascots who are thin and malnourished, talk like eunuchs, and cannot tell the seriousness of the situation. And because it doesn't look very good, this mascot has lost even its cuteness. The most important thing is that it is completely useless. There is an undercurrent surging in the current Chunin examination in Konoha village. It is not just the conspiracy of Suna Ninja Village and Sound Ninja Village. This time, even the Uchiha clan is targeting this Chunin examination. And Miruem came to Konoha village early. His purpose was to store the forbidden arts in Konoha village. The Book of Seals records powerful ninjutsu, including the techniques of sealing the corpse and the Flying Thunder God. Although Miruem, who possesses the fourth-dimensional space, is indeed teleporting in a sense, the practicality of the Flying Thunder God technique is pretty good. Moreover, there should be some good techniques in the Book of Sealings. Miruem, who has completed 5 chakra attribute changes, hopes to find a method to change the yin and yang chakra attributes in the Book of Sealings. Although the literal meaning is yang attribute. Chakra is the flesh/body and yin attribute chakra is the spirit, but Miruem is still confused about how to complete these 2 chakra attribute changes. As long as these 2 are completed, Miruem can get the Jade of the Way. As for Bloody Snare, that is a very practical move. The huge Shikaku appeared out of thin air from the deep forest near the venue, followed by the invasion of Sand Ninja Village, the attack of Sound Ninja, and the psychic snake raging in the center of the village. The entire Konoha village suddenly fell into chaos. Haha, Konoha has been at peace for so long that it doesn't even have this vigilance. As the leader of the 5 great ninja villages, I'm afraid it will decline again after this incident. Until the 5 Shadows Conference, it was still clouded the leader of the alliance is actually Raikage. This is completely impossible during the Hashirama and Tobirama periods. However, this has nothing to do with me. Hey, I really want to know after this attack. What kind of plot will develop if the Uchiha clan comes back strong? Easily killing several Umbu and Jonin guarding the sealing technique, Miruem played with the huge scroll, then threw it back. In a 4th-dimensional apartment. Hey, at this moment, Danzo, the old guy, is still hiding at the root and not helping. It's no wonder that the Leaf Village has declined. His original strength should be the strongest among the 5 ninja villages even at this time. It's a pity that there is no internal unity at all. Just like the Mist Ninja Village, it was originally an above-average level among the 5 major countries, but it was controlled by Obito and insisted on killing the blood successors, which made it almost fall out of the 5 major ninja villages. Do you want to go find some trouble for Danzo at this time? Forget it, leave it to Musashi. Shikaku? Little Tanuki, why don't you say hello since you're here? Naruto, with golden light all over his body, was facing off against a huge monster. That was the one-tailed Shikaku, a monster that Garam made appear while he was still asleep. "You are that stinky nine-tailed fox!" The huge monster screamed as it felt the chakra on Naruto's body. "Is there such a monster in Naruto's body?" Sasuke said with difficulty as he stared at the huge monster head in the sky using the 3 Megatama blood chakra eyes. Although he now possesses the Sharingan of the 3 Megatama, although his strength is now at the level of a special Jounin. But against a monster as powerful as Shikaku, there was still no chance of winning. The opponent is too powerful, and his current eye skills are too weak. Sarutobi-sensei on the roof of the Chunin examination hall, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin, was facing off against his teacher, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Umbu directly under the Hokage of Konoha and the Umbu guarded by the Hokage were helpless against the 4 purple flame formation. You must know that even if the 4 opponents opened the second state of the curse seal and went all out, they could barely reach the level of Jounin. As for the Umbu who are guarding the Hokage, they must be at least Jounin and above, and the general Umbu members must also be elite Choyunin and above. But even these few people were completely unable to do anything about the 4 purple flame formation. Although this sealing technique was indeed good, it was not completely unsolvable. One of the Umbu even died on the 4 purple flame formation. It can only be said that Konoha is really in decline. Because the 3rd generation of Hokage is indeed old, and cannot beat Orochimaru who is still in his prime in terms of physical fitness and chakra, plus Orochimaru used the evil earth to reincarnate and channel the 1st and 2nd generations. In the end, in order to protect Konoha, he had to use the last move, and the corpses were sealed away. Not only the souls of the 1st and 2nd generations were sealed in it, but Orochimaru's hands were also sealed. On Naruto's side, the battle between Nine Tails Mode Naruto vs Incomplete Shikaku also ended. The battle was won by Naruto's overwhelming advantage. It's just that in the end, Naruto did not use Gaara's mouth escape like in the original work, but told him that he was not alone. In this world, there are 9 people like them with monsters sealed in their bodies. People call it Jinchuriki. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and cause new leaves to sprout. This is the will of fire. Looking at the body of the dead Sandaime, Naruto felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Hate him? Naruto didn't know that it was because of his cover-up and his inaction that he had the kind of childhood he had. But even though he had suffered all kinds of abuse, the old man didn't really order his execution, after all, right? Moreover, the 3rd generation really loves the village. Naruto knows this very well. Such a 3rd generation really deserves his respect. Now Naruto felt very confused in his heart. Try to become Hokage and find the answer in your heart. Get back everything that should belong to you and your name, Namikaze Naruto. Said the golden silkworm Gu, who sensed Naruto's inner state. This was also Naruto's original purpose, to get back everything that belonged to him. Naruto once asked himself after meeting Konohamaru why, as a descendant of Hokage, he could act unscrupulously in Konoha village, but he could only reap the malice, bullying and abuse from others. At that time, Golden Silkworm Gu told him that it was because he was weak. Work hard to become stronger until you get back what you deserve. Kill all those who have been ill-intentioned and harmed you. Chapter 82. Kisame and Itachi. Itachi, is this your village? It's really a peaceful place. A few days after the attack on Suna Ninja Village and Sound Ninja Village, 2 uninvited guests appeared in Konoha Village. The S-level rebel ninja Kisame Kisaki of Kiri Ninja Village and the S-level rebellious ninja Uchiha Itachi of Konoha Village are both members of the Akatsuki organization, the largest organization in Hokage outside the 5 major ninja villages. The purpose of their coming to Konoha was Itachi's intention to capture the 9 tails. But in fact, it was essentially to tell Konoha that Uchiha Itachi was not dead yet and was not allowed to touch his brother Sasuke. He is really a gentle and good brother, but he is just a good brother. While simply eating some sweet and refreshing meatballs at the Konohagakure meatball shop, several jonin from Konoha came to the shop, including Kurane Yui, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kakashi Hatake. Itachi and Kisame, who were dressed so flamboyantly, were successfully noticed by several people. After experiencing the Konoha collapse plan, Konoha was already full of soldiers. At this time, if there were a few guys dressed suspiciously and who looked like they were not ninjas in the village, they would naturally be suspected. Therefore, Itachi's purpose was not to capture the Kyuubi as he said. After all, who would be so arrogant and infiltrate in an open and honest manner? Oh, no, not sneak in, but walk in. There was just a note on his back saying, I am a suspicious person and he is coming to find me trouble. Then it happened that Sasuke was passing by and wanted to see Kakashi, but after seeing Itachi's figure, he felt familiar and followed him. You, Uchiha Itachi, the S-Class Rebel Ninja of Konoha, and Kisame, the S-Class Rebel Ninja of Mist Ninja. A drop of sweat fell from the back of Kakashi and the others' heads, and the three of them felt like crying now. No tearful feeling. That was an S-Class Rebel Ninja, and no one of them could handle it. Any so-called S-Class Rebel Ninja can be a ninja on his own, especially Kakashi, who has met Kakuto before, and can best understand the strength of the S-Class Rebel Ninja. Even Zabuza, who is about the same strength as himself, is not qualified to be called an S-level Rebel Nin, and is considered an A-level at best. Regardless of the fact that there is only one level difference, to be more precise, there is only one level difference between Jonin and Kage. Elite Jonin is just a title, not a class. The two in front of him are not much weaker than Kakuzu. Especially Uchiha Itachi is even more weird than Kakuzu. Kakashi, who has the 3 Megatama Sharingan, can understand it best. It is said that Itachi's eyes are even higher than the 3 Megatama. If I had known it was these two, I would have found more reinforcements. It would be difficult for the three of them to keep these two alone. Itachi! How dare you come back? Sasuke was the most excited when he saw the two of them first. Sasuke saw the 3 Megatama Sharingan appearing in his eyes, and Uchiha Itachi stared at the distance. But he didn't attack easily. Because he hadn't been blinded by anger yet, he knew that if he insisted on charging forward, he would only end up being killed. Itachi, this guy looks a lot like you. Is this guy your brother? Do you want to help you kill him? Uchiha Itachi hadn't spoken yet, but Kisame standing next to him spoke first, and from then on looking at the murderous look, this guy is not just talking. This is my business. Itachi simply said, and the murderous aura in Kisame immediately dissipated. When it comes to teammates in the Akatsuki organization, Kisame and Itachi are the most compatible team. For some reason, Kisame respects Itachi very much and listens to Itachi's words. Is it because he knew Itachi was an undercover agent? Sarah, who knows? Easily solving the illusion cast by Yui Kurane and countering it, Itachi walked towards Sasuke step by step. Although Sunset Red's genjutsu is quite powerful in Konoha now, it is still at a disadvantage against the Sharingan, which is naturally immune to most genjutsu and can rebound. Don't you see, a person of Orochimaru's level has no chance of winning against the Sharingan's genjutsu? Not to mention her Yui Hong. On the other side, Kisame was also suppressing Asuma. Although Asuma's strength was not bad, he was also a guardian ninja. But facing Kisame is still a lot worse, not to mention that the same Hada sword used by Kisame can still absorb chakra. Asuma is completely at a disadvantage against Kisame in terms of weapons, strength. If Kisame didn't have any killing intent, he might have been killed long ago. Itachi, what do you want to do? The person standing in front of Uchiha Itachi was Kakashi. He was not clear about the deal between Itachi and the top management, so he still maintained a deep fear in the face of Itachi, who had wiped out most of the Uchiha clan members. Tsukuyomi. Itachi didn't waste any words when facing Kakashi, he just opened his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and said softly to Kakashi. After only facing off against Itachi Uchiha for a second, Kakashi, who had the 3 Megatama Sharingan open, fell down inexplicably. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke was shocked. How could Kakashi with such strength be killed inexplicably? Itachi was stronger than Kakuzu and Orochimaru. Chidori. At this time, Sasuke couldn't help but take action, because he had no way out now and could only attack forcefully. But from every aspect, Itachi completely defeated the current Sasuke. Although the current Sasuke is much stronger than the original, he is still far behind Itachi. After a few moves with Itachi Uchiha, he was easily knocked down by Itachi with a heavy punch, and was strangled by the neck and pressed against a nearby wall. Is this all your strength? It really disappoints me. Although you are a little stronger than before, you are still too weak. Then recall the memories of those years. Uchiha Itachi opened his kaleidoscope and wrote the Rinnegan moved closer to the frightened Sasuke. Just when Itachi was about to use Tsukuyomi, he suddenly let go of Suzuki and dodged to the side. In less than a few tenths of a second after Itachi dodged, a golden figure and a blue ball in his hand appeared near Itachi's position. Uzumaki Naruto and the super large Raise Non. Is this brat the Nine Tails Jinhyuriki? It's indeed very powerful. It's just a little short of it, and you're going to be injured, Itachi. The ninjutsu in the Jinhyuriki's hand is not simple. Same Hada waved his sword. Kisame, who was thrown away by Asuma, looked at the golden figure and said, Suzuki, are you okay? Naruto kept his eyes fixed on Itachi Uchiha, fearing that the other party would make any other moves. But he didn't understand that when dealing with the Sharingan, you must never look into the other person's eyes, especially when facing the Mangekyo. Ahem. You can't die. Be careful. He's very strong. Suzuki, who finally got up from the ground while stroking his neck, glanced at Itachi. Although hatred flashed in his eyes, he didn't dare to take the initiative this time. Itachi had already demonstrated his power in front of him just now. Do you want to use Tsukuyomi twice? But now is not the time to take Naruto away. Uchiha Itachi maintained a dead look on his face and was in a stalemate with the two of them. It seems I'm not too late. I am Toad Sage Jiraiya. With a pop, a toad appeared along with a puff of smoke, and Jiraiya, who was standing on the toad and had been following Naruto. Konoha Gale. A green figure also appeared on Asuma's side, kicking Kisame who was holding the same Hada sword hard. The ninjas of Konoha are popping up one by one like cockroaches. It's really annoying. After blocking Guy's flying kick with his same Hada sword horizontally, Kisame began to mutter. But finally there are a few decent guys here. Is this guy wearing green leather a rare beast of Konoha? Retreat. The white-haired man who appeared over there is one of the three ninjas of Konoha. I'm not sure about facing him. And the Nine Tails Jinhyuriki is not weak at all. It will be difficult to deal with them. Itachi. He retreated to Kisame's side and said, anyway, his goal has been achieved. In seconds, Kakashi and Kurane had already expressed what they needed to express to Konoha, and those high-level officials in Konoha who knew the truth could understand. Hey, isn't this Itachi? Why are you leaving right after you arrived? We have all returned, why don't you come and welcome us? He was dressed in black, and the Uchiha family emblem was printed on each person's back. The remaining Uchiha tribesmen led by Uchiha Musashi arrived at this time. There were nearly 20 people in the team, and the three Megatama Sharingan appeared in each of their eyes. Those eyes belong to the Uchiha clan. How is that possible? Why are they here? Although Jiraiya despised the decision-making of the higher-ups, he also knew the situation of the Uchiha clan at that time. But why did the Uchiha clan appear in Konoha at this time? Especially now that the third generation has died in battle and Konoha has been severely damaged, what is their purpose? If they want to attack Konoha at this time, I must stop them. As if sensing something, among the group of Uchiha clan, a young boy walked out, but his eyes were different from others. Instead of the three Magatama's Sharingan, it was more like Itachi's eyes. Is the current leader of the Uchiha clan such a brat? Mr. Jiraiya, please don't get me wrong. We were able to enter Konoha with the permission of the higher-ups in Konoha, and the Konoha Council of Elders approved my entry. We are not here to cause trouble in Konoha, we just hope to return to Konoha. Our home has just returned to Konoha. After that, he took out the document signed by the Konoha Council of Elders from his arms and waved it in front of Jiraiya. This is true. Jiraiya judged the authenticity as soon as he saw the document. Although he didn't know the specific situation, he just knew that the other party was a friend, not an enemy. Chapter 83. Uchiha returns. How could Konoha, which had just experienced the attack of Suna Ninja and Orochimaru and was severely damaged, refuse the return of the remaining Uchiha tribesmen? Especially one of them has a strength not weaker than Itachi and a group of Jounin and above members. They are not here to cause trouble. They just want to rejoin Konoha and let bygones be bygones. Anyway, the previous things were all done by the third generation and Danzo, and the Elders' Council was not involved. Moreover, the Elders' Council was also dissatisfied with the inaction at the root of Konoha's recent attack that led to the killing of the third generation. The third generation or something, he was still the Hokage after all, and he was killed casually. Even if he was one of the three ninjas, this was another slap in Konoha's face. What does it mean to slap Konoha in the face? That would be a slap in the face of their Presbyterian church. So even if Danzo's strong opposition is still useless, of course there is another important point. The Uchiha clan is very generous in their actions, and of course those are Kato's money. And even if they don't agree, there is nothing Konoha can do to the Uchiha clan now. Konoha was severely damaged by the Umbu during the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, and it has not recovered yet. Not long ago, it also experienced Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, which caused heavy losses. And most of Konoha's power is controlled by those ninja families. What they want in the end is the death of the third generation in battle. So far, there is no Hokage in Konoha. The top fighting strength is only a disabled Danzo and a restless Jiraiya. The only one who can take action against the fighting force is Danzo's base. The key to Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan is that Danzo has not yet taken action. Although the Presbyterian Church has a famous name, the number of troops it can actually mobilize is not as many as some family patriarchs. Konoha is now in danger. If the other 4 ninja villages take action against them, it will be troublesome. Konoha may be pulled down from the altar. At this time, the addition of a cage-level warrior who was not weaker than Itachi and a large number of Jounin and above masters also enhanced Konoha's strength to a certain extent. So, why should the senior management refuse? The Uchiha clan has also shown enough sincerity. There are only about 20 of them now. It is absolutely impossible for another coup to happen. If there is a coup, someone has to take care of it. Even if the coup of more than 20 people succeeds without damage, can they take over Konoha? But pull it down, the security department left those guys in a hurry. As for Danzo? It's none of their business, there's more than one Presbyterian who maintains this mentality anyway. Who let Danzo trick them? Itachi, are these all your clansmen? Even someone as strong as Kisame felt a little guilty under the gaze of more than 20 pairs of 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes. Judging from my own feelings, the opponent has at least several elite Jounin level ninjas. To say the least, even if they were only Jounin level ninjas, Kisame, wouldn't be able to handle it. This is the Jounin of the Uchiha clan, a clan born with external eyes. Kisame, is not the 4th generation Flying Thunder God, and the 3 Megatama Uchiha Jounin are not the useless IWA ninjas from Mount Kikyo. For a ninja of the same level as the elite Jounin of the Uchiha clan, he could defeat them one-on-one. Even 2 of them could win, but 3 of them would have no choice but to run away. Come 4. Can you still have fun? It was a sour feeling to face 4 elite Jounin who could see through his Kisame actions and also had their own replication, hypnosis, illusion rebound, secret techniques, and one-piece skills. Who are you? Ignoring the rest of the people, Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at the leader of the group of clan members, a young man who looked young. Uchiha Musashi said. Me? Haha, I'm not talented. The current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Musashi. As expected of Itachi, the top genius in the Naruto world, who has reached almost the top cage-level powerhouse at the age of 10. The degree and vision are also quite sharp. The reason why Naruto and Sasuke were able to reach the Super Shadow level in their teens is because their identities are Indra and Asura. The only ones who have achieved this kind of strength at this age based on their personal talents are Itachi Uchiha, Sakura, and Kimimaro. What? Are you kidding? So young. As Musashi's words fell, the Jounin who were gradually recovering except Kakashi exclaimed, and even Jiraiya had to look at him sideways. Who are the Uchiha clan? They are all a group of arrogant people, and they actually regard a kid who doesn't look much older than Sasuke as their clan leader. The other party is definitely not a simple person. Really? Kisame, let's go. He glanced at Uchiha Musashi lightly, showing the same dead face as if someone owed him millions, and said to Kisame on the side. It was as if whether the other party was the leader of the Uchiha clan had nothing to do with him, Uchiha Itachi. Wait a minute, wouldn't it be boring to just leave like this? Itachi, if you want to leave, you have to ask me if Musashi agrees. Even if your Susanoo has several artifacts, so what? What do you want? It's that same expression and tone that haven't changed for thousands of years. Maybe Sasuke is the only one in the world who can make his attitude change, this damn younger brother. Let's have a fight and let me see what you can do to be called the man who destroyed my Uchiha clan. This is also to show our strength in front of Sasuke, otherwise what if Orochimaru abducts us? Manage? Indra couldn't just leave. Fire release, the great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi didn't waste any time and fired a huge fireball at Musashi with an almost instant seal. Legend has it that the man who can form the fastest seals in the Naruto world can do 6 seals per second. He is truly Itachi. He has not been single for so many years, but his hand speed is different. Itachi's powerful fireball is not like Sasuke's powerful fireball technique. Even if the flames are huge, they will scatter even if they are huge. This guy's fireball technique is just like a small sun, dense and extremely hot, and most importantly, it's rolling. The Uchiha clan is famous for its fire escape and is not vegetarian after all. With this fire escape alone, Uchiha Itachi is enough to dominate the world of Naruto. It's very powerful, but I can do it, and it's stronger than yours. Fire release fireball fusion technique. It's also not weaker than Itachi's hand speed, and even has a tendency to be slightly better than Itachi's. Another huge fireball appeared in everyone's field of vision. The two huge fireballs collided together, but the fireball released by Itachi melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was actually absorbed by Musashi's huge fireball. After absorbing Itachi's fireball, Musashi's fireball more than doubled in size and emitted even hotter flames. However, even though he became bigger and stronger, it was impossible to hit Itachi with this level of moves. Itachi was able to easily dodge Musashi's fireball fusion technique, and launched an attack on Musashi. But wherever the huge fireball went, there was almost no vegetation, as if it had been baptized by magma. I'll go. It's such a terrifying move. Even if I try to block it with my water release, I'm afraid it will be difficult. The Uchiha clan is indeed a monster. Looking at the destructive move, Kisame swallowed hard. Uchiha Itachi doesn't just rely on the Sharingan bull. He has very high attainments in Taijutsu, Genjutsu, and Ninjutsu. Although Taijutsu may be the worst among them, that is only for a relatively specialized Taijutsu ninja. The average person's Taijutsu is really no match for him. At the same time, in addition to fire escape, the Uchiha clan also has another move that is famous in the ninja world, and that is the hidden weapon. The Uchiha clan's hidden weapons are quite sharp, and they often attack their enemies from incredible angles. There are several descriptions in the original work, such as the incredible arc that hits the bullseye, and the fire escape Phoenix Fairy fire technique controlled by a wire rope. In front of everyone, the two performed a wonderful hidden weapon battle. The scenes of incredible hidden weapon tricks made everyone excited, and they would have cheered if not for some reasons. For the first time, an idea emerged in the minds of all the ninjas present. It turns out that hidden weapons can be used so powerfully. The attack power of the shuriken, which is like a goddess scattering flowers, is not weaker than some A-level ninjutsu. Even a veteran powerhouse like Jiraiya couldn't help but admire him. Konoha's geniuses are indeed endless. He didn't expect that White Fang would see such a powerful genius again. It's a pity that these geniuses. Jiraiya suddenly thought of Orochimaru's former teammate and former genius. No, we can't delay it any longer. This guy is very strong, at least not weaker than me. If the fight continues, Konoha's other troops will come, and it will be more troublesome then. Let's fight quickly. It seems that it is inevitable to overuse your ice today. Amaterasu. Black flames spurted out from Itachi's right eye without warning. Humph, Carrot, are you planning to use all your strength so soon? Really, I haven't had all the fun yet. However, I accept this kind of gift without mercy. Musashi looked at the person facing him. The coming black flames were not surprised but delighted. The moment the black flame touched Musashi, Musashi's right eye suddenly became extremely dark. The black flame concentrated towards Musashi's right eye as if it was attracted by something. Not only that, where did the black flame touch? The dark right eye disappeared in an instant, as if it had been eaten. Yes, this is exactly the ability of Musashi's right eye Mangekyo Sharingan, absorption. Able to absorb all energy attacks in the world. But this is not just as simple as absorption, it also has the function of releasing, which means that the energy absorbed by the right eye can also be released for attack. Of course, it's not just that simple. The last one is also the most powerful function of this ability, and that is digestion. Digestion, as the name suggests, can digest the absorbed energy, enhance your own abilities, and master the absorbed energy. In other words, as long as the Amaterasu absorbed by his right eye is digested, Musashi already has the ability to master the fire of Amaterasu. It just might take a little longer to digest Amaterasu fire. This ability can be called a bug. The only regret is that it cannot absorb physical attacks. But this is enough, he is worthy of being a person that Miruem carefully cultivated. Chapter 84. Musashi vs Itachi. Thank you for the hospitality. Uchiha Musashi said after his right eye absorbed the black Amaterasu fire released by Itachi. He saw a strange black pattern slowly forming around Uchiha Musashi's right eye. He leaned over and took a closer look. If you look at it, you will find that the pattern of this ornament is exactly the same as the image of the Amaterasu fire released by Itachi before. But after doing all this, Uchiha Musashi's right eye was still dark, without a trace of light. What's going on with that guy's eyes? This doesn't feel like the Mangekyo Sharinon. Why does it have such a powerful ability? Itachi stared hard into Musashi's eyes, as if he wanted to see something in them. In fact, strictly speaking, Uchiha Musashi is no longer a human being. Although Miruem did not deliberately transform Uchiha Musashi's body into the shape of a chimera ant, Uchiha Musashi's body has long since become different from that of humans after careful cultivation over the past few years. The density of the muscles between the flesh/body, the hardness of the bones, and the strength of all aspects of the body have all been strengthened to a terrifying level. The more excellent the physique, the more powerful they can become after being transformed by chimera ants. Some extremely talented humans can even have the strength to surpass the division leader after being transformed by chimera ants. But that situation is so rare that few people in the entire Naruto world can achieve it. However, although Musashi is not a chimera ant transformation, the principle is the same. Moreover, Uchiha Musashi's talent can be described as terrifying. Compared to Sasuke and Naruto, who were reincarnated as Asura and Indra, they are not much more humble. The mutated pair of Mangekyo Sharinon is the best proof. Even if the real Mangekyo Sharinon has the ability to absorb, it will not become so powerful. Precisely because Uchiha Musashi is Miruem's clone, the mutated Mangekyo Sharinon is even more powerful, or it can be said to be an alternative evolution. Chimera ants also belong to an evolutionary branch of humans. Although they are non-human evolutions, becoming a chimera ant queen is indeed much more powerful than ordinary humans in every aspect. The most important point is that Uchiha Musashi's Sharinon does not need to change eyes. As long as he takes one step further, the pair of kaleidoscopes will automatically upgrade to the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. In fact, if you think about it, you can understand that the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Indra, did not have his younger brother's eyes to replace him. His younger brother is directly Asura, the man who inherited the immortal body. To a certain extent, eye-changing is putting the cart before the horse. It is a kind of opportunism and is not the right path. Therefore, Musashi's Sharinon, which does not need to be changed, is closer to the original Indra's eyes, but it is a little different because it is a mutated eye. Looking at the dark pupil on the right side of Uchiha Musashi, Uchiha Itachi felt a very bad feeling in his heart. No, you have to get out of here quickly. It seems only Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itachi slowly closed his right eye that released Amaterasu's ability, and instead stared at Musashi with his left eye, trying to use the gap in Tsukuyomi space to trap Musashi and escape. Unfortunately, illusion is also a kind of energy. Spiritual energy. And as long as it is energy, it can be absorbed. It's a little trick, break it for me. Tsukuyomi space had no effect on Musashi at all. Musashi just used his dark eyes to glare hard at Itachi's eyes. A suffocating dizziness hit Itachi. If Kisame hadn't seen the situation and quickly assisted Itachi, Itachi might have fallen to the ground. But even so, 2 lines of blood and tears were left in Itachi's eyes. This was the result of excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharinon. It's a really good tonic. Feeling his eyes filled with energy, Musashi glanced at Itachi mockingly. Except for Itachi and Musashi, everyone else was confused about what they had just done. How come Musashi didn't do anything, but Itachi fell down after the two glared at each other? Moreover, both eyes were bleeding, and he looked like he was defeated. Did something happen between these two people just now? Why don't we feel anything? Only the rest of the Uchiha clan and Jiraiya vaguely knew something about the situation. There was supposed to be an illusion competition between the two, and Itachi lost. This young Uchiha is truly terrifying. He can actually absorb that kind of ominous flames, and he can also defeat Itachi head-on, whose skill and strength are nothing compared to a shadow-level powerhouse like himself. I hope this is not a disaster for Konoha. Jiraiya glanced at Uchiha Musashi worriedly. A strong man of this level might not be able to do it even if he tries his best. Sasuke, who was being supported by Naruto, had an expression of disbelief on his face. The Itachi who had completely tortured him and Kakashi, the Itachi who was like a god and demon in his heart, had actually lost. It was still completely suppressed from all aspects. Musashi and Itachi had just competed in taijutsu, hidden weapon techniques, ninjutsu, and the Sharingan secret technique just now. Itachi was at a disadvantage in every aspect. He even suffered a big loss in the secret skills competition. Who is this guy who calls himself the new leader of the Uchiha clan? Why is he so strong? Even Itachi. Itachi, is this all you have? Is your strength really disappointing? With only this little strength, you dare to destroy our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Musashi mockingly looked at Itachi who was being supported by Kisame. Go away, I don't even bother to kill you. However, you'd better not call yourself an Uchiha clansman in the future. After all, you are the judge of the clan. From today on, in the name of Uchiha Musashi, the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi is expelled from the clan, which means that from today on, your surname, Uchiha Itachi, is no longer Uchiha. You can have whatever surname you want. Next time I hear you dare to call yourself Uchiha, I will destroy you. What I cherish, I will do what I say. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, he laughed crazily, very much like the villain in the movie. At the same time, Uchiha Musashi's expression became ferocious, and Uchiha Itachi was helpless. Beside Kisame, he looked at each other quietly with a complicated expression. Even Uchiha Itachi, who betrayed the family, has always called himself Uchiha. Expelling him from the clan really made a break with the Uchiha clan this time. In fact, Itachi still cared about the name Uchiha in his heart, but he loved the village even more. But now the village can't go back and Sasuke can't recognize each other. Even the only last name he has is now taken away. Itachi knew that the guy he was facing was definitely a man of his word. Did he really do something wrong back then? No, I was not wrong. Peace is more important than anything else. Only those who have experienced war understand that peace is the most beautiful. And this is what Brother Shisui taught me, isn't it? Kisame, let's leave. Uchiha Itachi, who had regained his strength, stood up straight and said without speaking, just looked at Uchiha Musashi quietly. After all, apart from overusing his eyes, he didn't suffer any physical injuries. He just had some mental problems and his strength dropped a lot. The rest is fine. It seems that Itachi hasn't been able to use the Mangekyo Sharingan easily for a long time recently. Okay, Itachi. Kisame didn't talk nonsense. He just glanced at Itachi and Musashi with interest, then raised the same Hata sword in his hand. Wait a minute, those are S-level Mist Ninja traders and S-level Konoha trader ninjas. These are extremely dangerous guys. How can you let them go so easily? The speaker was Yui Kurane. Although she is a beautiful woman, after all, he was a newly appointed Jonin. There are many things that she doesn't quite understand yet. Didn't you see that idiot hot-blooded Kai didn't say anything? Obviously an elite Jounin like Kai definitely knows a lot of inside stories. Therefore, although she was quite beautiful, no one present paid any attention to her. Itachi and Kisame were still walking away as if they were just a Jounin. Not to mention the others, even Kisame could be killed in a few hits. She's not one of those Uchiha clan people who keep their eyes open. Oh? If you have the ability to keep the two of them, you might as well give it a try. Uchiha Musashi glanced at Yui Kurane and said lukewarmly. Although Kurane Yui was indeed pretty, it was none of his business, and Kurane Yui was not her type. If it weren't for the fact that she was new to Konoha and wouldn't fight with her, Musashi might have killed her. Biting her lips, Yui Kurane's expression was a bit ugly. If she had this ability, she would have gone up long ago. Didn't you see that Kakashi hasn't woken up yet? And even if Itachi doesn't use the Sharingan, he will basically lose if he fights against him. At this time, Asuma who was on the side quickly came over and said something to her, but her face became a little prettier. Although I don't know what your purpose is, I hope you won't do anything that will harm Konoha. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you, even if it means death. This is what Jiraiya said to Uchiha Musashi before leaving. If someone else said it, it could be considered a different kind of warning. But Jiraiya does have some such abilities. After all, Jiraiya's strength is also quite strong. With the Sage mode turned on and the power of the two Toad Sages from MT Mayaboku, it was not much worse than Itachi, who was going all out. Hey, that brat over there is your name Uchiha Sasuke, right? We meet again. When Kai, Asuma, and Yui Kurane left with the still unconscious Kakashi and other unimportant people after that, Uchiha Musashi finally said to Uchiha Sasuke, who had not yet left. Sasuke still remembered what this man said to him when they met in the Land of Waves, and he wanted to know the truth in his mouth. Chapter 85. Development. That's the Queen. This is a big event for the Chimera Ant clan. As an ant clan, the characteristic of reproduction has long been ingrained in the hearts of all Chimera ants. However, due to the existence of the king, the other original Chimera ants do not have the ability to reproduce, so the Chimera ants want to increase the population can only be modified. The modified Chimera ants have the ability to reproduce, but their reproductive success is very low. This is the only disadvantage of the Chimera ants, which is the low natural reproduction. Especially after the queen ant dies, almost no Chimera ants have the ability to reproduce naturally. But having Chimera ant transformation is not a big problem. So they are very concerned about who the queen is and what kind of person she is. Although the queen may not be as influential as the previous queen ants, she is not much worse. After all, she is the king's woman, who dares not to listen to her. They paid more attention to this matter, but that didn't mean that there was no objection to Peter becoming queen. After all, Peter's strength is far less than before. Regarding the requirements for selecting a queen, many Chimera ants feel that they must be excellent and strong, so that they can breed more outstanding and powerful offspring, and the Chimera ants can be more powerful. Of prosperity. However, these opposing voices all shut up after seeing Meruem's face. Whether it is a dictatorship or a tyrant, as long as it is a matter of Meruem nodding, who in the entire Chimera ant army would dare to have a second voice, especially in the so-called after the coup, no one dared to raise objections to Meruem's nod. Meruem now has absolute control over the Chimera ant army, and even if they are told to die, they must carry out it. So after Meruem personally announced it, no one dared to put forward other opinions. So Bijou naturally became the first queen of the Chimera ant clan. What? Do you think Peter will do something embarrassing with Meruem after becoming queen? I can only say that you are overthinking, not to mention that Peter's body is just born and is not suitable at all. The most important thing is that it cannot be described below the neck, so we will put this aside for now because it is still early. Several months have passed since Konoha was affected by the plan to collapse Konoha by the combined forces of Orochimaru and Suna Ninja. The entire continent has once again entered a brief period of peace. Although the entire world will fall into the biggest crisis in 3 years, it is still very peaceful for now. Although I don't know why the other 3 major ninja villages of the 5 major ninja villages did not attack Konoha and Suna Ninja when they were at their weakest. After all, the death of the 3rd generation and the fierce battle between Konoha and Suna Ninja caused their vitality to be severely damaged. It's the best time for Ye to pull down the altar from the leader of the 5 great ninja villages. Forget about the Mist Ninja village in the Kingdom of Water. After experiencing the blood mist policy of the 4th generation of water shadows controlled by Obito, its vitality was severely damaged. Obito left it alone after using it. The 7 swordsmen of the Mist Ninja were so famous back then, but they ended up rebelling and dying. The 2 major blood successor families, Suizuki and Kagaya, were all wiped out, and almost all the blood successor families like Ghost Lantern and the other limited blood successor families were wiped out. The entire Mist Ninja instantly dropped from being second only to Konoha in strength to being only a little stronger than the Sand Ninja. A living example of him ruining himself. It was not easy, but I recovered a little bit. As a result, the entire Kingdom of Water is now blocked and suppressed by the Chimera Ant clan, and it is hard to breathe. Speaking of which, the Mist Ninja was quite miserable. He was targeted by 2 boss-level figures one after another. But IWA Ninja and Kumo Ninja are different. These 2 ninja villages have nothing wrong with them. You said that the cage of the IWA Ninja village is the 2-day-old Onaki. It is understandable that a man of several decades wants to be conservative, but the fourth Raikage is in his prime. I think Yoon almost got into a fight with Konoha because of a pair of white eyes. Shinobu, now facing Konoha's weakest moment, is actually indifferent, which is really intriguing. Maybe it's because of Tsunade's political skills. Speaking of which, I have to mention Konoha again. Although Naruto was not accompanied, Jiraiya still found Tsunade in the end. In fact, if it weren't for the breakup, these two people, both in their decades, would have become a couple long ago. Jiraiya's feelings for Tsunade are not something that can be concealed. Not everyone can do it after being infatuated for decades or even never marrying for the rest of their lives. Speaking of Tsunade, I have to admire her method. She almost turned Konoha into a mess and brought it back to life. Although it was much weaker than before, she still maintained its status as one of the top 5 ninja villages. However, Tsunade also feels very troubled by the recent overt and covert struggle between Danzo's roots and the Uchiha clan who have returned after 3 years of departure. Needless to say, Danzo is a veteran of Konoha, and he still holds the root of Konoha, one of the Umbu. Although the Night Queen's vitality was severely damaged due to the previous Uchiha genocide, the number of Umbu in the hands of Tsunade, the Hokage, was only slightly less, and she could be said to be the real power among Konoha's top brass. However, although the Uchiha clan does not have that many manpower, each of them has high-end combat capabilities of Jounin and above. There are even a large number of elite Jounin, whose high-end combat power completely beats the roots. The most important thing is that according to Jiraiya's retelling of himself, there is a clan leader who is a master of the level of Itachi. You might not be able to defeat the opponent if you let the entire root attack at the same time. A master of that level can no longer be defeated by sheer numbers. Tsunade could only do as much as Ryo didn't want to help these two parties. The essential reason was that she didn't like either of these forces. Originally, the Senju and Uchiha belonged to rival families. Although things have improved after joining Konoha, it is probably too much for someone from the Senju clan to like the Uchiha clan. Not to mention Danzo, Tsunade has never liked this gloomy guy. Especially when she knew her teacher died in the battle, this guy still hid and refused to help, which made Tsunade even more annoying. The ideal outcome in Tsunade's mind is for the two factions to simply fight to the death. However, after the Uchiha clan rejoined Konoha, it was as if they were a different family. They were no longer cold and cool like before, but instead began to make friends with multiple families. Coupled with the unusually generous moves and the clan leader's frequent shows, a small group of ninjas from Konoha's small family gathered instead. Many large and medium-sized families have also improved their relationship with them a lot, including the Hyuga clan, another sworn enemy of the Uchiha clan. Compared to the roots that are constantly suppressed by the Hokage, the Uchiha clan is becoming more and more powerful as time goes by. Danzo was anxious and angry, but it was of no use. There are only a few dozen people in his family now, and many families are no longer so hostile to him. Just like the once glorious Heitake clan and Senju clan, after all, the population base is there. The last thing worth mentioning is that Orochimaru sent the 4 high-end combat powers of the Sound Ninja village just like the original work. The 4 Sound Ninjas came to seduce Sasuke, but it was a pity. 4 fairly good ninjas were casually killed by the Uchiha clan. It's not that Orochimaru is stupid, it's just that he is unwilling. He can't give up the Sharingan just because the Uchiha clan has returned, right? He had done so much work in the early stage, but the most important thing was that he didn't care about other people's bodies. And after Sasuke learned that Orochimaru had one of his arms chopped off by Itachi using a genjutsu, he became even less interested in Orochimaru. How could Itachi's defeated generals be as attractive as the tribesmen who had completely tortured Itachi? Under the training of Uchiha Musashi, Sasuke will only become more powerful than the original. Naruto was taught by both Golden Silkworm Gu and Uchiha Musashi. Although these two people are essentially the same person, Naruto's daily progress is not much slower than Sasuke's. The progress of these two sons of the world in just a few months has made it a bit overwhelming for all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Coach. GM. Come and seal it. Jiraiya suddenly disappeared after retrieving Tsunade. He was actually recalled by the Toad Immortal of MT Mayaboku, and he has never appeared again. In 1 week's time, we will be able to capture the Daming Palace in the Kingdom of Water. The snake from the Chimera Ant 12 Stars reported to Miruem who was sitting on the throne. The capture he was talking about was not the so-called violent occupation, but the secretive replacement of the top management of the Kingdom of Water, from daimyo to generals, without arousing a trace of suspicion. Do you want to use violence? Miruem can do it in less than a day, but is it ready to go to war with the other 4 powers? Start the ninja war in advance? That's not Miruem's purpose. Even if the daimyo is a mascot, his subordinates don't think so. What do you think of those ninja villages? And not only the Daming Mansion, but also the Chimera ants in the Mist Ninja Village have learned a lot. Many Chimera ants have already become high-level officials in the Mist Ninja Village. The speed of rise is simply jaw-dropping. But the ninja world is originally a world where the strong are respected, and there is not much in it that involves wits. And how many families were destroyed by the war in the ninja world? Under this situation, the development of Chimera ants is not to mention how fast it is. This is not the slow development in those small countries before to avoid being discovered. The current Chimera ants have blocked the entire Kingdom of Water. Without restrictions, a piece of land in the Kingdom of Water is being encroached on unknowingly every day. The Mist Ninja Village in the Country of Water had a similar blockade period during the Blood Mist policy, so it did not arouse the suspicion of other major countries. Many of them even maintained a state of gloating about misfortune, which is the bad nature of human beings. By the time the senior officials of Daming Mansion and Mist Ninja Village discovered something was wrong, it was already too late. They were completely powerless to prevent this from happening, not even to seek relief. Chapter 86. Mist Ninja Village. King, except for some die-hards, the Mist Ninja Village is now under our control. Daming Mansion was quickly captured in front of the Chimera Ant army. After all, the people there were just ordinary people. Although the daimyo also has some ninjas who serve him, their strength is completely incomparable to the ninjas of the Mist Ninja, let alone the Chimera ants that almost annihilated the Mist Ninja village. Therefore, the Daming Mansion was successfully controlled. As for the daimyo Miryum, he did not kill it but transformed it into a Chimera ant and controlled it. On the surface, in the eyes of other ordinary people, the daimyo was still the same daimyo, but in fact, the daimyo in their minds is no longer human. However, Miruem encountered some obstacles when he conquered the last point of Mist Ninja Village. Although the Mist Ninja Village is completely unable to compete with the Chimera Ant army in terms of combat capabilities, there are still many capable people among them. That was a group of people led by the original 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei Ao and later the 6th Mizukage Kojuro. They discovered that their village had discovered the penetration of foreigners at some point, and that most of the people in the village had been controlled by them. Fortunately, they had not yet discovered that most of the people in their village had become non-human. Otherwise, Miruem would have no choice but to silence them in order to keep the secret. Of course, no one wants to die. Today is the official day when Terumi Mei and his party request to meet with the leader of the foreign tribes. Because Terumi Mei and others sadly find that they can't even escape. All routes in the Kingdom of Water are blocked by the enemy. Blocked. They can only huddle in a very small place. It's not like they haven't thought about breaking out of the encirclement by force. After all, Terumi Mei also has cage-level strength now, so it shouldn't be difficult to break out. But what I never expected was that there were countless masters among the enemies. Not to mention the other party's senior leaders, even a small captain was at the level of a jounin. Terumi Mei personally fought against one of the people they called the division leader, a guy who could transform into a minotaur. He originally thought he would win easily, but the final result was shocking. Not long after arriving in the world of Naruto, in order to facilitate the Chimera Ant army to walk among humans, the transformation doctors of the Chimera Ant army developed a method of anthropomorphism, using changes in muscles and bones to transform into humans, which requires fighting strength. Restore your true colors. However, those who need this ability are the earliest batch of Chimera ants. Chimera ants that will be transformed later only need to add the characteristics of the human body during the transformation process. In addition, the current human transformation technology has been updated to the 5th generation. Although it does not mean that the person who is transformed later will be stronger, because after all, strength still depends on the opponent's potential. However, as technology changes, it becomes easier for the transformed Chimera ants to learn telekinesis. Even 5 generations later, there are still a very small number of Chimera ants modified by ninjas who can learn telekinesis and possess chakra. Tai. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Although Mi Mei Zhao kept his strongest trump card, the other party might not have used all his strength. The opponent's monster-like physique and physical skills made him very nervous. The water escape he was so proud of actually had no effect on the opponent. Fortunately, I have two good blood inherited abilities, melting escape and boiling escape, but the other party is still very wary, otherwise it would be really difficult to fight that battle. The most important thing is that it is said that the opponent's division commander level has nearly 10 shadow level masters who are not weaker than himself. This all came out of nowhere. If Terumi Mei and others knew that there were dozens or even more Chimera ants in the entire Chimera ant army with the strength of the division leader, I wonder what she would think. Moreover, there are guards above the division commander, which are 10 times more powerful than the division commander. After all, division commander is just a title for class and not strength. At least now, the members of the Umbu 12 stars are not weaker than any division commander. What's even more frightening is that the enemy did it without anyone noticing, and he and others didn't notice at all. The Elders' Council, including the Mist Ninja Village, was also controlled by the other party. If the Chimera Ant Army hadn't interfered, it wouldn't be long before Terumi Mei could officially succeed the 4th Mizukage. But all this is about to come to nothing. In short, Mei Mitaru, who is now frightened and angry, demands to meet with the leader of the foreign race. In fact, this can be said to be a disguised compromise. Otherwise, what else can be done? You can't fight, you can't escape. What's more, almost the entire village has fallen into the opponent's hands. Besides, so what if I escaped? Looking for help? Will anyone believe it? The other party can even directly declare to the outside world that he and others are traitors. Who will believe you then? Of course, Miruem did not refuse Mei Miyazao's request, since he was idle anyway. It just so happened that Miruem was about to attack the Three Tails. As a quasi-Mizukage, he should know the current location of the three. Did you not expect that you are the leader of the foreign tribe? You are so young. Terumi Mei, who was wearing a blue dress, made a gesture towards Miruem that she thought was very charming and seductive. Little brother, what do you think of sister? Do you want to play with sister? It was just a simple meeting, so the venue was the former Kiri Ninja Hall. Terumi Mei was surprised when she saw Miruem. She had imagined a lot of the image of the leader of the foreign tribes, but she never expected that the other party turned out to be a person who looked like a teenage boy. Moreover, this little boy is also holding a younger-looking little girl wearing cat ears in his arms, and there is a girl of the same age with long black hair and straight hair next to him. Could it be that the younger the foreigners are, the more powerful they are? Is it strong? Well, Miruem's image is indeed still like that. After all, the recovery of strength has nothing to do with age. So the ability of time is really powerful. But the benefits are obvious. Once Miruem returns to his original age, his strength will at least double. The opponent's leader was actually younger than Kojuro, whom he often teased, and Mei Mitaru couldn't help but be tempted in a teasing manner. Although she knew it might be useless, she just couldn't help it. As expected of Terumi Mei, who is famous for her Shotokan attribute. She is indeed pretty, but she deserves to be unmarried. Who is Miruem? How could it be possible to be seduced by the other person's look? At least two. Of course this was a joke, because Miruem had no interest in it at all. In Miruem's mind, the beauties that Naruto admires most in the world are Hinata and Temari. Other interests are lacking. Let me introduce myself. I am the king of the Chimera Ant clan. You can call me Miruem. Now I give you two choices, surrender or die. After looking at Terumi Mei lightly, Miruem said, there is no trace of pity for the other party because she is a beautiful woman. One more thing, I'm not your brother. I'm older than you. However, the fact is that Miruem has very high requirements for choosing a mate. If you want to seduce him, you should just go to bed. But it's not just about being beautiful, what's more, Terumi Mei's so-called beauty is not in line with her own aesthetics. Tisk, tisk. You are really boring. But, I need to think about it. Hearing Miruem's puzzled answer, Terumi Mei couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She didn't really care about Miruem's threat. After all, she had shadow-level strength. It turned out to be an old pervert who was pretending to be young. Terumi Mei secretly thought, but why can't I detect the opponent's strength at all? Damn it, it would be great if we could know the approximate strength of the other party and take action to stop this guy. Otherwise, How would we escape? I don't know how Detective Ching is doing. Fortunately, we have Byakugan here. Although the other party is the leader may not be the strongest. It turns out that Mei Mitre still had this idea, but it was a pity that he met Miru. This plan has no chance of success. By the way, there are indeed old perverts in the Naruto world who like to pretend to be older, but Miru is obviously not one, and he does not want to become younger voluntarily. Cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead, his mouth was open, his eyes were bulging, and his whole body was in a state of convulsion due to excessive panic. If Kojuro hadn't noticed something strange about Ao and assisted him, Ao would have been like a puddle of mud. He also collapsed on the ground. This is Ao's current state. He has Byakugan and is a sentient ninja. He can clearly feel the power emanating from Miru. It was an extremely terrifying feeling of despair reaching the abyss. Not only was the extremely huge amount of chakra in his body, but his whole body was also exuding the energy of an ancient ferocious beast. In other words, Miru had long since discovered that Ao, who was standing next to Terumi Mei, was secretly observing him, and he probably understood a few people's thoughts. So Miru deliberately released his unique thoughts on King Shuo. The malicious thoughts are even more useful than murderous intent. Although he only released a little bit on King Shuo, it was more terrifying than the 3 imperial guards. How can it be so easy to bear the thought, even the thought in the original work that can make the division commander fearful and turn into a mangy dog? That is to say, Qing's inner quality is better, otherwise he might even collapse if he were replaced by another person. The magic of Nen, especially for perceptive ninjas, makes it easy for them to be affected by themselves. What's wrong with you, Qing? Mei Zhao finally noticed what was strange about Qing. Qing was now enveloped in Mel M's evil thoughts and couldn't even say a word. He just stared at Mel M in complete horror, unable to tell Mei Zhao. He could only follow Qing's gaze and see that it was Miru who was standing in front of him and the others. How are your thoughts? Everyone. Miru smiled at Terumi Mei and the others, but in Qing's eyes, this smile looked like the smile of a devil from hell. Chapter 87. Three-Tailed Island Fear. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is useless. The so-called strategy is only for situations where the difference in strength is not too big, or between people. What if it's between humans and monsters or even gods? Miru was now no different from a god in the eyes of Terumi Mei, Ao, Kojuro, and others. Because Miru had an absolute advantage, he agreed to let Terumi Mei and others send 3 people to challenge him until they were convinced. If you lose, you must surrender, if you win, you must let him go. The original ones should be Terumi Mei, Ao, and Kojuro. After all, these 3 people are already the 3 strongest among the last resistance in the Mist Ninja village. Even though Kojuro is only 16 years old and has an extremely cowardly and unreliable character, he is the most trusted person of the original 4th generation Mizukage Terumi Mei, and he is also the 5th generation Mizukage. His talent and strength should not be underestimated, and he has already reached the level of elite jounin at a young age. Needless to say, Terumi Mei is the strongest among the resistance forces, and Ao is a veteran elite jounin and the one with the Byakugan. But it's a pity that Ao has no desire to fight against Miru at all, or in other words, he is scared out of his wits by Miru. Completely losing his fighting power in front of Miru, Terumi Mei had no choice but to send another unknown jounin to the field. As you can imagine, the result was that Miru killed him instantly with just one move. Next was Kojuro. His double swords, Gonzu, were like a child's toy in front of Miru. Even if he let it slash and kill him, Miru didn't show a single scratch on his body. Neither the offensive taijutsu nor the water escape ninjutsu had any effect on Miru, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. Terumi Mei finally came on the scene. Terumi Mei's melting release and boiling release were not only completely useless to him, but they were even learned by the other party for some unknown reason. Moreover, the power of the melting release and boiling release released by Terumi was even in his original version. Above. No way, Terumi Mei could only admit defeat in the last game. According to the agreement, the remaining rebels must surrender, but some people refused to accept and tried to go back on their word. For this reason, Miru was not polite to them and ordered these people to be annihilated. In front of the Chimera Ant army were several jounin and choyunin. Pan Cai was killed after just one look. Miru also just wanted to take over the human troops of the Mist Ninja, but this was not necessary, he just thought it was fun to do so. But if anyone wants to spoil his fun, just kill him. By this point, all the rebels had either been killed or surrendered. Now the entire Mist Ninja Village and even the entire Kingdom of Water are included in the territory of the Chimera Ant Army, and the Mist Ninja Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages, also belongs to Malum. Although the Kingdom of Water is only an archipelago country, it has a large population. It is also one of the 5 major countries, and there are also many human beings on the surrounding islands. The all-round blockade and the gradual digestion of the territory in the Kingdom of Water will be enough for the development of the Chimera Ant Army for a long time. It's not that the Chimera Ants don't have the ability to go to war with the other 4 major countries, it's just that the right way is to fully grasp and digest the occupied areas first. You must know that although the regular troops in Mist Ninja Village no longer exist, there are still some small resistance forces in the local area. It's just that after the all-round naval blockade of the Chimera Ants, they can't escape unless they unite together. However, once the entire water country is completely transformed into Chimera Ants, even the ninja coalition facing the other 4 countries and the entire ninja world will no longer be afraid, which also includes Obito's 100,000 white Zetsu. Speaking of Obito, we have to mention the Akatsuki organization. Although there are not many people in the Akatsuki organization, their intelligence is extremely powerful. None of the other 5 major villages noticed anything unusual in the Kingdom of Water, but they soon discovered it. But what happens to the Kingdom of Water? They are not partners of justice. As long as it doesn't disturb their tailed beast capture plan in 2 years, it will be fine. A large number of unknown monsters have appeared in Obito and the Kingdom of Water. I don't know why my spore clone will be discovered as soon as it appears in that land. And those guys are very powerful. Baiju, who looked like a pitcher plant, said from a shadowed location in the Kingdom of Rain. In fact, Black Zetsu didn't want to say this to Obito and other members of the Akatsuki organization, but now was not the time to be exposed. Besides, this isn't a big secret. Obito will find out sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. I understand, continue to pay attention to the Kingdom of Water, and report to me in time if anything happens. Obito, wearing an ugly orange spiral mask, said. It's hard to tell what he was thinking at this time. The Uchiha who escaped back then has grown up, and even I am no longer his opponent. Really? If I had known it earlier, I should have eradicated it. It's all the fault of that guy called Chimera Ant. Who is he? Yes, not long after Uchiha Musashi led the surviving Uchiha tribe back to Konoha, Obito came to them. Originally, Obito didn't plan to care about the rest of the Uchiha clan, so after all, it had no impact on his plan. But he didn't expect that the other party would show up on his own initiative, so Obito had no choice but not to take action. He thought that he would be able to catch him if he went there in person. But it is a pity that the Kamui space, which was always invincible and only suffered losses at the hands of the 4th Hokage, once again failed when facing Uchiha Musashi. In other words, he was defeated by the opponent in front of him. The current Obito is not the super strong man who transformed into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki in the late stage of the Ninja World Decisive War and holds the Jinchuriki in his hands. The only one he can use now is one. The ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, the Samsara Eye is still with Nagato. Therefore, in terms of hard power, it is indeed inferior to Uchiha Musashi. Whether it is physical skills or ninjutsu, you must know that one of Uchiha Musashi's eyes can absorb energy. Uchiha Obito's Kamui space also contains energy. Obviously, Obito, who had not yet come to the front from behind the scenes, was easily defeated by Musashi. Now he is not in the mood to care about what is going on in the Mist Ninja Village in the country of water, although he once stayed in that country for a while and once controlled the 3rd generation Mizukage at that time. Wait, Uchiha Musashi, in 2 years at most, I will erase the name Uchiha from this world. Are you sure that the 3-tailed beast lives in the lake here? Forget it, I'll take a look myself. After Terumi Mei and others surrendered, Miru, who wanted to see the strength of the tailed beast, asked him to take him there. Look at this so-called triple tail. After all, the location of the 3 tails is the Kingdom of Water, and Terumi Mei still knows its approximate location more or less. Although Miru can be found by the Chimera Ant Army even without the leadership of Mei Maitaru and others, that would be more troublesome. If the 3 tails strength is good, it would also be a good choice to use it as a psychic beast for Uchiha Musashi. The lake is not too big, and considering the scope of Miruem's circle, there is no problem at all. Born as one of the 9-tailed beasts, the 3-tailed beast is very sensitive to biological energy, so when Miruem's circle came into contact with it, it also discovered Miruem standing outside the lake. "Who dares to disturb your rest, Uncle G?" A monster that looked like a snapping turtle, with hard scales all over its body and 3 long tails behind it, emerged from the lake. Although it is indeed a monster, its strength is not that great. Miruem commented on the 3-tailed Isobutsu when he saw it. Well, the chakra in Isobutsu's body is indeed huge for an average ninja. But for Miruem, it's really not worth mentioning. But what will happen if such a huge monster is transformed into a chimera ant? Chimera ant-shaped tailed beast? The idea sounds good. The strength will definitely increase by 1, but will this affect the appearance of the 10 tails? Forget it then, let's not do this for the time being after the 10 tails appears. Arrogant boy. I actually spoke rudely to you, Mr. Isofo. I'm going to eat you. I don't know if every tailed beast has this arrogant temper. In short, Shikaku is like this, and Kurama is similar. The same is true for Isofo now. Can't they see that Maluem's strength is superior to it? Although Maluem did not let go of his thoughts, it turned out that his sensitivity was still not as sharp as those of the psychic beasts of the White Snake Sage. Miruem looked very calm when he saw the huge monster attacking him, because he knew that this kind of guy couldn't attack him at all. Because Yuppie came with him today. Ah! You dare to be disrespectful to the king. Without any instructions from Maluem, Yuppie spread his wings and took the initiative to greet him. To be honest, with Yuppie's monster-like strength and power, 3-tailed Isobutsu is really no match for him. It was absolutely torture. Yuppie's iron fist kept hitting Isofo's body, causing the other person to cry out in pain. We know that if the same force is used, the smaller the force-bearing area, the higher the damage. Yuppie's fist was so small in front of Isofo. So if you focus on one point, Isofo can't stand it at all. Although Isobutsu is in the shape of a turtle, and the turtle has a shell, the area of exposed flesh is still very large for the size of a human. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Isofo, who had never been bullied like this by a human, immediately became angry, but his speed was compared to Yuppie, especially Yuppie in the flying state. It was too slow. Yuppie easily dodged Isofo's sharp claws and water cannon, flew behind Isofo, grabbed Isofo's tail that was slapping the water, and lifted it hard. He actually lifted the huge Gifu into the air, and that uncomfortable feeling was like a fly lifting a human being. Then the whole thing started to spin. Windmill. Isofo's body hit the ground hard. Although his shell hit the ground, Isofo himself felt uncomfortable. The most important thing is that it was difficult for Isofo to turn his body in this position. Submit or die. Maluem walked up to Isofo unhurriedly, and relaxed his thoughts under Isofo's horrified eyes. Chapter 88. Danzo and Uchiha. Lord Danzo, the Uchiha clan has recently won over 2 small families. One of them is the Kurama clan, a genjutsu family that was once glorious but has now declined. In a place that is not much worse than the dark and damp place where Orochimaru is, the overall light is biased toward darkness. In the place, an expressionless ninja wearing an eye patch said to the old man with many bandages wrapped around his right eye and arm. I knew that the Uchiha clan was really uneasy about returning to Konoha and had no good intentions. These guys are all immature wolf cubs. I have already told Sarutobi that cutting the grass without eradicating the root will sooner or later lead to endless troubles. Humph, that little Tsunade the girl is also useless. What kind of Hokage is she letting these guys form a clique for personal gain? And the so-called Council of Elders. When did Konoha become so cowardly? If this continues, the Uchiha clan will do harm sooner or later. Things about Konoha. The old man's remaining eye emitted a frightening light. It was obvious from his tone that even Tsunade, who was recognized by Konoha as the most suitable person to become the 5th Hokage, was not taken seriously by him. Since you don't do anything, then let me do this, evil guy. Those Sharingan eyes, they will all be mine sooner or later. The old man said slowly, stroking his bandaged right hand. This old man is the leader of Konoha Roots, Shimura Danzo. This is the root of another mysterious department in Konoha besides the Umbu, the so-called Umbu among Umbu. Where there is light, there will be shadow. The brighter the light, the darker the shadow. Even Konoha village, known as the most peaceful among the 5 great ninja villages, is no exception. The roots of Konoha are also the darkest place in Konoha village. Anything that is not visible to the light in Konoha is left to the roots. The leader at the root is Shimura Danzo, who is disliked by almost all ninja families. In other words, as long as he has anything to do with Shimura Danzo, any family will avoid it. I have to say that it is difficult to evaluate Danzo Shimura. He devoted his life to Konoha, doing things that everyone hated, and could never stand in the light. Everyone must admit that he is indeed great. But he himself is not completely selfless, he also has his own ambitions. If in the original work, he could be more selfless for Konoha without any personal emotions or desires, perhaps his evaluation will be higher, at least it will not be as mixed as the original work. However, people all have selfish desires, which is the bad nature that all people have. I can understand it, but I can't agree with it. It is undeniable that he is indeed great, at least many people cannot do this and silently devote their youth to Konoha like him. But with the Sharingan in his hands and the cells of the first generation on his body, he finally took advantage of Tsunade's coma to walk to the front desk with peace of mind and act as the acting Hokage. As well as the silence of the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha, the Uchiha's contribution to the genocide, and even the indifference to Konoha's collapse plan, etc., it is difficult for people to have a good impression of him after learning these things. Yes, Ub did clear Danzo's name. In the process of clearing his name, it can indeed be seen that Danzo, like the 3rd generation, was also for Konoha, but killing Konoha does not mean that he has no selfish motives. To give the simplest example, instead of making trouble for the genocide of the Uchiha clan, he ignored or even showed up when Orochimaru and Suna Ninja plotted the plan to collapse Konoha. Putting the entire Konoha in a precarious situation is actually putting the cart before the horse. Fortunately, the entire Konoha was at its weakest period after the collapse of the Konoha plan, and the other 3 major ninja villages did not attack Konoha. If it is for the sake of Konoha without any reservation, and to nip all threats in the cradle, will the selfless roots do nothing? The most worthy of further investigation is whether the Nine Tails incident is related to it. So Danzo does have shining points, and he is indeed a person who can sacrifice for the sake of the village, but it is undeniable that he is also a selfish conspirator. There is no conflict between the two. You said he deserves respect for Konoha, this must be admitted. But to say that he has no selfish motives and devotes himself wholeheartedly to Konoha, one can only say, haha. Again, there is no conflict between the two. In other words, what he understood was for the good of Konoha, but that was only from his perspective. Just like some self-righteous people say that I am for your good, in the name of my being for your good, holding high the banner of righteousness, doing anything you don't agree with at all. Just like Matazoyan, Kongai, in the Fate Stay Night series, his original wish was just to eliminate all evil in the world. Can you imagine? That disgusting and maddening Matazukan, who is disgusted by most Fate fans and can even be said to be a great evil, his original wish was to eliminate all evil in the world. Matazukan's original name was Magiri Zalgen. A pathetic lost man chasing his ambitions. Shimura Danzo is similar but different from him. To be precise, both of them are villains whitewashed by the original author. After all, today's sophisticated villains must demand that there is no pure evil, and they must also have hardships that can be used to exonerate themselves. But who considers the feelings of the people they hurt? If they can be forgiven, then who has considered Matasakura's feelings? Who thought about Naruto's childhood? Who has considered the feelings of ordinary members of the Uchiha clan who were exterminated? In fact, one thing worth mentioning is that the Umbu and the Mist Ninjas pursued troops are both troops operating in the dark. They are all doing the most shady things in the village. Essentially, the properties of the dark parts of Konoha and the roots are similar. It can even be said that the properties of the roots and the dark parts of Konoha are repeated. The so-called dark part of the root is essentially a dark part. Just like the king of beggars is still a beggar at heart. Umbu does the most shameful and dark things in the village. When did Umbu stop doing these things? When did Umbu act openly? When did the dark side become the bright side? The most fundamental difference is actually very simple, that is, the loyalties of Umbu and Root are different. One is affiliated with Hokage and the other is strictly speaking Danzo's private army. So when it comes to forming cliques for personal gain, you, Danzo, come first, with a heavy army in hand. Don't hold high the banner of fighting for Konoha, because Danzo, you are no different in nature from the Uchiha clan who prepared the coup. As for the so-called ruthlessness at the core, it is even more nonsense. Ninja originally refers to a profession that has no emotions and deals fatal blows to others in the dark. Umbu was originally a department that had no emotions and only focused on tasks. When did Umbu start to fall in love? The ninjas in the Naruto world are actually more inclined to the Bushido spirit. And now that the Uchiha clan, which Danzo said was cliquey and selfish, sent away the clan leader of the Kurama clan and the clan leader of a little-known Konoha family, all the clansmen gathered together in secret again. It's just that this time, Uchiha Sasuke was also among them. Of course, in order to prevent others from eavesdropping, the barrier this time was personally arranged by Uchiha Musashi. Although it's not airtight, at least Musashi is confident that he can guard against the people currently in Konoha. Chief. No, clan leader. Is it really okay for us to make such a grand gesture now? I'm worried that if it goes too far, Konoha will be wary of us, just like back then. The speaker was a San Magadama clan member of the Uchiha clan. He is young and has average strength. He has only recently reached the level of Jounin. It's rare that the Uchiha clan, who has a high priority for one thing and is so arrogant to the sky, will have some worries and reflections one day. I have to say that the Uchiha people have indeed made a lot of progress since leaving Konoha. If he were still the same Uchiha, he might not care at all and continue to interact with other families in his own way. Oh, no, with the personality of the original Uchiha clan members, how could they possibly think highly of those families? You must know that back then, even the Hyuga clan looked down upon them. Don't worry, don't worry. Konoha's top brass won't take action against us for the time being. What's more, we didn't do anything. We just drank tea, ate and chatted with the heads of the small families. Unless it's some conspiracy theory you have the intention to do harm to our Uchiha clan, otherwise others will not care, Musashi said while drinking a cup of tea. And their original purpose was to attract those disgusting guys who can't stand it anymore. They didn't wipe out all of us back then, but now that we've returned, do you think they will be indifferent? Do you want to return to Konoha with peace of mind to develop? I won't be able to sleep well if I don't attack those guys in one fell swoop. By the way, Sasuke. I've told you the truth about the genocide of the Uchiha clan. You can make your own decision on the rest. You didn't do anything wrong. You are our clansman after all. He glanced at the person sitting there. Musashi said softly to Sasuke, who was silent at the end of the seat. To be honest, Sasuke's current position is very embarrassing. You must know that he is the younger brother of Itachi Uchiha, who betrayed the entire Uchiha clan. Except for a few people, no one in the room had any relatives who died in the battle of genocide. That is to say, Sasuke's parents did not betray the family and he was the son of the previous clan leader. In addition, Uchiha Musashi forcibly suppressed him, but few of the remaining clan members had a good look at Sasuke, but at least compared to the village back then. The attitude of the people there towards Naruto was much better. It's just that he is cold and has a bad look in his eyes. After all, Sasuke did nothing wrong, it was just his brother who was the traitor. Moreover, his talent makes the Uchiha tribesmen who act like a plug-in in front of others jealous. It's only been a few months. Have you ever seen someone who was only an elite Choyunin rise like a rocket in the past few months and reach a level that's almost comparable to a Jounin? The 3 Megatama Sharingan is easier to use than some tribesmen who have been playing the 3 Megatama for several years. Even the veteran elite Jonin Uchiha Anmi praised him and said that he would not be his opponent in a few years. How old will Sasuke be in a few years? Damn it, he is definitely a top genius second only to Uchiha Musashi. I want to become stronger. Teach me to become stronger. I want to tell him with practical actions that he is wrong. Sasuke looked at Musashi sitting in the middle and said coldly with an expressionless face. After learning the truth, Sasuke was even more angry than before. He was so cold. If in the past there were 12 strong men in Konoha besides Naruto who could talk to him, then now Sasuke may only have Naruto who can communicate with him, not even Sakura. Chapter 89. Distribution of Power. According to the logic of the original work, Sasuke would be in such a different state even after knowing the truth about the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. He should have fallen into a period of confusion. After all, everything his most beloved brother Uchiha Itachi did in childhood was for Konoha and him. Haha, who has to talk about this kind of thing? Even if the same thing is described, the meaning expressed in different people's mouths is different. What's more, it's such a big thing as genocide, and Sasuke's parents were indeed killed by Itachi himself. There is no doubt about this. Even if Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fugaku, is not a qualified and good father, do you dare to say that Sasuke has no affection for him at all? Maybe it's not as good as Itachi in terms of family ties, but what about Sasuke's mother? Mikoto is a qualified and good mother. Think about it carefully, how this happens in the real world. In a large village, a clan with the same surname was dissatisfied with the oppression of the village chief and party secretary X and decided to re-elect a village chief, preferably someone with his own surname. But what he never expected was that a traitor would appear in the same clan as his own. He not only betrayed his family and killed his parents, but most importantly, this person was his brother. Finally, he tells you that this is for your own good, that everything he does is for peace, and that he hopes you will love this village and protect it. I really want to know if Sasuke is thinking in his mind right now, Konoha village, how can I protect you? Tell me, if it were you, how would you react? If you don't feel confused at the time, you don't have a strong psychological quality. This plot sounds very bloody and unbelievable. It feels like a bloody plot in a third-rate novel. It's even worse to encounter the divorce incident when Bai's Hyun wears it. It might be easier if Itachi Uchiha had gone crazy and wiped out the whole clan. Sasuke would have had a goal if he was obsessed with revenge. But what is this? To hate? Or should we love? Damn it, if this were the real world, Itachi would be a heartless and crazy person. Are you saying that the Uchiha clan has oppressed you since childhood, abused you, drank your blood and dug your bones, or are you actually the leader of the Uchiha clan? Your illegitimate child's mother was abused by servants, or you were engaged in a marriage when you were young, but the engagement was broken off because you became a useless person? It's okay to say that, you can barely make sense of it. But how did the Uchiha clan feel sorry for you, Itachi? What do you eat, drink, and drink that your family didn't give you? Were you not raised by a family? To put it nicely, you Uchiha Itachi is for peace and ideals, but to put it bluntly, you Uchiha Itachi is just an ignorant white-eyed wolf. Still the ungrateful kind, what have you done for the Uchiha family? Yes, it's really hard on you to be a Konoha spy, especially when you were a spy, you also sold family information to Konoha. It's really hard on you. The most important thing is that you don't want to be a spy. You don't know how to talk. What's the point of having a mouth for talking? It's not for breathing. You can only use your nose for breathing, and you're not a dog. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, especially a man who has mastered the ultimate pupil technique such as the kaleidoscope, I don't think any family has the courage to be a spy. After all, you still don't trust the family. But this is just Sasuke's tangled psychological reaction when he learned the truth in the original work. Now it is Uchiha Musashi who tells Sasuke the truth. What does this mean? The facts Musashi told Sasuke were expounded from the standpoint of the Uchiha clan. Even if it is the same thing, the meaning expressed from different angles is completely different. Even if what is said is true. Especially Musashi told Sasuke all the facts, remember it is the whole truth. Including Uchiha Itachi's Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, as well as the role of that Sharingan and what Itachi is going to use it for. If it was just the compromise between Itachi's genocide and his will to protect Konoha and protect Sasuke, maybe even if Musashi said a flower, Sasuke would still be entangled. After all, that was the eldest brother he once respected, loved and longed for. But what does Shisui's Sharingan mean? If Sasuke wants to do harm to Konoha after learning the truth, he can use the power of this kaleidoscope to change him. Co-author, in your eyes, Itachi Uchiha, the village is still above all else, right? Your younger brother is nothing to you. If you change his will if it is not good for Konoha, what is the difference between this and obliterating his will? Yes, there is a difference, one is dead and the other is not dead. You just really love the village. The so-called family affection is only second to you in your eyes. It feels like Itachi is a fanatic who was bewitched by the village. Do you still remember the story about God, Abraham, and Isaac? God asked Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac to prove his devout faith. The same applies to Itachi, Konoha, and Sasuke. For Konoha Itachi can destroy the family. For Konoha Itachi can kill his parents with his own hands. For Konoha Itachi can even change his will to kill his younger brother. The eye of Shisui pierced Suzuki's heart like a thorn, and the gap between Suzuki and Itachi once again cracked. If Suzuki had some sympathy and understanding for Itachi because he was not completely inhumane, then the appearance of the eye of Shisui dashed all the hopes in Suzuki's heart. Even if Suzuki has not become black now, he is not far away from becoming black. Maybe Suzuki will not kill his brother Uchiha Itachi with his own hands after all. But Suzuki would never agree with his approach. He was very unworthy of Itachi for not making up his mind to destroy Konoha himself. Looking at Suzuki like this, Musashi smiled, because he knew that Indra might not be controlled by him in the end. But at least he won't be on the opposite side of him. Because Musashi now accepts Suzuki back into the family and tells him the truth, Suzuki will never be as indifferent to Orochimaru as he was in the original work. Musashi has no intention of Suzuki, and they are the same clan. The dearest person in the world. Suzuki can easily accept Musashi and others. I believe that after another 3 years of influence, although Suzuki will not be as obedient as Naruto is to the golden silkworm Gu, Musashi and others will definitely hold a lot of weight in Suzuki's heart. In this way, Musashi's purpose will be achieved. Except for the Mist Ninja Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages, which is controlled by Chimera ants, and some surrounding small island countries that are not very famous like the country of waves are also occupied by Chimera ants. The other 4 major countries as well as those small countries have entered a stable and peaceful day. Although Chimera ants are not suitable for development, the population of Chimera ants is increasing day by day. Generally speaking, it is now the largest force in the Naruto world. Next are the remaining 4 major ninja villages. Among them, Thunder Ninja Village is the strongest, followed by Konoha and Iwa Ninja Villages, and finally Suna Ninja Village. To be honest, the current strength of Suna Ninja Village can be said to have fallen to the bottom. Without the intervention of the 2 elder advisors of Suna Ninja Village, Cho and Ebizo, the veteran strongmen, the reputation of the 5 major ninja villages may not be preserved. It was much worse than Konoha. At least the 3rd Hokage was killed in the battle, but the 4th Kazekage was indeed assassinated. The younger generation lost the Kage and has not fully grown up. The middle-aged strongest member of the Sand Ninja Village, Maki, and he doesn't have the ability to play the role of a shadow at all. High-end combatants are not far behind even second-rate ninja villages like Taki Ninja Village. But fortunately, the background of being one of the 5 major ninja villages is still there. The huge foundation and the number of middle-level ninjas are still extremely large, which cannot be matched by the second-rate ninja villages in a short time. In addition to the above 5 major ninja villages, Akatsuki Organization, another super-large organization among the Hokage, followed closely behind. In fact, Obito's 100,000 white Zetsu troops should be ranked above the 4 major ninja villages, only behind the Chimera ants. The organization below, but after all, the high-end combat power is only Obito, so he has not been ranked yet. Rain Ninja Village is the birthplace of Akatsuki, but is actually controlled by Nagato. Rain Ninja Village is a second-class ninja village after the 5 great ninja villages. Compared with the third-rate ninja villages such as Yu Ninja Village, Stone Ninja Village, Grass Ninja Village, Frost Ninja Village and even Orochimaru's Sound Ninja Village, they are not on the same level. What? And the Land of Snow, Star Ninja Village, etc.? The Kage ninjas in those villages are at most inferior to third-rate ninja villages, so there is no need to say anything. Even the old second-rate ninja village, Taki Ninja Village, can't compare to the Rain Ninja Village. In addition to having too few troops, the Rain Ninja Village has a bunch of top Kage-level combat members in the Akatsuki organization that are not as powerful as the top 5 ninja villages. How much difference? If the Akatsuki organization can cooperate with Obito, then they will be the largest organization in the world of Hokage except Chimera ants, and even the 5 major ninja villages must unite to fight against it. But this assumption is basically impossible. The purposes of Obito and a group of people in the Akatsuki organization are completely different. By the way, the strength of Taki Ninja Village is not weak, otherwise Kakuzu would have taken revenge long ago due to his petty character. During the time of the first Hokage, the Taki Ninja Village was assigned a 7-tailed village by the first Hokage, which was not much better than the 1-tailed treatment in the Suna Ninja Village. At any rate, each village of Kiri Ninja Village and Iwa Ninja Village was assigned 2-tailed beasts, and Cloud Ninja Village was assigned an 8-tailed beast and a 2-tailed beast. In addition to these ninja villages, there are two other places worth mentioning. One is the Kingdom of Demons, which is a place where the legacy of the old days before the Six Paths Sage still remains. Maiko and Onmyoji, although there are only Maikos left now and there are only one or two left. But after all, it has declined. Let's not mention the combat power for the time being, and there is also the task of sealing the ghosts. Finally, there is the Iron Kingdom, the country of samurai. It is also a place with the same inheritance from the old era. It is just that in recent decades, the samurai of the Iron Kingdom have abandoned the inheritance of the old era and combined chakra with bushido. To some extent, it can be regarded as advancing with the times. Although the basic and mid-level combat capabilities are slightly inferior to those of the 5 major ninja villages, they still have a large number of samurai troops. Even the 5 major ninja villages cannot be underestimated, and their leader Mifune has the fighting power of a top-level Kage. The above is the distribution of all forces in the Naruto world. Chapter 90. Public Opinion. Of course, these are all human forces. After all, the world of Naruto is dominated by humans. For non-human beings, the 3 major psychic holy places are the first. Let's not mention Longdi Cave and Shija Forest for now. Something major has happened in Miyama Mountain recently. The Great Toad Sage, known as the Sage, woke up again, and said that there would be major changes in the future, and named Jiraiya to go there. This was also the reason why Jiraiya left Konoha in the first place. Well, by the way, it's rare that the Great Toad Sage didn't call Jiraiya by the wrong name this time. Fukazaku Sage, what did the Great Toad Sage see? Why was he injured? In the beautiful and pleasant Miyama Mountain, Jiraiya glanced at the location where the Great Toad Sage used to be with some worry. Yes, this time the Great Toad Immortal was injured when he saw the future in his sleep. And the injury was serious, no one knew what happened. Even Fukazaku and Shima, who are also known as immortals, are the same. In fact, strictly speaking, these two are not immortals at all. In the world of Naruto, there are only 6 immortals, and even the Big Toad Immortal is only half of them. Little Jiraiya, please stop hanging around me, it's making me dizzy. Fukazaku glanced at Jiraiya who was anxiously walking around in circles next to him, making himself dizzy. Actually, I don't know what the Great Immortal saw. It's just that the Great Immortal suddenly woke up that day and said that the sky was going to change. He passed out not long after. Before he passed out, the Great Immortal asked us to call you over quickly. I did the same for the others. I don't know, this is the first time in thousands of years that this has happened. The sky has changed, the sky has changed, what will happen? Jiraiya glanced at the sky uneasily, feeling an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. What could it be? Is there something wrong with the Son of Prophecy? Nagato Yahiko Konan. Humph, this guy Danzo can't hold himself back so quickly. At that time, our Uchiha clan didn't know who was going to deal with us. In addition, the Uchiha clan has a large population and is unruly among many families in Konoha. The reputation is extremely bad, so you can stir up troubles in the dark, and we are confused by the appearance and even have the idea of coup, so we are fooled. But now, it is clear that you, Danzo, belong to our Uchiha clan. Enemy, coupled with our complete changes now, it will be difficult for you to use the previous methods to force the Uchiha clan. On the contrary, now that Tsunade is in power, she is different from the old and indecisive 3rd generation. This guy has a bad temper. Hehe, the population of our Uchiha clan is not enough to launch a coup. Unexpectedly, the sparse population has now become an advantage. Everything you did back then has now become a shackle to restrict your hands and feet. And you can't induce public opinion now, because public opinion is now in my hands. I don't know when it started, but such news spread in Konoha village. The 3rd and 4th generations of Konoha village actually died under a conspiracy. In fact, they were betrayed by themselves. Not only did that person collude with the ninjas from other villages and even release the 9 tails for his own purposes, but he also convinced the top brass of Konoha to transfer the Uchiha clan from the Konoha Security Department. He even single-handedly planned the genocide of the Uchiha clan, the most powerful family in Konoha. He also took advantage of the fact that ordinary people were deceived by him and despised the Uchiha clan's inaction in the 9 tails incident. In fact, he was the one who transferred the Uchiha clan to annihilate the clan. Setting the stage makes it less difficult for everyone to accept. Just imagine how could Itachi alone kill so many elite members of the Uchiha clan? There are many masters in the Uchiha clan, but Itachi is a human, not a god. Why plan this genocide? Because the existence of the Uchiha clan blocked his ambition. The most important point was that the Uchiha clan discovered his conspiracy. The most obvious point is that recently, Konoha was ignored when it was jointly attacked by the Sand Ninja Orochimaru, in order to slowly control Konoha. And Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, is his next target. After getting rid of Tsunade, he will strive for the position of Hokage. At that time, no one will be able to stop him, and he will start a war. This is also why there were only a few Umbu who were supposed to guard Konoha when they were attacked, because where were the other people? There is only one answer that is controlled by that person. It also focuses on the analysis of why it was done. The person's inner activities, political reasons, etc., 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 are well-founded and have to be convincing. It even vaguely explained that this person actually cooperated with Orochimaru, who used living people for human experiments, and transformed his own body. What's even more cruel is that after he wiped out the Uchiha clan, he dug out the eyes of the dead Uchiha clansmen and pressed them on his body. The most important thing is that this person also dyed the cells of the first Hokage and transplanted them into one's own body. He also uses curse seals to control his subordinates and force them not to have their own feelings, otherwise they will be obliterated. The level of cruelty is outrageous, and the scheming is so deep that such an extremely dangerous person is actually in Konoha. As soon as such news came out, it spread throughout the entire Konoha village like the wind. Originally, it was okay for these things to be hidden in secret. After all, this is the dark side that every village has. But once this kind of thing is announced to the public, it will cause an uproar. When did such a heartbroken and crazy person appear in the beautiful and peaceful Konoha village? Then a secret message came out. Everyone who learned the secret said this when telling others, "I will tell you a secret message, and you must not tell others." Once this so-called secret message is revealed, after more than 3 people know it, the secret will no longer be a secret. The secret news is that the crazy man in Konoha village is the third Hokage's former comrade in arms, Shimura Danzo. He controls a secret force that is not under the jurisdiction of the Hokage. He often goes against our Hokage and is always ready to start a war. Who is Shimura Danzo? Most villagers have this question. It is true that Shimura Danzo's reputation is not outstanding, especially when compared with heroes such as the Sunin, White Fang, and 4th generation, but not everyone is ignorant. As long as I have lived in this village and the older generation has not died, then the information about him can be easily dug out by the villagers who are interested, not to mention that there are people who are stirring up trouble in the first place. So all the information about Danzo quickly spread throughout Konoha again. Regarding this matter, Tsunade was very angry. She slapped the table and cursed. She even broke the Jimin desk because of this. However, despite the anger, the same doubts arose in her heart. This news, is it real? No, because the things described in those rumors are too sufficient. Especially this involves his grandfather, the first Hokage. No matter what else Danzo does, even transplanting the eyes of the Uchiha clan into his own body, Tsunade can tolerate it, but, you will transplant the eyes of the first Hokage into his own body. What does it mean that cells are also transplanted into one's own body? In other words, are you doing research on the first generation of humans? Do you really think that our Thousand Hands clan are dead? The Thousand Hands clan has not yet been exterminated, but you dare to desecrate the corpses of their ancestors like this. The most important point is Danzo's complete silence this time. He remained silent in the face of various rumors from the outside world. What does your silence mean? Are you feeling guilty? If you haven't done this, please stand up and clarify. You have the ability to steal men. Ahem, cough, cough. You have the ability to conduct research on living subjects, but you don't have the ability to admit it. The simple reason why Danzo didn't clarify is because she didn't dare to let others check his body. Because the actual situation in this news accounts for more than 90% of the total. Not to mention Tsunade, the Hokage, who was shocked and angry. Even the wealthy families in Konoha were worried. Especially for Hinata, another wealthy family in Konoha. If these news are true, who knows if Danzo will have a seizure and attack the Hyuga clan. You must know that many people covet the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Why did such news spread throughout Konoha in just a few days? Don't forget the hypnotic eye, another ability of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps members of the elite Jonin level or above can see through Sanmagatama's hypnotic eyes, but ordinary people do not have this ability. And in order to avoid being like the Yamanaka clan who discovered that someone was hypnotized and followed the clues to find the culprit of the fan cloth rumor, the method used by the Uchiha clan was not so much hypnosis as it was a psychological suggestion to a certain extent. But after combining this psychological suggestion with the hypnotic eye, it is difficult for even the Mountain clan to find the real culprit who spread these messages. But others would not have thought of the person who spread the news, and neither would Tibet. The first thing he thought of was the Uchiha clan, but he guessed correctly, it was the Uchiha clan. Who dared you to plot the genocide of the Uchiha clan after you tricked them during the Kyuubi incident? It sounds like you, Danzo, have clean hands. Which of the things you have done can be seen in the light? In other words, relying on his seniority, everything he said was for Konoha. Did Konoha ask you to put the Sharingan on your hand, or did Konoha ask you to transplant the first generation cells into your body? Or is it that Konoha asked you not to show up even if you were beaten to death in front of the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja United Army? Or maybe Konoha asked you to remain silent during the Nine Tails War? It's like the Uchiha clan didn't take action, it's just that your power wasn't exposed in front of others. As for why the Uchiha clan didn't take action, wasn't it an order from you and the higher-ups in Konoha? Now, let's put it plainly. Let's see who's afraid of who. Chapter 91. Uchiha Extermination Plan. Under normal circumstances, when such rumors emerge that are powerful enough to shake the foundation of Konoha, it is impossible for Konoha's top management to take no action. The most correct way should be to completely block the news and nip this rumor in the bud. But in fact, there was indeed no movement from the top management. This was not because the top management was doing nothing, but the speed at which the rumor spread was beyond everyone's expectations. In just a few days, it became a matter known to everyone in Konoha. If you want to ban it when almost everyone knows about it, this is almost a cover-up. Maybe those who originally had doubts in their hearts immediately concluded that this matter was true. And the current high-level officials no longer have this ability. Due to the joint attack of Suna Ninja and Sound Ninja, Konoha village is still in the recovery stage. And because in order to show the outside world that Konoha's strength was not damaged in this attack, most of the Jonin were sent out to do the task. This has resulted in the fact that Konoha's internal combat power is currently empty and short of manpower. Even the Umbu, the direct unit of the Hokage, only has a small part left. And when the rumor first spread, who would have thought of its impact? So big. The only person who was not affected might be Danzo, the protagonist of this incident, and his roots. This is another annoying fact. The whole village has been mobilized, and even those selfish families are contributing to Konoha. A self-respecting private leader of your mercenaries is still watching the show and standing still. Do you have to wait until Konoha is really destroyed before you take action? This behavior of Danzo and Neb undoubtedly made all the senior officials in Konoha lower their evaluation of him once again. Coupled with these rumors and Danzo's silence, Konoha's top brass also turned their suspicions to the roots. Is it a good thing or a bad thing for Konoha to have such an army? Even if you know the significance of Danzo's roots, but you do nothing and only know how to fight for power, what use do I need from you? You stood still during the Kyuubi incident, you were so happy when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, you didn't stand still when the Suna Ninja Orochimaru jointly attacked Konoha, and now that Konoha is in the recovery period and needs manpower, you still stand still. What do you mean? This is no longer chilling. He is a good hand in internal fighting, but when fighting against foreign enemies, he is as silent as a dead pig. It is estimated that even when the second generation is still around, the attention will not be on Uchiha but on the roots. And this is exactly the purpose of Uchiha Musashi. Of course, wouldn't it be useless if Danzo sent the ninjas from his roots to support the plan to build Musashi? Of course not, it would be better if you sent out the manpower. In that way, Musashi could destroy Danzo's roots better and more easily, but Musashi was sure that Danzo would not do this. For a figure like Danzo, it is more likely to concentrate all the force to directly wipe out Uchiha forcibly. There are not many people in Konoha who can balance Danzo now, especially after the death of the third generation, only Tsunade can barely count. Although there are Konoha advisors and elders on the surface, Danzo does not take them into account when he acts secretly. Just like what he was planning to do to Uchiha now. I can destroy your clan once, but I can destroy your clan twice. Touching his bandaged right hand, Danzo said gloomily, revealing his only remaining left eye. Genbu, follow the plan tonight. There was no cloud in the dark night sky. When the bright moon rose quietly in the night sky, only the moonlight shone on the earth and illuminated it. If it were a night sky like this in a flower garden, it would be easy to think of those monsters appearing. This situation is exactly like the massacre of the Uchiha clan that occurred at the same location a few years ago. Tonight, the place where the Uchiha clan lives is quieter than before, perhaps because there are only a few dozen people in the family. It is unusually deserted in such a large hinterland. It is completely different from the prosperous address a few years ago. The cold wind blows through the leaves and makes a rustling sound, but if you listen carefully, you can find that it is not the sound made by the leaves, but the extremely subtle sound of running. Countless people dressed in black continued to sneak in from outside the Uchiha clan's hinterland, and no abnormalities were found in the Uchiha clan's sealing barrier as if it did not exist. The Su team found no abnormalities. The Touch team found no abnormalities. Sneaking in successfully executed the second plan, the annihilation operation. Countless figures first gathered in one location and then quickly dispersed, heading to different places. In the end, Danzo walked in from the main gate of the Uchiha clan's hinterland with several elites from his roots, just like a big villain appeared on stage. The Uchiha clan will eventually be destroyed in my hands. My lord, I will finally fulfill your last wish. Danzo said as if he had a winning chance. The new leader of the Uchiha clan? It's just a teenage boy. Even if you come up with ways to build public opinion, in the end you are still too young. So what if you are as talented as Itachi? It is impossible to survive under the joint attack of dozens of root elites. Danzo had only heard about Itachi's battle with Musashi, but he didn't believe that Itachi would lose to a 12-year-old baby with his strength. He even thought that Itachi was actually deliberately putting on a show with the opponent. Just like Danzo didn't believe Shisui back then, or Danzo didn't believe anyone, especially the Uchiha clan. Do you really think that everyone in your Uchiha clan is a genius? But is Itachi's brother going to let him go? After all, Itachi's strength lies there. Who? While Danzo was thinking, the bodyguard standing next to him shouted. The personal guards around Danzo are modeled after the shadow guards around Hokage, which shows how deeply this man is obsessed with the position of Hokage. No one answered the guard's words, but two huge black figures appeared and flew towards Danzo. As Danzo's personal bodyguard, he is just like the shadow guard beside Hokage, who does his duty to tear the two black shadows apart. Damn it! There are people. After taking a closer look, I realized that those two black figures were not the attackers. They were the ninjas at their core. Danzo-sama, why are you here as a member of our Uchiha clan? Are you here to play? How about it? Do you like the gift I just gave you? A man walked out of the shadow where the moonlight could not reach, but because due to the lighting problem, only half of the face can be seen. Danzo recognized the person who came, and Uchiha was destroyed. The veteran master of the Uchiha clan at least had the strength of an elite jounin. But he is just an elite jounin. The few personal guards around him are all elite jounin. Although there are some variables, it doesn't matter. Don't you know the purpose of my coming here? Danzo squinted his eyes as he watched the Uchiha dim, and a dangerous light appeared in Danzo's eyes. Of course I will wipe out your rebellious clan from this world. Even he, Danzo, has the ability to kill darkness, so he has nothing to worry about. Although the cells of the first generation made him neither a human nor a ghost, there is no doubt that his strength has become stronger. In addition, although not as many Sharingan transplants as in the original work, and the Shisui Mangekyo Sharingan's ultimate illusions are in the hands of other gods, Danzo was confident that he would be invincible even against Itachi himself. Hey, just you. And me glanced at Danzo contemptuously. Or do you think that with these few trash around you, you can destroy our Uchiha clan? Even though ninjas at their core have no emotions at all, they are still very angry when faced with an enemy who despises their strength. However, the basic ninjas have been thoroughly brainwashed. If they were regular ninja troops, especially those with hot tempers, they would have rushed forward to fight annihilation for life and death. The ninja at the root just looked at Danzo, as if waiting for his order. Tisk tisk, it's boring. I thought I could kill one or two secretly. He secretly spat, and Yan Mi said that his plan failed. If the ninja at the root just made a move, Annihilation would be confident of taking it down. Once these few root ninjas calm down and fight him, even if Annihilation has the Sharingan, it will be difficult to deal with so many masters of the same level at the same time. It seems to be a tough battle. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why have you turned into such a dead dog now? Danzo trampled Annihilation under his feet, and Danzo held a wooden stick that he got out of nowhere in his hand and hit him hard. Poke Enmi's forehead. Enmi's body was already covered with dense wounds of various sizes, and even one of his arms was broken off at some point. The slight rise and fall of his body showed that although Enmi was seriously injured, he was not dead. However, Danzo's side was not much better. Only 2 of the previous subordinates were still standing in front of Annihilation intact, and one of them was seriously injured. Even Danzo suffered a lot due to his carelessness, although he was not seriously injured. With one enemy against many, Annihilation's record is enough to be proud of. He is worthy of being the strongest member of the Uchiha clan besides Uchiha Musashi. Uchiha Annihilation is really extraordinary when he goes all out. Don't underestimate any Uchiha, the nickname of the cheat family is not something to be ignored. Can you please move your dirty hooves away from my incompetent subordinates? A voice without a trace of emotion sounded in the sky. Danzo and everyone were shocked. Who would have thought that another person would appear in this place at this time? No one among them noticed that one of the only 2 people left around Danzo was a top-notch perceptive ninja. Clan leader, my subordinates have let you down. Hearing the voice of the visitor, he squeezed out a few words from his mouth with difficulty. Chapter 92. Danzo vs Musashi. Clan leader. Danzo was shocked and angry at this time. Could it be that he was really the Uchiha clan leader who was only a teenager? How is it possible? Isn't it enough that the Uchiha clan has 2 top geniuses, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui? How could another Uchiha Musashi appear? Is even God on the side of the Uchiha clan? As expected, what he did was right, and the Uchiha clan was indeed a dangerous clan. It's nothing, Annihilation. It's just that I came late. Although it took a lot of time, I killed all those troublesome bugs on the left. It was only then that Danzo could clearly see the face of the person who came. Sure enough, it was the clan leader of the Uchiha clan who was only a teenager. It's just that Musashi's image was not very good looking at this time. Although his surroundings were not stained red with blood, Danzo could smell the strong and disgusting smell of blood even from dozens of meters away. But with such a strong smell of blood, why didn't the sensing ninja on my side notice it for so long? Not only him, but even he didn't notice anything. Being able to cover up such a strong smell of blood, it seems that the previous report was actually true. This Uchiha Musashi really has the ability to compete with Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan is really full of talents. But what do the little bugs on the left refer to? Coupled with the strong smell of blood, it was like something had been massacred before. Could it be that the ninjas sent out from the left were the most elite troops? How could a mere person have an ominous premonition in Danzo's heart? If Danzo had played the game True Cut Grass Muzu, he would probably understand that if the strength gap between the opponents he faced was too great, then unbelievable things like 1 against 1,000 would happen. Besides, the total number of root ninjas is not even thousands. Yes, he guessed it right. Musashi alone killed all the root ninjas on the left. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to hand over all the root ninjas to other members of the Uchiha clan. After all, the number of existing Uchiha clan members is still too small. Even if there are many elites, they can't deal with such a huge root ninja. But Musashi is different. The strength gap between Musashi and other Uchiha clan members is too big. Even without the power of the kaleidoscope, Musashi can easily kill those root ninjas now. Being carefully cultivated by Miruem to create a body that is considered perfect in the world of Naruto is no joke. Although there is still a gap in strength compared to the top masters in the Hokage plane like Madara Hashirama, it is still very easy to deal with a mere ninja. Of course, this still takes a lot of time, and the purpose of annihilation is to delay Musashi. Although Danzo was looked down upon by Musashi, he had to admit that he was indeed a true Kage-level master. Once he joins the war on the right, the remaining members of the Uchiha clan may shrink significantly again. This is not what Musashi wants to see. Now he has completely mastered the Uchiha clan. Every Uchiha has the possibility of evolving a kaleidoscope. It makes people feel distressed for a long time if one of them dies. As for transplanting the Sharingan and wanting to upgrade it to a kaleidoscope? Being able to evolve to 3 Megatama is already the limit. Do you think everyone is like Kakashi? Is there a good friend Obito who shares the Sharingan with him? After solving the most elite root ninjas on the left, the root ninjas on the right are at most a few Jounin plus a small number of special Jounin and a large number of elite Chunin. Given the strength of the rest of the Uchiha clan on the right, it is no surprise that they are completely capable of crushing them. I said, take your dirty hooves away from my subordinates, didn't you hear me? Seeing Danzo's feet always stepping on Uchiha's body, Musashi finally became angry. Be careful, Danzo-sama. Musashi launched a brazen attack on Danzo. One strike, just a simple strike, actually gave Danzo an unavoidable thought. His hands, feet and body couldn't move for some reason. He could only watch helplessly as the blade with silver light slashed towards his body. Kiridanzo, it really shocks me that someone would die for someone like you. Musashi's sword was blocked, but it was not blocked. Instead, someone used his own body to block this fatal blow for Danzo. Then he pulled out the silver blade from the body of the root ninja, and kicked the two of them away from Uchiha anime. Lord Danzo. The root ninja died not long after. You must know that the sword Uchiha Musashi used was not an ordinary sword. It was a very famous demon sword. Musashi went to great lengths to get this sword. It took a lot of energy. What's more, the demonic sword almost cut the root ninja in half. If he didn't die immediately, it was already considered that the opponent was tenacious. The original name of the sword, Maofa Muramasa, also known as Demon Sword Muramasa. Despicable, you actually used illusions on me. Danzo didn't seem to care at all about the death of his subordinates, even if the other party died trying to save him. It's ridiculous. As an Uchiha, why can't I use Genjutsu? Speaking of despicable? I'm afraid I'm not 1/10,000th as good as you, Danzo-sama, right? No, saying you are despicable is simply an insult to the word despicable. Yes, you it's just dirty and dirty. Musashi glanced at the angry Danzo, stood up and helped Enmi aside and said casually. Danzo is indeed a powerful cage-level warrior to other ninjas, and Danzo is undoubtedly a powerful ninja to other Uchiha clan members, including the annihilation in the period of victory. But to Musashi, Danzo is really nothing. First, Danzo does not have exclusive blood inheritance limits, at most he is just some Zibe goods. For example, the Mangekyo Sharingan used by Shisui is the same as Shisui's, the Sharingan that can only be pressed on the hand with Izanagi, and the wooden release that is copied to the point where it is no different from Yamato. For this, I almost killed myself. My body collapsed from playing with it. At most, the original work only relied on Izanagi's immortality to fight Sasuke for such a long time, otherwise he would have been killed long ago. That's a total of 11 Sharingan, and he died more than 10 times, but he still didn't win. Secondly, Danzo is not a top genius with outstanding talents. It can only be said that he managed to reach the cage level with a bunch of messy things. It's okay to deal with ordinary people, but if it's against a real movie-level player, just sleep. Third, I don't know why Danzo, who has lived for so many years, doesn't have many secret and forbidden techniques that he can master. It's just a self-karma cursed seal that's okay, but it's just okay. Having chakra with the 5 attributes of fire, wind, earth, water and yin sounds awesome, but it is of no use. The only skill he can use is wind release, and his level is about the same as Orochimaru's, but Orochimaru has so many secret techniques and forbidden skills, and his earth release is also very good. The most important thing is to have a legendary psychic beast like the Dream Taper, and actually use it to have sex with others. I am a dream eater, not a man eater. As a result, the legendary psychic beast whose special abilities should be extremely powerful was killed in front of him. In conclusion, Musashi is really worthy of Danzo. The damage that Danzo can bring to him may not be as strong as that of Kakuzu. I don't see that any ninja who has the reincarnation of the earth in the later period has any intention of channeling Danzo. There is no reason why Orochimaru, who can unlock the soul even after sealing the zombies, cannot unlock the 4 elephant seals. The conclusion can only be that Danzo is not worth it. Damn it! The whirring is too fast. My body can't keep up with his speed. Without further ado, Danzo soon started fighting with Musashi. The result was not beyond everyone's expectations. It was Musashi who was suppressing Danzo. Just relying on his sword skills makes Danzo overwhelmed. There is a saying that things like Tachi are really suitable for coolness. By the way, Musashi's sword skills were learned by himself. For Malum, he could learn the basics of sword skills just by watching them once. But that was just to learn the basics. It took Musashi several years to use this sword skill to such a proficient level. Coupled with the demon sword Muramasa and his sword skills, Uchiha Musashi is enough to be proud of the ninja world. After all, Danzo is old. He is almost 70 years old now, and his body's functions have declined significantly. Think about the two advisors of Konoha, Mito Katoen and Koharu Tanzania, who were at the same time as him. It's hard to say whether their current strength is as strong as that of an elite shogunin. They don't have Tsunade's incredible maintenance ability, and it's not like the Senjo clan and the Uzumaki clan don't have such huge vitality. Damn it! Shisui Sharingan's genjutsu is ineffective against him. Danzo, who is not of the Uchiha clan and has no heaven-defying talent, cannot fully utilize the Sharingan's ability. Against the real Uchiha clan, they suffered a big loss in illusion. You have the Sharingan and the other party also has it, and there is no pressure on the other party with the kaleidoscope. Having the Sharingan open on your own side takes a huge toll on your body. With a pop sound, Danzo's body was stabbed by the demon sword. Hi, I know you're not dead. Get up quickly. Although Izanaga's ultimate illusion has the ability to deflect damage, if I beat your body to nothing and tear your soul into pieces, do you think you can be resurrected? Musashi said, looking at Danzo with disgust. I didn't expect you to know. You are indeed very strong. I am indeed no match for you. Now that he had been exposed, Danzo did not hide it and took off the bandages on his right hand and his right eye, revealing the both Sharingan eyes. There are not as many Sharingan eyes as there are in the original book. There are only 6 in Danzo's arms. No, there are only 5 left now, because one Sharingan is closed forever. But this also shows that if Danzo is killed 5 more times, Danzo will truly die. Chapter 93. Total Destruction. It's really disgusting. I can't help but want to kill you. Although he had long known that Danzo's right hand had a Sharingan embedded in it, the sight of it still made people feel uncomfortable. I still don't have obsessive-compulsive disorder or trypophobia in Musashi. I just feel a little uncomfortable when I see that row of eyes. Humph, if you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability or not. Although he was killed by Musashi once, Danzo did not think that he had no chance of winning. Wind Release Gale Breakthrough. Compared to Orochimaru's destructive wind release that is concentrated on one point, Danzo's wind release is closer to a large area. It can also be seen in the original battle with Sasuke that Danzo's wind escape has a wide range, but its lethality is not weak. Wind Release Ninjutsu, this is the only move that Danzo can master. The huge wind release ninjutsu pressed towards Musashi like an overwhelming force. As expected of being a veteran cage leveler like Engel, he was indeed very skilled. Don't move. Musashi, who was holding the demon sword Muramasa, held the demon sword sideways with both hands and made a weird chopping motion. But Musashi, who maintained this posture, stood firm among Danzo's wind escapers. Even though many trees around him had been blown down to the ground, Musashi seemed not to be affected at all. Is it the reason why chakra is concentrated at the feet? However, the suction is still quite powerful. Ordinary ninjas simply couldn't do what Musashi did, or samurai who specialized in swordsmanship didn't have the skills to do it. They could only be blown away by the wind. Just like the original Sasuke, he relied on Susanoo to stop him. Psychic Art. Dream Taper. Seeing that his wind escape could not affect Musashi, Danzo had no choice but to find helpers. After all, it was really difficult for him to deal with Musashi alone. The Psychic Beast Dream Taper has a very powerful wind escape ninjutsu. It can open its mouth wide and use wind escape to suck in and swallow the objects in front of it. However, the Dream Taper, a fantasy beast that feeds on dreams and devours dreams, is best at cooperating with illusions. But the body's defense seems to be poor. The original was defeated by Sasuke's huge fireball. Again, if you take out a psychic beast with special abilities like the Dream Taper and confront it, you can only say that it is stupid. The Dream Taper, who has a long trunk like an elephant, showed off his powerful wind escape as soon as he appeared on the scene, sucking in random directions at Uchiha Musashi's position. Its power is not any weaker than Danzo's wind release just now. But the scope of its impact is larger than Danzo's wind release. As a last resort, Uchiha Musashi had no choice but to continue to maintain the same posture. Humph, wind release vacuum waves. Now let's see where you hide. Countless wind blades attacked Musashi's position, threatening to stop until Musashi was cut into pieces. Okay, no more playing. The wind release ninjutsu is also a kind of energy, and it is against Uchiha Musashi's incomprehensible kaleidoscope ability. Unless he is a taijutsu type ninja, even Obito's Kamui may not be able to do anything to Musashi. Space ability also has special energy. Several oncoming wind blades were absorbed by Musashi's right eye before they hit Uchiha Musashi. Since you like eating so much, I'll give you this. Amaterasu fire. Anyway, he already had his Sharingan opened, so Musashi didn't mind teaching this dream taper an unforgettable lesson. Although the black fire Amaterasu released by Musashi is not as much as that released by Itachi, this thing itself is not the ability of Musashi's Mangekyo Sharingan. It's good to be able to use it. Moreover, the ability of Amaterasu fire is to burn eternally and uninterruptedly. The amount of it does not really matter. The black flames flew directly into the body of the dream taper, following the huge suction force of the dream taper. Amaterasu's fire is known to be a flame that will not extinguish itself until the target is completely burned. It flew into the belly of the dream taper. With a huge scream, the dream taper that was channeled by Danzo instantly turned into a ball of smoke and disappeared into the air. He was probably injured and returned to the psychic world, but even if he returned to the psychic world, the fire of Amaterasu in Meng Taper's body would never be extinguished. Wind release vacuum jade. These are transparent balls as big as basketballs, which can cause considerable damage after being compressed with air. The destructive power is not much less than that of Ichibai Shikaku's blank bullets, not to mention that they are plural. I've said it all, this kind of thing is of no use to me. Let me show you what it means to be a genius. Even if I only use sword skills, I can split the wind release that you are proud of. Musashi held the demon sword village right, slashing it diagonally on the vacuum jade. If an ordinary ninja does this with a knife, it can only be said that the knife will basically destroy people, because the vacuum jade after air compression is not so easy to split. Even if it can split the air bomb, it is more likely to be injured by the compressed air explosion. That thing is air compressed, and the principle is the same as an air cannon. After being compressed to a certain level, it will indeed explode when it collides with an object. The powerful explosion of this ninjutsu is one of its destructive powers. But if your sword skills reach a certain level and your control of strength reaches an extremely high level, you can split air bullets without letting them explode. Just like cutting off a flowing waterfall, it requires extremely high attainments. It's clear that Musashi can do this. As expected of Miruem's clone, it is indeed the strongest clone. Danzo's vacuum Odama was chopped into the air by Musashi without making any waves. In addition, Musashi's demon sword slashed Danzo's body again. Ahem. I didn't expect that I would see a master of swordsmanship again after arriving at White Fang in Konoha. His power is even better than that of White Fang back then. The Sharingan on Danzo's arm closed again. It would be great if Musashi's swordsmanship could reach that of Arthur Arturia Pendragon. In the Fate line of the Fate-staining series, Arturia, also known as Saber, the Idiot King, fought against the possessed treasure when Heracles, who had 12 trials and 12 lives, killed 7 times with one sword. It was very unscientific. He killed 7 people with one sword. It's not as troublesome as Danzo using Izanagi to consume a lot of chakra. Every time Hercules dies, he is resurrected with full health and full health. In comparison, if Musashi had that level of swordsmanship, then Danzo probably wouldn't be able to block one of his moves. There are 4 left. It should be settled over there. Ignoring Danzo, who was panting heavily because he had consumed too much chakra, Musashi looked to the right where the route went before and said to himself, "I'll finish you off in one go. I have to go to bed soon." The demon sword in his hand pointed at Danzo again. If I must say it, Danzo now has no chance of winning. Because from beginning to end, Musashi never took it seriously. Then let's try this Konoha sword technique of yours, the dance of the 3 crescent moon. Another Sharingan in Danzo's arm closed. I/. The sword drawing technique is also a very basic but very unnatural move in swordsmanship. There are 2 left. Damn it, leave this guy Danzo-sama to me. I don't know when the root guard who had suffered a serious blow before actually rushed towards Musashi regardless of his own life or death. But it's a pity that he was no match for Musashi in the first place, let alone after being injured. Just like the previous guard who blocked Danzo's sword, he was beheaded by Musashi with a single sword. Danzo will die under the Uchiha clan's fire release, the fire release technique of fireball. The big fireball that looked like a small sun appeared again when he competed with Itachi. At this time, Danzo, who was exhausted due to exhaustion, could not even dodge this level of ninjutsu. Therefore, it is useless to say that there are many lives that have not been restored. Just like the comparison between Majin Buu and Namekian, a casual resurrection will restore super fast, no matter how long you play, it will not be full in a while, and a broken hand will regenerate. It takes a lot of energy to get up, and the more you fight, the weaker it becomes. Now Danzo only has the last Sharingan left, and that is the Eye of Shisui. Look at my wood release. Even so, Danzo will not give up. His ambition is not over yet. He has not yet become Hokage. Don't make me laugh. You call this wood release? Musashi said disdainfully as he easily cut off Danzo's copycat version of wood release ninjutsu. Although it is said that the first generation of wood escape was a combination of water escape and earth escape, it does not mean that one can really use wood escape by combining water escape and earth escape. Transplanting Senjo Hashirama's cells is indeed a way, but it depends on whether the cells of the Senjo clan reject you. Danzo, who was almost swallowed by the first generation cells, could not use the full version of the first generation Hokage Senjo Hashirama's wood release. The wood escape he uses is almost the same as Yamato's, they are all the same. It is slightly stronger than other ninjutsu attributes, and not much worse than the original wood release, so it is still useless against Musashi. Completely unable to stop Muramasa in Musashi's hands. At this time, the right side of the Uchiha clan's hinterland finally reacted, and dozens of figures jumped from the side of the house to Uchiha Musashi's side in an instant. As expected, the ones who survived were the rest of the Uchiha clan. Chief, the mission has been completed. All the root ninjas on the right have been destroyed. The first person to speak was Uchiha. Ahem. Ahem. I didn't expect that I would die here. However, for the sake of peace in Konoha, I will never let you leave here alive. After seeing the hot Uchiha people around him, Danzo felt the last hope in his heart. Broken. He knew that his roots were finished and all the elite troops would be annihilated tonight. Even if he could survive, it would be meaningless. He had spent decades of hard work. Danzo went crazy and tore off his clothes to reveal the runes inside. A ninjutsu that is not weaker than the sealing of zombies' Ri6 Yang seal. However, Musashi looked at him with interest, his eyes full of sarcasm. Haha. If you can use it. Do you think this demon sword Muramasa is just sharp? It is an authentic demon sword. The world was spinning, this was the last sentence Danzo heard when he closed his eyes. Chapter 94. Hiden. Danzo and his roots were wiped out overnight, and the entire top brass of Konoha was shaken. Even if he doesn't like Danzo, he still doesn't like the person he is. But I still fully recognize the foundation that Danzo has established and his own strength. Surprisingly, overnight, its impact was not much worse than the news that the Uchiha clan was wiped out overnight. It's even more than that, after all, Danzo's root strength is much stronger than that of the original Uchiha clan. But all the ninjas at the root died in the hinterland of the Uchiha clan, including Danzo himself. I have to say that this is indeed very intriguing. Externally, the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Musashi, claimed that Danzo suddenly attacked the Uchiha clan with his ninjas at night for unknown reasons. The Uchiha clan was forced to act out of self-defense. Anyway, almost all the root ninjas are dead, and the Uchiha clan can't do anything about them now no matter what others do. After all, Danzo and his roots did die in the hinterland of the Uchiha clan, and according to the on-site investigation, there were indeed signs of a fight. It can't be said that the Uchiha clan invited Danzo and his relatives to the hinterland of the Uchiha clan to start a fight, right? There must be a conspiracy among Danzo. I just didn't expect that they would be completely wiped out by the Uchiha clan, which was almost wiped out. This made all the remaining families in Konoha have to re-examine the Uchiha clan, and re-treat the Uchiha clan as the most powerful family in Konoha. Destroying Danzo and his roots is something that not even the 5th Hokage Tsunade and the Hyuga clan can do. As a matter of pure strength, even the fifth Hokage Tsunade and Hinata couldn't do it. Unless the roots did something so serious that they would betray Konoha, it would be possible for the entire Konoha to destroy them. However, they were wiped out by the Uchiha clan who returned to Konoha. How powerful is the Uchiha clan now? So how terrifying was Uchiha Itachi, who almost wiped out the Uchiha clan? After all, there are still only a few people who know the truth about the Uchiha genocide. The most feared people in Konoha are Mito Katoen and Koharu Koharu. The Uchiha clan's genocide plan is also related to them. Although they are not involved in it, they are also afraid that the Uchiha clan will anger them now. Ah! Haven't you seen that the mastermind Danzo has been killed? The Hyuga clan has not expressed anything to the outside world and maintains a wait-and-see attitude. After all, they are still the most powerful clan in Konoha, but they are also wary of the Uchiha clan's current strength. Other medium-sized families and small families have made friends with the Uchiha clan one after another. Anyway, they have nothing to lose. Now the head of the Uchiha clan is no different than before, and he is a docile and humble boy. This is why Uchiha Musashi did a good job on the surface. Thinking back to that night, Musashi was covered in a strong smell of blood. If these small families saw that situation, they would probably shake their legs when they see Musashi in the future. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, had a hot temper. Although she looked down upon Danzo and disliked him very much, she did not have a good impression of the Uchiha Itachi clan, the former enemy of her Senju clan. Moreover, Tsunade just has a hot temper, but she is not a fool. The rumor that was making a lot of noise in the Leaf Village before was combined with the actions of Danzo and Gen. No matter how you think about it, this is inextricably related to the Uchiha clan. But now that all the roots have been destroyed, it is even less possible for him to attack the Uchiha clan. They insist that they were attacked by the root ninjas, and they don't know the specific reason. There is really nothing I can do against them. To say the least, even if they admit that it is their conspiracy, what can I do against them? Konoha can no longer stand this. The strength that can wipe out all the roots, even if Konoha uses all its strength to wipe it out, how much strength does Konoha have left? I am no longer the little girl I once was, I am now the Hokage. You can't be so impulsive. For this reason, the desk and door of the Hokage's office have been changed countless times. After all, Danzo and his roots are Konoha's secret team headquarters, and a lot of information cannot be announced to the outside world. Therefore, this matter can only be handled secretly, but although it is handled secretly, it is only the ordinary people of Konoha who are hiding it. After all, this matter was quite a big deal, and any ninja with some ability would know about it. Of course, at the very least, one must be a Chunin or above, which means that one should only fool and hide those ordinary people. Compared to Konoha, the destruction of the roots will have a greater impact on the outside world. Of course, this does not mean for the other 4 major ninja villages, but for those secret organizations or strong people who know the existence of the root. For example, Orochimaru and the Sound Ninja village he founded, such as Obito, and some members of the Akatsuki organization such as Itachi. There are still nearly 3 years, and our strength still has room to grow. I don't know if it was to Itachi or himself, but in short, same side. As a member of the Akatsuki organization who lived very long in the original work, he seems to know many secrets. The roots of Konoha have disappeared. Now no one in Konoha will really attack the Uchiha clan without any purpose. Let Musashi develop well in Konoha and strive to be there when Akatsuki attacks the tailed beasts. Konoha has gained a lot of say. Do you want to grab the title of Hokage for fun? Miruem teased Peter in his arms in a newly built gorgeous palace in the Mist Ninja village in the country of water. The way of speaking to oneself. Meow. As soon as he said this, Miruem's lips were sealed by Peter's lips. Ever since that kiss, Peter has been obsessed with this electric shock feeling. With the passage of time, Miruem's strength has now almost recovered to the level of 8th level. In 2 years, Miruem's strength will be fully restored. All that's left is to get stronger. Surpass those so-called superior gods. Ahoo! I'm so excited after not going out for a long time // this time the king finally sent me out. I want to have a good time this time. I'm so happy. I'm so high, located at the junction of the 5 great ninja villages, at an unknown junction between the country of Spring and the country of Sichuan, a young man with a yellowish complexion and a few beards was bouncing around and excited about something. Kidoo! Do you want to die? We didn't come out here just to have fun. The primary purpose is to finish what the king ordered first. He was answered by a cold-faced man with long hair and a very cool dress. A youth like a bamboo pole. Of course, they were followed by several big men who looked almost exactly the same. Well, to be precise, it should be a popular face that is almost forgotten after one glance. Kiju, the leader of the Chimera Ant Division, and Naru, the elite among the Chimera Ant Transformers. In short, both of them are quite powerful Chimera Ant warriors. Now they appear in human form. This is a new ability of the Chimera Ants mentioned before. An ability developed in order to better integrate into human society. Compared with the original Chimera Ants such as Jiju, this type of human form always has something different from ordinary people on its face or body. For example, Jiju's skin color is yellowish and there are many leopard beards on his face. The human form transformed by Chimera Ants like Naru is almost the same as normal humans. After all, they were once humans. Although there are very few Chimera Ant transformed humans who have the same talent as the division leader, this Naru is one of them. He is even stronger than some division leaders, but the Chimera Ant cyborgs are already the main force of the Chimera Ant clan, so this is nothing. Anyway, there were only a few former Chimera Ant division leaders. The two get along very peacefully, and even many Chimera Ant cyborgs respect the original Chimera Ant troops very much. They think that their bodies are closer to the king. You must know that almost all the people transformed by Chimera Ants are believers, so their belief is fanatical. But there are some exceptions, such as Naru's response to this kid. Jiju is playful by nature and very nervous. It can be seen from what he just said, but apart from his fighting strength, Naru basically has an attitude of discipline inspection. Especially for things like the king's mission, it is a huge thing for him. However, what Kiju wants to do is to play with his attitude towards Kiju. It's strange. So it is conceivable that it is strange that Naru can like Jiju. As for the few big men with the same looks behind them, they are ordinary cyborg warriors of Chimera Ant. Of course, this is just the human form. Some Chimera Ant transformed warriors are unwilling to return to their original human appearance, so many choose this popular face. These are all personal wishes and are not a big deal anyway. Hey, hey! Kiju replied perfunctorily, duplicitously. Sir, the Tang Ninja village is just ahead. At this moment, one of the big men with a common face said. This man was transformed by Dragonfly, so his eyesight in the daytime is very good. Yunnan village is a village whose combat effectiveness has been reduced due to the disappearance of the war. It is also a village rich in natural resources, and is known as the village that forgot the war. However, in such a village, a cult member of an evil god who likes violence and blood appeared. The target of the Chimera Ants is exactly that person, the cultist of the evil god who claims to have a very strange ability to be immortal in the world of Naruto. Haiden didn't join the Akatsuki very early, and he hadn't actually joined the Akatsuki organization for too long since the story of capturing the tailed beast. And according to Maluem's information, Yunnan village still exists, so it can be concluded that Haiden is still in Yunnan village. Miruem took a fancy to Haiden's strange ability, so he sent two powerful masters at the level of division commanders and several combat members who were captains and above. Of course, these combat powers seem to be too much to deal with just one Haiden, but just in case, who knows when other members of the Akatsuki organization invited Haiden. Chapter 95. Haiden and Jiju. Haiden's immortality is not outstanding among all anime characters. After all, he is just immortal, and his regeneration and recovery abilities are almost non-existent. Even the Senju and the Uzumaki clan can't compare, but among the Hokage, he is the only character who can survive even having his head chopped off. But I don't know if it can survive for 7 days like cockroaches until it starves to death. Cell and Majin Buu in the Dragon Ball world are both more immortal than him. In other words, dump him for N blocks. But Miruem didn't take a fancy to his so-called immortality. In terms of vitality and tenacity, the Chimera Ant is no worse than Haiden's immortal body. Even the recovery ability is even higher than it. In the original novel, there is a situation where Chimera Ants can survive even after their heads are chopped off. They are the two mermaid siblings who fought against Killua. There was even a situation where the Ant King could recover after being burnt to coke, so Haiden's so-called immortal Miruem didn't pay much attention to it. What Miruem was interested in was Haiden's other ability, the ability to transfer damage. This ability of Yin Ren is quite powerful. Although I don't know if it is effective on everyone, if Miru M can master it, he will have one more trump card in his hand. As long as you get the opponent's blood, you can transfer the damage to the opponent. Even among the weird and changeable telekinesis abilities, this ability is considered very powerful and must have great constraints. Although some cumbersome rituals had to be performed before, Miru could try to see if they could be improved. It doesn't matter if he can't master it in the end, Miru will not let go of an opportunity to make himself stronger. There is the smell of blood ahead. The sense of smell of chimera ants is extremely powerful. After all, they are a race that has absorbed all animals and monsters into one. Even from dozens of miles away, they could smell the blood ahead, not to mention that Yunnan village was right in front of them. Kill, 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 die, die, die. Ha 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 ha, I will dedicate you all to the evil god. A man with silvery grey hair in the Tang ninja village held a long, long sword in his hand. The young man with the scythe was frantically killing other ninjas in Yunnan village. Although Yu Ninja Village once became a second-rate ninja village, over time, it became a second-rate ninja village. Coupled with the rich natural resources, most villagers are keen on peace, and the war has reduced a lot of combat power, so there are not many high-level ninjas in Yunnan village now. The strongest person in Yu Ninja village is only a Jonin level. Although Haiden is not very strong in the Akatsuki organization, he is indeed unbeatable in the current Yu Ninja village. Haiden, do you know what you are doing now? Why are you doing this? A middle-aged man who looked like a leader was confronting Haiden. He was currently the strongest person in Yunnan village. Hee ha 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 ha. Of course I know what I am doing. I will dedicate you all to the evil god. Thank me. Thank me. As for why you do this? Of course it is because of your peace-loving appearance that makes me it's disgusting. Die, die, just give me more blood. Haiden waved the huge scythe in his hand and shuttled among the surrounding Yunnan. This was simply a one-sided massacre, and there was no ninja around who was a match for Haiden. What happened to Haiden? When did he become so powerful? Unfortunately, they don't know that Haiden is no longer the same Haiden as before, or this is his true nature. After being transformed by the cult of the evil god, he was the only one who survived. To deal with these declining Tang ninjas, Haiden didn't even bother to use the power of the curse. He was able to completely torture these Tang ninjas just by relying on his current body strengthening. When the last Yunnan fell under Haiden's huge scythe, Haiden finally showed a strange and satisfied expression. You've had enough of wasting so much time. Now come with me to Yu Ninja village. As agreed before, you must join this organization. A creature like a pitcher plant emerged from the ground. He got out and appeared in front of Haiden. One of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Baiju. Ha ha ha, you told the guy wearing the spiral mask before that there are many powerful masters in that organization, right? And they can kill people at will, right? Lord Evil God will definitely like it, it's really exciting. But are you so weak and a member of the organization? If you let me know that you are lying to me, I will definitely kill you like the useless followers of the evil god. Although it was the evil god's followers who created Haiden, it didn't take long. They were backlashed by Haiden, trying to control Haiden even though they were not strong enough. So Haiden killed them all and dedicated them to the evil god. Haiden himself was an extremely bloodthirsty person. Now Haiden can be said to be the only survivor of that evil cult. I'm just a clone. Okay, a guy will come to pick you up soon. He is a guy with half of his face hidden in his hood. He is your companion. As for whether he is strong or not, you can try it yourself. If you think it's too weak, just kill him, but as a warning, don't die. Baiju let out a very uncomfortable laugh. Once it drilled into the ground. Don't die. It's interesting. Such a powerful opponent really sacrificed him to the evil god. The evil god will definitely praise me, right? I will definitely do it. The current Haiden is not like the Haiden after the tail beast capture operation started. Now Haiden is not emotionally stable at all because he was recently transformed. Sometimes he often loses control of his emotions. After all, Haiden was just an ordinary ninja in Yunnan village before this. Compared to the ninjas in Konoha village who only know the 3 body techniques, suddenly gaining powerful power will cause some instability. But it will be fine after teaming up with Kakuzu and training/teaching him for a while. Facing Kakuzu, Haiden's strength was not enough. To be precise, Haiden's moves were restrained by Kakuzu. He had to go through the evil god ritual at least 5 times if he wanted to kill the horn, but the horn had already taken off his head countless times if he had done it more than 5 times. Found it. Is this guy our target this time? Doesn't he look good? Not long after Baizetsu disappeared, several members of the Chimera team also arrived at Yunnan village. As soon as he walked in, he saw Haiden's eye-catching silvery grey hair. "You're so noisy, you're the one who picked me up? But why are there so many? Didn't you say there was only one? Oh, never mind. Anyway, the white guy also said that if he is weaker than me, I can kill him directly. It's nothing." Haiden looked impatient, picking his ears with his left hand and holding the scythe in his right hand, while looking at Kiju and the others. "Oh Naru, this kid is even more arrogant than you. Look, look, look. Is he a relative of yours or something?" The funny leopard Kiju seemed to be worried that the world would not be in chaos. He pointed at Haiden and said to Naru. Naru's Haiden looks completely different. In terms of relatives, Haiden's personality is somewhat similar to Kido's. "Idiot, hurry up and deal with this guy. If you don't come, I'll take action. The king is still waiting for us." Naru glanced at Kiju with a look of disgust and said angrily. "Teaming up with Kido is going to kill him. The chatty leopard in the late stages of ADHD is top-notch in his annoying ability. It's rare to come out once, but I still want to play for a while. It's better to leave this guy to me," Kido said quickly after hearing Naru's words, with a sharp tone. Chuyu didn't take Haiden in front of him seriously at all. "Hey, that weirdo with a beard over there, since you want to die so much, just ask Haiden-sama to give you a ride. Evil God Sama will definitely like you. It's true that he always calls the god he believes in as evil god a real man? Even if the god is evil, his own followers would not call him an evil god, right? It should be called Zhengshen, right? Is this just a mouth habit? Go to hell." Haiden, who was holding the scythe, quickly swung it towards Jiju's position. However, this speed is only what Haiden understands. In Jiju's eyes, this level of speed is no different than being as slow as a snail. Hey, it's so dangerous, so dangerous. Don't you know that such a sudden attack is very dangerous?" Jiju easily jumped on the tree branch to avoid Haiden's attack, and squatted on it. He said with a complaining look. To Haiden, this tone was no different from ridicule, and Haiden screamed in anger. However, as Haiden is the slowest among Akatsuki, how can he achieve the speed that he has always known for? This is really a problem. Kido was running back and forth on the roof and branches like a monkey, constantly teasing Haiden with words, while Haiden kept waving his huge scythe to chase Kido, who was jumping up and down. "Damn guy, how can you run so well? Come down. Let's fight until it hurts." Although Haiden's physical fitness has become much stronger after being transformed, he is still not comparable to Kido. Chimera Ant's physical strength is not very good at all. Haiden is indeed a little inferior, not to mention that the scythe in Haiden's hand is not light. Little. If you have the ability, come up. Oh, I can't fight, hee, fight. No. Stay. Kido, who was climbing on the roof, faced Haiden. He said while making a face. "I'm so angry. I'm going to kill you." Haiden screamed in anger at Kiju again. These two idiots really can't stand it anymore. Unlike these two idiots, it was obvious that Nalu's patience had reached its limit. Chapter 96. Brother Guan, bless me and keep me safe. Damn it. This guy Naru is crazy, even I will be attacked too. Kiju happened to look out of the corner of his eye. After seeing Naru's action, the hair on his body exploded. "Get out of here quickly. Otherwise, you will die." Rapid mode. Second generation. Kido immediately used his telekinesis ability, and his feet became unusually thick and elastic, and 2 pairs of claws appeared on each foot. Little wings. He ran away at an extraordinary and incredible speed. Kiju saw that Naru's movements were actually nothing. Naru was just praying to the sky and making obeisance movements. Of course, there is nothing to be afraid of. The key lies in Naru's telekinesis ability. Naru's telekinesis ability is called worshipping the gods. I don't know what the specific principle is, but it is an ability similar to luck or luck. There will be several different effects after worshipping the gods. One is that Naru's own combat ability is greatly improved and strengthened to an incredible level. It can be regarded as a buff type effect. The other is that the enemy will be cursed to varying degrees, but the effect of the curse is random. It may be deceleration, power decline, or even aging and other curse effects. The final effect is that the action taken is what Naru is doing now. An ability similar to divine punishment. I don't know how it was formed. In short, it is extremely destructive, and the forms of divine punishment are also different. It may be thunder, wind, or fire. At present, except for the Ant King and a few others, anyone who is hit by this heavenly punishment will lose their combat effectiveness. If the opponent is too weak and does not have any special abilities, it is normal for him to be killed. The most important thing is that the scope of the impact is extremely large. Kiju didn't want to be beaten to death for no apparent reason, so he ran away decisively. But although this ability is very powerful, the price paid is not small. Each time you worship God, different effects will appear. It can enhance Naru's combat effectiveness, or kill the opponent, or make the opponent lose combat effectiveness. But the side effects are not small. Within a certain period of time, Naru will encounter unfortunate things no matter what he does. Things can be big or small. In short, it is similar to Tsunade's effect of losing every bet, but it is not limited to gambling. No matter what Naru does, even if he does nothing, he will encounter misfortune. It's the kind of luck where you can get shot while lying down, and misfortune can come from the sky while sitting at home. Anyway, bad luck keeps happening, and the duration is related to the strength of the opponent fighting against it. Fortunately, this bad luck was not widespread, it only targeted Naru alone. Otherwise, Miruem would never allow Naru to use his telekinesis ability, otherwise the whole Chimera Ant family might be the unlucky one. Ahahaha, coward, now you know how powerful Haiden-sama is. Don't run away. I will sacrifice you to the evil god. Seeing Kida running away in embarrassment, Haiden didn't find out the reason yet. Duan said stupidly. In the cloudless sky, a dazzling blue lightning suddenly appeared and struck Haiden holding the scythe fiercely. Then everything within hundreds of meters was enveloped in a bright light. Hey, Naru, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid that that guy will be killed by you? Fortunately, Kiju was fast enough, and he was already far away before the thunder and lightning appeared. Otherwise, if he were hit like this, he would be paralyzed for at least half a day. Humph, carrot, he can't die. Naru said confidently, as if he believed that I was absolutely right, and that he was unreliable only if he believed in you. Master Evil God, it turns out that the scythe is really conductive. After the thunder and lightning, Haiden's body was as black as an African's, and his hair stood straighter, spitting out a puff of black smoke from his mouth, and finished speaking. He fell straight down. Even if he is immortal, he is not immune to this level of general paralysis. Moreover, this thunder and lightning is not like the thunder escape ninjutsu, and his body is immune to some damage. The nature of this lightning was unknown, but even Haiden's immortal body was struck by it. Now he has become the prisoner of Kiju, Nalu, and others, and the effect of paralysis is so strong that it is difficult to move his body, even his mouth. Throwing the paralyzed Haiden, who was completely unable to move, to the Chimera Ant soldiers, the leopard Kida began to run in front of Naru again to seek death. I said, Naru. Look, our mission has been completed, and it's still early. Do you think we can go relax? For example, go to a lively place to be cool? I heard that there are hot springs nearby. It's quite famous, how about we give it a try? He kept winking at Nalu and said with a flattering expression. For a feline who is naturally playful, leaving him to die in one place is like killing him. Being able to stay in the kingdom of water for so long is already a rare thing for Kiju. No, don't even think about it. We must complete the task assigned by the king as soon as possible and hand this guy over to the king personally. And didn't the king say that the danger level of this world is no worse than the world we stayed in before? How much, although the degree of weirdness is less, there are also many people with destructive power and powerful power. Didn't the king say that there are many humans stronger than us in this world? Naru refused very rigidly. Taking Kiju's suggestion, by the way, Naru was not transformed into a Chimera Ant in the Naruto world. The Chimera Ant modified humans in the Naruto world have not really grown up yet. Although there are many people with extraordinary talents, they are not really strong yet, at most they are at the level of Jounin. Although the Chimera Ant transformation can be considered a very powerful plug-in, it is already incredible to reach this level in 1 or 2 years. Don't think that everyone has the unparalleled qualifications of Naruto and Sasuke. The increase in strength is simply an unscientific leap forward like a rocket. It is basically impossible to even think about fully growing up in just a few months or even a year or 2. Even it took 3 years for Naruto and Sasuke to truly grow up. Moreover, Chimera Ants are also very talented in transforming humans. The achievements of ordinary people in a lifetime of resisting death may only be the level of soldier ants, but because they have the body of a Chimera Ant, they are at least stronger than the spores of Baiju. TCH, it's really boring. It's so boring. It's so boring. I don't care, I want to play. Kiddo made a face and stuck out his tongue at Naru rather childishly. Finally, he rolled on the ground like a fool. Oh, what a big idiot. Naru rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. He felt like he had a headache now. Why do you have to work with such a living treasure? Although this guy's strength is considered good even among the entire ant tribe, his character is really tiring. Kiju. If I didn't use my telekinesis just now, how long do you think it would take you to finish this guy off? Because his combat ability was greatly reduced by using telekinesis, Naru needed Kiju's help in many areas. So I'm going to have a good talk with Jideo. Although this guy is terribly slow, his body is quite strong and he is quite durable. And I heard from the king that this guy has immortality and a very troublesome ability similar to a curse. If you didn't take action, if so, I'm afraid I have to attack with all my strength for a long time. After all, I don't have any large-scale and powerful moves. This kind of opponent with certain immortal characteristics is the type I don't like to fight against. Ah, it's so troublesome. After hearing Naru's words, he sat down on the ground and played with the base of his tail. He stretched out his hands and clapped his fingers and said, "But a human strongman of this level is just a ninja from such a small village. I heard from the king that there are many beings in the remaining 4 ninja villages who can easily kill most of our Chimera Ants. Didn't Wang say it before? When you can survive his 3 attacks, you can travel freely as you please. Hey, are you kidding me? I would have been killed even with 1 move, not to mention 3 moves. That would really kill me. The king's strength is really too strong. Master Kiju has just come out to see the outside world, and he is going back again. Master Kiju will be bored to death with that boring training." Kiju composed an unknown tune. A song was humming quietly from the side. It sounds awful. Sniv. Kiju, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and stretched out his nose to smell the surrounding air. There is a human smell around here. But there are other weird things in it. I'm sorry, guys, the guy in your hands seems to be my new companion. Could you please hand him over to me? A head was almost covered by a strange turban, only 2 green eyes as big as soybeans were exposed. The person appeared in front of several people. Akatsuki member Kakuzu. It seems like something interesting is about to happen. I can finally have some fun this time. Kiju's eyes flashed with excitement. He could probably feel that the guy in front of him was very strong. Ordinary division commanders are no match for him. It's over. This misfortune must have happened too quickly. Damn it, I can't use my ability more than twice a day. Otherwise, I will get into trouble. Naru's whole face changed when he saw Kakuzu. Blacken. Whether a random person appears is related to your mission goal, and it must be a strong guy. Naru's ability is very strong, but the restrictions are even stronger. If he uses it more than twice in a row in one day, those misfortunes will turn into a terrible disaster. And if you use worship God again before the previous misfortune has befallen you, the degree of misfortune will be doubled. In short, this is an ability that is both powerful and painful. Chapter 97. Tailed Beast Capture Plan. Can you hand over that idiot to me? Kakuzu pointed at Haiden on the Chimera Ant soldier's shoulder. It's hard to imagine that Kakuzu, who has a bad temper, would talk to others so politely. But at this moment, Jiao was not as relaxed as he said in his tone. Every nerve in him was tense at any time. Just now, the earth resentment you in his body sensed danger. Yes, it was a danger that a living thing was born with from its natural enemies. In other words, among the previous few people, there is someone who can restrain his resentment, and the other person may even not be human at all. Of course, the most critical thing is that these people have never been seen on any reward list. In other words, the opponent's head is not valuable, and the opponent's head is not valuable, and the opponent's head is not valuable. Kakuzu didn't want to fight with the opponent at all, if it weren't for the fact that he had killed too many teammates who had teamed up with him because of the bounty, and at the same time, Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, personally ordered him to take down the idiot he was carrying on his shoulders. Bring back. Even Kakuzu didn't bother to ask. People who were captured by others because of their lack of strength, Kakuzu didn't think were qualified to be his teammates. However, Leader Pain still has to give him face. After all, he works in this extremely dangerous organization. Impossible, this guy is the target of our mission. Naru decisively refused with a sullen face. The strength of the opponent is very strong, at least beyond the level of ordinary division commanders. In other words, the other party must be at least on the same level as himself and Jiju. But because I have used my telekinesis ability, and because of the special nature of my telekinesis ability, I can only use about 60% of my strength in a fight. Although the remaining Chimera Ant soldiers are pretty good among the Chimera Ant soldiers, facing an opponent of this level they can only go up and deliver food. Then the only teammate you can rely on is... Naru glanced at Kido who was rubbing his nose excitedly. It's a headache, but the king's mission must be completed. Then, only. The negotiation broke down. Thunder escaped pseudo-darkness. Fight. He threw Haiden aside casually, and several Chimera Ants quickly dodged Kakuzu's large-scale attack Thunder Release ninjutsu, and then formed a triangle to surround Kakuzu. Although Kakuzu's Thunder Release did not attack the Chimera Ant, it accidentally injured a very unlucky guy, Haiden. Unfortunately, Haiden, who was originally in a state of general paralysis, once again experienced electroshock therapy. Haiden was so miserable that he couldn't even scream and rolled his eyes because of the electricity. Fortunately, he was originally immortal, otherwise another ninja would have knelt down this time. As for the protagonist Kakuzu who caused the incident, he didn't even look at Haiden. He wouldn't hold anything back for Haiden, even if he wasn't his teammate now, so what? Just kill them together and exchange them for money. Maybe he did it on purpose, so that if he killed this guy, he wouldn't have to fight these guys. When the time comes, tell Pain, the teammate you found is too rubbish, and he was accidentally killed by accidental damage, good job. TCH. He glanced at Haiden, whose chest was still rising and rising even though his eyes were white from the electric shock, and he grinned. Are you comparing yourself to others? Kakuzu's gaze swept between several Chimera Ants. But there are a lot of people here. Dark monsters wearing white masks climbed out of Kakuzu's body. The heart that was killed by Musashi before has been replaced by Kakuzu. Although it is not as powerful as before, it can still be used. Oh, it looks so interesting. Naru, leave these guys to you two and leave the rest to me. It was very rare that the little leopard finally looked serious for once. I always feel like something will happen today. In the center of an unknown tree hole near Yu Ninja Village, a man with red hair and several black sticks stuck in his back said. Nagato, what's wrong? A mature lady with blue hair, as beautiful as the one in the painting, stood next to the man and said. I don't know. I always feel that something has changed, but I can't tell. I have a bad feeling. But there shouldn't be anything wrong if we haven't started taking action yet. I'll use Pain to ask the others and see. Let's see what happened. Nagato frowned. Xionin glanced worriedly at the weak, shapeless body next to her. Now I only have you, Nagato. What? Kakuzu was almost killed. Nagato seemed to be recuperating with his eyes closed, but in fact, Nagato was communicating with the members of the Akatsuki organization through the rings they wore. But I didn't expect to get such breaking news. Who is Kakuzu? That was the man who had fought the first generation and survived. One of the high-end combatants among the members of the Akatsuki organization. He is known as immortal and extremely tenacious. He is also the financial minister of the Akatsuki organization. Of course the last title is useless. But it is undeniable that Kakuzu is absolutely powerful and can definitely be ranked among the top in the organization. Of course, this refers to the obvious. Even such a powerful person was almost killed. Could it be that he encountered Cage from other ninja villages? At the same time, Chimera Ants gathered in the Kingdom of Water. Lord Kiju, Lord Naru? What happened to you? Are you so seriously injured? In the Chimera Ant Medical Center, the medical staff couldn't help but ask after checking their bodies. With that kind of wound, if it weren't for the tenacious vitality of the Chimera ants, I'm afraid he would have died before returning to the Kingdom of Water. Oh, I'm careless, I'm careless. I didn't expect that this guy who has lost his fighting power can still have such weird abilities. In short, he is an incredible monster. Do you really want to fight them again? It's so interesting. Although there was blood in his mouth, but Kiju's eyes became brighter and brighter. This is an exciting feeling. Kakuzu is really a powerful opponent. He seems to be called a ninja. Although the Chimera ants have also absorbed many Chimera ants who were formerly ninjas and transformed them, no Chimera ant will take the initiative to remember live in each other's profession. And you, Haiden. That ability is really weird. I think this battle would have been more interesting if you hadn't stepped in midway. Really, arrogant. Naru, who was beside him, had only looked gloomy and said nothing since he came in. I really didn't expect that there are such powerful characters in this world. In the Battle of the Mist Ninja Village, the shadow level experts were all dealt with by Miru M, and the remaining Chimera ants could only deal with some Jounin or even special Jounin at most. In this way, some of their members began to become inexplicably confident, and Naru was one of them. It seemed that this time was a good lesson. However, King Wanxing's mission was still completed. In 2 years' time, the Chimera ant modified humans absorbed by the Chimera ant fire shadow world will grow to perfection. By then the Chimera ants will become even more terrifying and powerful. I see. This is how damage is transferred? It's interesting. Sure enough, there are so many good things in the world of Naruto. Miru M closed his eyes tightly, feeling the newly gained power in his body, the huge red figure behind him and the figure on the ground. A pinch of grey powder heralded the fall of another strong man in the world of Naruto. This is the Sand Ninja Village. It's such a desolate village. Uncle. 2 figures, one tall and one short, wearing black robes with red clouds, appeared outside the boundary of the Sand Ninja Village in the Kingdom of Wind. The speaker was a tall man with long blonde hair. It's really a nostalgic place. I haven't been back for a long time. The hunched man said, but although he spoke with emotion, there was no emotion in his tone. Deidara, the S-level rebellious ninja from IWA Ninja Village, and Red Sand Scorpion, the S-level rebellious ninja from Sand Ninja Village. 2 super strong shadow-level experts. They are also the clarion call for the Akatsuki organization to start capturing tailed beasts. 2 years have passed. 2 years have passed. The story organized by Akatsuki has officially kicked off. With the presence of the traitor and Scorpion's unusual familiarity with the Sand Ninja Village, it was easy to tear apart the Sand Ninja Village's defense line. And Suna Ninja Village was worthy of the title of being the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages. There were 5 generations of Kazekage in total, 2 of them, the 3rd and 4th generations, were killed, and 1/5 generation was captured alive. Or they sent out a total of 2 people to capture Ying alive in front of the entire village. The surrounding sand ninjas didn't even have any blocking effect. If it were in Konoha or Cloud Ninja Village, such a thing would never happen. After Deidara and Scorpion captured Gaara alive, the Sand Ninja Village immediately sent a distress signal to Konoha. It is said that family scandals should not be publicized, let alone the leader of a village being captured alive. However, the Suna Ninja Village has become so weak that it can only ask Konoha for help in such matters. It can be imagined that the current Suna Ninja Village is only a little better than those second-rate ninja villages. Sand Ninja Village even invited Cho and Ebizo, the only 2 remaining advisors in the village. The assistance members sent by Konoha were a bit weird, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Not to mention that Konoha's current leadership is sending 2 people, you must know that the strength of these 2 people is now at the level of Elite Jounin or above. If they are not qualified enough, they can even become candidates for Hokage. And this is based on the fact that the 2 people's strength has not exploded. Once Sasuke uses the Sharingan, Naruto's Cage level like Nine Tails mode and Sage mode are no match for the 2. The talents of these 2 people are so abnormal that even Miru M had to sigh. The reason why Musashi is so strong is because he is a character carefully cultivated by Miru M. And the body itself is amazingly talented. But these 2 guys are just like cheating devices. Not to mention, Naruto not only mastered the Sage mode but also perfectly controlled the power of the Nine Tails. Now the conjoined technique is so scary. Sasuke even opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, who knows how he opened it. Now he has to take Musashi seriously, and his combat power has even surpassed that of Uchiha Itachi, who came to Konoha after the death of the third generation, and was able to play 66 with the thunder-release ninjutsu. It can be said that apart from Tsunade and Musashi, these two transformations are the strongest in Konoha village now. Even Kakashi, who also turned on the kaleidoscope, feels inferior to him. Of course, here we don't count Kai who can open the 8 gates and Jiraiya who still hasn't returned to Konoha. Chapter 98. The Hokages of the Past. At the same time, the Akatsuki organization began its tailed beast capture plan. On an unknown island far away in the Kingdom of Water, Miruem is embarking on his plan. This small island is not big, probably only a few dozen kilometers long, but the surrounding area has been reinforced by unknown materials. As if to prevent something from being destroyed, secondly, a super powerful barrier was erected at the 4 corners around the island. Miruem spent a lot of effort to create this barrier, which can prevent the invasion of space ninjutsu to a certain extent. However, the main purpose is still for defense, but this is not to defend against damage from the outside but to defend against damage from within. Miruem spent a whole year looking for the temple with the death mask at the ruins of the original Whirlpool Kingdom at the junction of the Water Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom. You must know that the Kingdom of Whirlpool is located in a place surrounded by water, although it is probably known that it is on a small island below the Kingdom of Fire. But it is not easy to find this place. Only the devil knows that the island where the ruins of the country of Whirlpool is. There are countless small islands of various sizes scattered nearby, especially if you need to find such a hidden ancestral hall among the ruins. But in the end, it took Miruem a year to finally find the place. And from it, 4 masks were destroyed and 4 souls were released. What is Miruem's purpose in doing this? For the sake of reincarnation in the filthy land. Because the corpses are sealed away, the souls taken away by the god of death cannot be channeled. Only by destroying the mask of the god of death can one use the dirt to reincarnate. Those 4 souls are the souls of the first, second, third, and fourth generations of Hokage. And Miruem released them for their power, or in other words, to let the Doubty eat them and seize their power. Miruem has tested that psychics reincarnated in the dirt can be eaten by the gluttonous feast, but only a part of their abilities can be taken away, which is much less than what can be obtained by directly killing a living person. However, Miruem has recently developed another characteristic of his telekinesis ability, which is also the most tyrannical aspect of the gluttonous feast. The most tyrannical aspect of the gluttonous feast is that it can also digest the opponent's soul. It also digests the ability. To a certain extent, it can be said that Miruem can instantly seize the opponent's ability and use it for his own use, completely absorbing it. And with Miruem's incredible learning ability and absorption ability, it won't take long for him to develop the opponent's ability to the extreme or even develop new abilities. Otherwise, why do you think it was named Doughty? You must know that Doughty is a legendary gluttonous evil beast and one of the 4 most ferocious beasts in the legends of flower growers. If you can't even do this, how can you call it gluttonous? However, although it is indeed overbearing to be able to digest the opponent's soul, it also requires a condition. Miruem must defeat the opponent, and the opponent must be defeated upright, or the opponent must be willing to be eaten by Miruem's gluttony. This is the oath to activate this ability or this characteristic. Fortunately, this is not unkind. It is very easy given Miruem's strength. Doesn't it sound any different from the previous gluttonous feast? In fact, this is not the case. Although the previous gluttonous feast could capture the opponent's ability to a certain extent, it took a lot of time. In the past, the degree of Doughty's ability to seize the opponent's ability was determined by the amount of the opponent's parts that Miruem obtained. Moreover, you must understand the other party's ability before you can learn it, and you can only use it after learning. If Miruem cannot understand the other party's ability, you will not be able to learn the other party's ability and will not be able to use it. Now Doughty only needs to defeat the opponent, and after eating the opponent, he will be able to fully understand and 100% master the opponent's ability, and this ability can even kill the soul. In other words, the current Doughty can perfectly capture or absorb everything the opponent has. If you still don't understand, let's make an analogy. In the past, Miruem's telekinesis ability was similar to the absorption ability of the android Cell in the Dragon Ball series. Now Doughty is similar to the absorption ability of the original Majin Buu. And being stronger than that is not just about absorbing combat power. And not only can Miruem's abilities be strengthened, but Miruem's soul can also be strengthened. Very domineering, but also very restrictive. However, Miruem did not intend to use Doughty to absorb the 4 reincarnated versions of Hokage, although he could also gain their power. But there is no perfection, Miruem wants to take away their complete power. As for the reason? Because some accidents occurred recently when Miruem was researching the Jade of Seeking Paths, all the properties changes of the 5 chakra attributes were researched and developed to the extreme, and the property changes of Yin-Yang escape technique were also developed. But he just couldn't get the Kyodeo Jade. Later, Miruem discovered that if he wanted to get the Kyodeo Jade, the blood inheritance snare, he had to obtain the bloodline power of the Otsutsuki clan. Miruem was certainly not interested in injecting any first-generation cells, even though his body could completely control and suppress those cells. But he didn't bother to do it, it was too opportunistic. Then the only way left is to directly use Doughty to seize the bloodline power of the Otsutsuki clan. There are only a few in the entire Naruto world that meet this characteristic. Naruto, Azura, Sasuke, Indra, the first generation, Madara, the Sage of 6 Paths, the Sage of 6 Paths Mother Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Sage of 6 Paths Brother Otsutsuki Hamura, Black Zetsu and Tonari Otsutsuki who appeared in the movie version. First of all, Naruto and Sasuke were excluded. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Sage of 6 Paths, had not broken the seal yet. Only the Sage of 6 Paths knew which corner this guy was hiding in. I don't know whether Otsutsuki Hamura, the brother of Sage of 6 Paths, is dead or not. How can I find him? Anyway, there is no way to get him out of the reincarnation of the Dirty Land, and I can't find his relics. There are relics of the Immortal of 6 Paths, but the key point is that the Immortal of 6 Paths is not dead. This guy came out to make soy sauce in the final battle of the official history. As for Tonari Otsutsuki, let alone that. The goods are characters from the theatrical version. Who knows whether the characters from the theatrical version exist in the Naruto world where Miruem is currently staying. At least Miruem has not heard of it until now. There is a legend that the Otsutsuki clan lives on the moon. And if someone is on the moon, you have to find a way to get there, right? This is unreliable, so rule it out. Then the only ones left are the first generation, Madara and Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu and Madara Miruem still want to use the two of them to get Kagaya out, so the only choice is the first generation. Since the first Hokage has been absorbed, the remaining second, third and fourth generations should also be absorbed along the way. The second generation's water escape was okay, the third generation had a huge amount of ninjutsu, and the fourth generation's space ninjutsu was pretty good, all of which Miruem took a fancy to. The first generation would release was also something Miruem liked. So for all this, Miruem made a lot of preparations. Now the implementation is finally about to begin. Looking at the 4 coffins that appeared from the reincarnation of the earth, Miruem took out something from his bag. It turned out to be a reincarnation eye. But if you look closely, you can see that the color of this samsara eye is a little wrong. That's right, this is a knockoff created by Miruem. It was produced by the fusion of Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan obtained from Uchiha Musashi and Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan obtained from Danzo. Don't underestimate the biological black technology of Chimera ants. Chimera can even transform humans easily, and it can still be done by fusing just one eyeball. But it's a pity that this thing is disposable. For a ninjutsu of Samsara's level, it will break after use. The original Samsara eye is still good even if the Samsara natural eyeball is used. Level ninja villages such as Earth Explosion Star and Super Shinra Tensei can only be used once. 3 Mangekyo Sharingan, you only get 1 Rinnegan and you can only use it once. But it's not a pity that Miruem didn't. As long as Kagaya can be killed in the end, it is not difficult to get the Rinnegan, Sharingan, etc. by yourself. As for the condition of death after using reincarnation? Anyway, it's not like Miruem personally uses the Samsara eye. There are countless Chimera ants who are willing to die for Miruem. I didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who could summon us. Senjo Hashirama sighed as he walked out of the coffin with the first generation printed on it. Then several figures walked out of the coffins with the words of the second, third and fourth generations printed on them. The second Hokage Senjo Tobirama, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. You are such a young man, who are you? How dare you summon us? Senjo Tobirama is a very serious and old-fashioned person, so he first asked questions when he came out. But Mirumilai ignored him. I actually broke the zombie seal and even unlocked this technique. Is it the reincarnation of the dirty land again? The third Hokage still looked as old as before his death. Is this here? Lord Shodei, it seems that we have been resurrected in this era, but when exactly is this? Namikaze Minato said, somewhat confused about the situation. Who are you? Unlike the third Hokage, the first and second Hokage had never seen Namikaze Minato, so it was natural that they did not recognize him. I am the Yondaime. Alas! Has the fourth generation already appeared? Then all the Hokage completely ignored Milyue and started chatting. Milyue had no intention of controlling them when using the dirt reincarnation. Okay, let's use Samsara. Miruem glanced at the several Hokages present and said to a Chimera ant soldier beside him. At the same time, he put the Mangekyo Sharinon into the eyes of the ant soldiers. This ant soldier is a Chimera ant transformed from a ninja from the Naruto world, so it can release ninjutsu. Yes, King. The ant soldier replied meticulously, without any other emotional fluctuations due to his impending death. Heretic, the natural art of reincarnation. Chapter 99. Battle with Naruto. This technique also has that eye. Shock finally appeared in the eyes of the four Hokages. The reincarnation eye and the art of resurrecting the dead are born with reincarnation. This feeling, this is flesh, a living flesh. I didn't expect it to be resurrected. Touching their bodies, the four Hokages felt an incredible feeling. It's incredible that they came back to life. Who are you? What's your purpose? The second Hokage Senjo Tobirama pointed at Miruem with a finger. An extremely powerful aura pressed towards Miruem. But unfortunately, this level of momentum is of no use to Miruem. Me? I am Miruem, the king of the Chimera clan. As for summoning you and even resurrecting you, of course it is to kill you again. Looking at Senjo Tobirama, an even greater aura instantly swept Senjo away. Tobirama's aura overwhelmed him. Contempt in Miruem's eyes, Senjo Tobirama saw a look of contempt. I haven't seen this kind of extension in years, but it's really strong. His aura alone is no longer something I can fight against, at least not to the extent of my brother. Oh? The king of the Chimera Ant clan? I've never heard of it before. But you are very strong. I didn't expect that besides Madara, there would be such a powerful person in the ninja world. I look forward to fighting you. The field. The only person who remained calm and unaffected by Miruem's aura was Senjo Hashirama. He is worthy of being called the god of ninjutsu, but unfortunately, this is not Miruem's full strength. After so many years, Miruem's current strength has returned to the strongest level when he was a full-time hunter. Not because of the chakra and other gains, Miruem's current strength is stronger than before. And not only that, Miruem's strength is still increasing year by year. Oh? You're pretty good too. You're actually not affected by my 5th level aura. From this point of view, it seems that your strength is not inferior to my 3 guards. Miruem casually dispersed and faced the pressure exerted by the 4 Hokages said. Come on, the 4 of you, and let me see how strong the past Hokages of Konoha, known as the strongest ninja village among the 5 great ninja villages, are. If you lose, let me kill you. If it doesn't make me happy, then I will destroy Konoha, Miruem said deliberately in order to stimulate the fighting spirit of the 4 Hokages. Of course, he currently has no intention of destroying Konoha. Humph, Junior, don't be too proud. Water release, Water Dragon Blast. The first one to attack was not the first generation but the second generation who was temporarily suppressed by Miruem's momentum. He was angry that he had lost his fighting spirit before. You know, he is the second generation Hokage. Boring. Miruem casually smashed 2 giant dragons made of water that were coming towards him. If that's the extent of it, then please die. When? Miruem's figure instantly disappeared from Senjo Tobirama's sight. Before Senjo Tobirama could react, his body was pierced by one of Miruem's palms. Tobirama. Senjo Hashirama was the first to react the moment Miruem disappeared, but he was still a little slow. No. This guy is serious. After this sudden series of events, the 3rd and 4th generations also reacted. They never thought that the person who resurrected themselves and others would actually attack them, and he would do it as soon as he said so. I bet you ran fast. The Tobirama pierced by Miruem's palm turned into a puddle of water and scattered on the ground. At this time, Senjo Tobirama appeared dozens of meters away, panting. I almost got killed. This guy is really not that simple. Fortunately, Senjo Tobirama used the space ninjutsu just now, and the time difference was only a few tenths of a second. Tobirama could clearly feel the killing intent that Miruem had just emitted, as well as the explosive content in his palm. Absolutely able to penetrate one's own body. Even if he uses the defensive ninjutsu water barrier. It can't be stopped at all. Do you understand now? The four of you come together. Otherwise, I will kill you in an instant. Miruem said casually, as if he was describing something as simple as what to eat tonight. With an absolute display of power, he shattered the pride of the second generation with his overwhelming strength. It's really strong. It seems we have to be more serious. After wiping the non-existent sweat on his forehead, Senjo Hashirama's expression became serious. Let's show our true skills together and let this guy see the strength of Konoha Hokage. The fourth generation and the third generation also nodded at this time, and finally the four Hokages were ready to take action with all their strength. Water release, hard vortex water blade. First of all, the second generation Hokage Senjo Tobirama took the lead in using one of his fatal water release ninjutsu. The rather powerful water blade flew towards Miruem quickly. Combined ninjutsu fire current earth flame bullet. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also started to go crazy. This is a ninjutsu she created herself, a fusion ninjutsu of fire escape and earth escape, which is extremely destructive. It's interesting, but it's still too slow. Miruem turned sideways and easily dodged the second generation's water escape, and at the same time jumped into the air to avoid the third generation's fusion ninjutsu. This is what I've been waiting for. Flying Thunder God technique, Otomura's Non. I don't know when the fourth Hokage appeared behind Miruem, with a chakra collection gathered in his right hand. Humph, what a trick! The fourth generation was already discovered when he first appeared behind Miruem. Even if he didn't use circles during the battle, Miruem could easily detect the opponent's movements with his five senses. Ling Kongxia kicked the fourth Hokage away, causing the fourth Hokage's fatal blow to miss. Succeeded. Wooden release, Ultra Sen Lua Wangxiang. The roots of countless huge trees emerged from the ground and instantly enveloped Miruem in the air. The surrounding fibrous roots tightly entangled Miruem's limbs. This wood release ninjutsu was different from ordinary wood. It was harder than fine iron and was very strong. It's not over yet. Seeing that Miruem was temporarily trapped by Senjo Hashirama's wood release ninjutsu, Senjo Hashirama was not willing to let go of such a good opportunity and quickly activated his strongest and most lethal weapon. Water Escape Ninjutsu. Water Release, Super Water Breaking Wave continuously sprayed out rapid ultra-high pressure thin water jets from his mouth and shot them in the direction of Miruem. After colliding with the first generation Mudun, there was a violent explosion and a burst of smoke. Tobirama U. Hashirama was too late to stop Tobirama's movements. By the time he reacted, Tobirama's ninjutsu had already been released. He is incapacitated. How could you? Shut up, brother, you are just too soft-hearted. The same attitude towards Madara. A guy like this who uses the earth reincarnation to channel us out has no good intentions in the first place, not to mention he also said he would destroy Konoha. He criticized Hashirama mercilessly. Ahem. I think the first generation and the second generation, now is not the time to quarrel. I'm afraid the matter is not over yet. That guy is not dead yet. The one who spoke was Namikaze Minato, who was the first to notice Umaru. M is now standing intact on top of the pile of roots summoned by the first generation. How is that possible? Tobirama looked at Miruem in disbelief. That was his strongest water escape ninjutsu. Ahahaha, I knew he was indeed an opponent who is not weaker than Madara. It really makes me excited. Damn it, I don't believe that the Flying Thunder God killing technique can't kill you. Tobirama threw a special kunao at Miruem, and instantly transferred to the high-speed moving kunao, preparing to give it to Miruem instantly. A fatal blow. This is indeed a very powerful move. Tobirama once used this move to kill Madara's younger brother, Izuna. But unfortunately, Tobirama's so-called high-speed kunao is only as slow as a snail in Miruem's eyes. Secondly, Tobirama's sword is just an ordinary thing, although it is quite sharp compared to the weapons used by ordinary people. Hardened. But for Miruem's body, an attack of this magnitude cannot even break through the defense. Therefore, Tobirama's fatal blow is actually no different from sending him to death. Despite Tobirama's sharp sword stabbing his body, Miruem punched Tobirama's body so hard that Tobirama vomited blood. This single blow caused Tobirama to be seriously injured, and the sword that was supposed to penetrate Miruem's body was suddenly broken into several sections. No, Nidame-sama is in danger. Flying Thunder God Part 2. Namikaze Minato's figure suddenly appeared behind Tobirama and hugged him. While rescuing Tobirama, his figure kept appearing from all around. To prevent Miruem's pursuit. I don't know when the surroundings have been filled with kunao marked with strange runes. Those are the marks of the 4th generation Flying Thunder God. And one of the marks was crawling in front of Miruem's position. It was precisely in this way that Minato was able to save Tobirama in time. Although Tobirama is Hashirama's younger brother, unlike Hashirama, he did not obtain the immortal body, and his body is only very strong compared to ordinary people. But to Hashirama and Miruem, being fragile is no different than a baby. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Throw several shurikens, and then the number becomes hundreds. This is the ninjutsu of the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Sasuke, which once appeared when Konoha collapsed the Plan Pass. He was covering for Minato to rescue Tobirama, and at the same time he also had the intention of attacking Miruem. Ninpo Technique, Shuriken Giant Body Technique. Countless shurikens coming from the sky were suddenly enlarged dozens of times, and they could be called human weapons. Everywhere he went was untouched, as if he had been attacked by siege weapons. Chapter 100. Battle of Naruto. However, Miruem was not afraid of all this. Not to mention whether such an ordinary weapon could cause damage to him, at this level of speed, Miruem could easily dodge it. Even if it's such an overwhelming level, do you think you can't avoid things that are overwhelming you at a snail's pace? It's not that easy. When he saw Miruem's figure appearing in the huge shuriken formation, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a smile that was successful in his scheming. What is this? As he turned to avoid a huge shuriken, Miruem saw several pieces of paper with strange runes stuck to the center of the shuriken. No, it's a detonating talisman. Miruem remembered that he had seen this kind of rune paper before. It was the highest level detonating talisman. We succeeded. The ninja technique and the talisman detonated. Countless shurikens emitted bright white light, followed by a huge explosion. It was like a small meteorite exploding, lighting up the entire island. Although it is slightly less powerful than Conan's God's Paper User technique, the destructive power is quite terrifying. The most important point is that once you are trapped in the huge shuriken shadow clone formation, you cannot escape. However, this move also consumes a lot of chakra. Although the detonating talisman can be cloned, the chakra consumed is also very huge. The principle of its ninjutsu is similar to that of Conan's Divine Paper User technique, but Conan almost paid the price with his life. Although Sarutobi had no intention of exchanging his life for his own, his chakra had already bottomed out after the series of ninja just now. But fortunately, he managed to deal with his opponent, who is really a pretty scary guy. He actually forced himself to use the most powerful moves from all the previous Hokage except the 1st generation. First Sama. At this time, Minato also brought the seriously injured Tobirama to several people. Tobirama, now you know what it means to be surrounded by others, right? He is such an incredible guy, so terrifyingly strong. He is still unharmed under such a level of attack. Hashirama looked at the explosion that just happened. After taking a look at the position, he said to Tobirama. Humph! He snorted angrily to express his dissatisfaction, but Tobirama did not refute Hashirama's words for the rare moment. What, Shode-sama, are you saying that the opponent was unharmed under that level of attack? Minato exclaimed, if it were him, even with the Flying Thunder God technique, he would be seriously injured under that kind of range of attacks. Unless the Flying Thunder God mark is placed outside the explosion range early in the morning. As expected of Senjo Hashirama, the man known as the God of Ninjutsu. The man who single-handedly defeated the 9-tailed beasts is indeed quite capable. He is much better than your incompetent brother. Mei Lu Aim's voice sounded again around the Hokages. You are very good, the third Hokage. You are worthy of being called a doctor of ninjutsu. You have made me so embarrassed. Miruem's figure finally appeared in everyone's eyes again. Apart from the charred black color on his body, which looked unusually embarrassed, there weren't many scars on it. It's my turn this time. Hashirama moved his body and said to the remaining 3 Hokages. I've said it before, it's best for the 4 of you to go together, otherwise you will definitely lose. Miruem didn't even bother to raise his eyes, still maintaining the flat tone that made Tobirama very angry. No problem, I'm enough. Hashirama patted his chest and said confidently. Okay then, as you wish. Let me teach you a lesson and you will change your mind. Wooden release, wooden hammer was the first to attack Hashirama, and the huge wooden hammer attacked Miruem. I told you not to use boring ninjutsu anymore. Moves of this level are of no use to me. It's impossible to tell, wood release, flying nogi. A hard wooden escape funnel instantly trapped Miruem in it, and then a huge rectangular piece of wood appeared above the funnel and fell from the sky. It quickly smashed downwards, making a huge impact. He will smash it to pieces and never give up. This is the end of the boring stuff. Unfortunately, Miruem broke through the funnel made of hardwood before the giant wood could be smashed down. Fuck me. He punched the falling rectangular wood hard, and the huge wood turned into sawdust all over the sky. Miruem rushed in front of Hashirama at an incredibly fast speed and swung his fist fiercely again. No, even I can't take on this level of taijutsu. Although Hashirama's body is stronger than most people in the Naruto world, no, it is accurate to say that except for a few people, almost no one is physically stronger than Hashirama. But compared to Miruem's body, it's still a little bit behind. But when it comes to his own recovery ability, Hashirama is slightly stronger than Miruem. Miruem's recovery requires a huge amount of energy, but Hashirama doesn't need that much. But in terms of defensive power, Miruem is far behind. Wood release, wooden man's jutsu. A huge wooden hand blocked in front of Hashirama, and forcefully received Miruem's fist. Hi? It's a good move, but you have a summon, don't I? Hyaki Yako Lord of Demons and Demons. A move that had not appeared for a long time appeared again, and the huge black knight swept away the big wooden man between the pillars. Knockdown. This move of yours is not a ninjutsu, right? But it's quite amazing. It seems like a big wooden man is no match for you. Look at my secret wood release technique, the birth of the tree realm. Another wood release, wood dragon technique. Hashirama saw that his big wooden man was no match for the opponent's black knight, so he once again used 2 super powerful wood escape secret techniques. The 2 sides once again fought together. Sandaime Sama. Do you think the first Sama can win? Minato couldn't help but ask Sarutobi as he watched the group of monsters fighting not far away. I don't know, but the first generation still has secret skills that he hasn't used yet. The first generation's strength is more than that. Ah, ha 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 ha, it's so happy. It seems that I have to go all out. After another brief confrontation with Miruem, strange patterns began to appear on Senjo Hashirama's face. In the center, there is an eye pattern like Erlang Shen. In Hashirama's Sage mode, it looks like Hashirama is really going all out. Immortal Dharma would release true thousands of hands. A huge statue of Guanyin, with countless arms emerging from behind, can be called the real thousand-armed Guanyin. Become a Buddha on top. The huge Guanyin statue stretched out countless huge arms, suppressing the huge black shadow behind Miruem in just an instant. Do you think you are the only one who knows this kind of move? Look at me, the 100-style Guanyin. The same huge Guanyin statue appeared from behind Miruem, but the arms behind this Guanyin statue were not as many as Hashirama's. But the destructive power lies above. 100 postures of Guanyin 99th posture. Immortal method Ming-Shen Gate. The 2 finally released their strongest moves, and the 2 collided. For a moment, there was no winner or loser. It could almost end in a draw. The nearby Nidai and others were not as relaxed as the 2 of them. They were very close to where Miruem and Hashirama were fighting, so they were affected the most. Although neither of them took action against them, the scope of the destructive power was very large. If it weren't for the fact that several of them were Hokage from past generations, I'm afraid they would have been affected by this battle to an unknown place. Ha 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 ha. You are really strong. Hashirama's character is basically the same as Azura and Naruto, and he belongs to the idiot type of Jiraiya. But he was indeed extremely generous. If it weren't for him being his opponent, Miruem would have rarely regarded him as a friend. Even so, Miruem has already recognized his strength, but recognition is recognition, and what needs to be done is still done. It is necessary to obtain the blood power of the Otsutsuki clan. You're not bad, but the game time is over. Let's go together and let me kill you all at once. Use it as nourishment for my growth. Miruem's aura has increased again, and now it has increased to an incredible level. The point. This is his full strength. This is all his power. Let you see my complete body. I can also perform magic. A little eyeshadow and a few patterns appeared on Miruem's face. At this time, Miruem's aura was very familiar to Hashirama and Minato, it was the power of Senjutsu Chakra. This guy is serious. I'm afraid he will really die here. After feeling Miruem's strength, sweat actually appeared on Hashirama's forehead this time. It's so powerful. This is the first time I feel such invincible power. Then fight once, even if it means death, it is worth it. I'm the first Hokage. The immortal mode is very uncomfortable for me. Generally speaking, I am really not used to this kind of power. Because the fighting time is too short and it is very unstable. So I don't like to use this kind of power at all. But it seems that I can't defeat this guy without the Sage mode. Then let me do it, Sage mode. The frog eyes of Mayama Mountain's unique Sage mode appeared in Minato's eyes. A faint orange eyeshadow also appeared next to it. See Namikaze Minato Sage mode. It seems that I, an old man, will have to work hard. But I don't have much chakra anymore, so I'm begging you. The magic of monkey magic. Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed heavily. As he said, a humanoid ape appeared in front of everyone as Sarutobi's palm touched the ground. Ahem. I didn't expect that I'm so unwilling. I didn't expect that I could only support you from the side, but even so, I have to let you know how powerful I am. Illusion, the art of darkness. There was a burst of darkness. The fog instantly enveloped the entire island. Although the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama was injured, his chakra was still there, and as a member of the Senju clan, his vitality was stronger than ordinary people. Hokage, are you ready? Then let's fight.